Bleach isn't just an anime, it's a legacy, a tale about duty, sacrifice, and the courage to stand between the living and the dead when no one else will. It's about finding purpose in the face of overwhelming darkness, about protecting those who can't protect themselves, and discovering that true strength isn't just about power. It's about the bonds we forge and the promises we keep. Ichigo Kurosaki's journey from a punk with spiritual awareness to a soul reaver who defied gods themselves, that's the kind of evolution that stays with you. The friendships forged in battle, the enemies who became allies, the sacrifices that defined heroes. Bleach gave us all of that and more. This video is the culmination of that journey. Over 366 episodes, 16 arcs, and countless battles that shook the Soul Society to its core. We're covering it all. From the moment Ichigo met Rukia in that fateful encounter to the final clash that decided the fate of existence itself. Every Bankai unleashed, every sacrifice made, every battle that left us breathless. It's all here. We've conquered One Piece's vast oceans, and now we've sealed Bleach's legacy. But the question is, what's next? Here's where you come in. If this video hits 3,000 likes, I'll create another complete recap, but you get to decide what it is. Drop your vote in the comments below. What series should I tackle next? 1000 Year Blood War to finish Bleach's story. Complete Dragon Ball Classic. Naruto from the beginning. Hunter x Hunter. Demon Slayer. Full Metal Alchemist. The top comment with the most likes wins. That's the next complete series recap. This channel grows because of you, and I want to create what you want to see. So make your voice heard, rally behind your favorite series, and let's make the next video even more legendary. Meet Ichigo, a guy who acts like he's the king of the world but carries a lot of baggage. He has a seriously weird relationship with his father. They bicker so much you'd think they were enemies. He lives with his two sisters, Karen and Yuzu, in a house that also serves as his dad's medical clinic. But the truly bizarre thing about Ichigo is his secret ability. This guy can actually see ghosts and talk to them like it's totally normal. His sister Karen shares this gift, and they've even got a spirit just casually wandering around their home. One day, Ichigo hears about a tragic accident near his house. On his way to school, he passes the very spot where the incident occurred, and suddenly, things take a very dark turn. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending everyone into a panic. Then no one knows what's actually happening except for Ichigo. He sees a colossal monster hunting down a helpless soul pinned to the ground. Just as the beast is about to strike, a mysterious girl dressed in black appears. She draws her sword and, with a single fluid motion, prepares to strike. She slices the monster clean in half. Ichigo tries to get her attention, but she completely ignores him. It turns out he's the only one on the street who can see either the beast or the girl. Confused and shaken, Ichigo heads home, but later that night, he's shocked to find the same girl passes through his wall into his bedroom, searching for something as if he isn't even there. Ichigo gives her a good kick and demands she answer him, which leaves her absolutely stunned. She asks, "Wait, can you actually see me?" When he confirms it, she explains that humans aren't supposed to be able to perceive her because she is a Shinigami. For those not in the know, a Shinigami is a soul reaper, a legendary figure in Japanese folklore. She tells him she hails from the Soul Society, where her job is to eliminate evil spirits and guide the good ones to a better place. Ichigo is skeptical, basically telling her to take her fairy tales elsewhere. She calls him out on his nonsense, pointing out that he literally just saw a soul being chased by a monster with his own two eyes. Ichigo argues that he's never seen a soul reaper before, and she replies, "Well, you're looking at one now." To prove her point, she casts a binding spell that freezes him in place. She then draws her blade and strikes the spirit lingering in his house, performing a ritual that sends it straight to the afterworld right in front of his eyes. The girl explains there are two categories of souls: Hulls, which are peaceful ghosts destined for heaven, and Hollows, which are corrupt monsters that prey on humans. While she's laying this all out for him, a blood-curdling scream echoes from outside. It's Yuzu, Ichigo's younger sister, and she sounds like she's in serious trouble. Yuzu bursts into the room, crying out that a monster has snatched Karen. The Shinigami rushes out with Ichigo hot on her heels. Despite being under a paralysis spell, Ichigo fights through the binding and actually shatters it. An impossible feat for a normal human that leaves the girl in awe. He charges at the monster to save his sister, but he's outmatched. The Hollow lands a brutal blow, sending Ichigo flying across the street. The Shinigami steps in, forcing the beast to drop Karen. She finally realizes the truth. The Hollow wasn't after the soul from earlier or his sister, it was hunting Ichigo all along, because he possesses a massive amount of spiritual energy, which is exactly why he can see ghosts. The monster lunges at Ichigo again, but the Shinigami throws herself in the way, taking the hit for him. Badly wounded, she tells him to run, because she can no longer protect him. Ichigo refuses to abandon her. Realizing they're out of options, she tells him there's only one way to survive. He has to take her Soul Reaper powers and finish the job himself. She instructs him to stab himself with her Zanpakuto to transfer her abilities. Ichigo doesn't hesitate. He takes the blade, and in a flash of light, he transforms into a full-fledged Shinigami. With his newfound strength and a massive sword, he immediately strikes back. He cleaves the hollow in two, ending the nightmare. Next morning, Ichigo wakes up wondering if the whole ordeal was just a crazy dream. But as he heads downstairs, he sees the wreckage of his home. His dad tries to play it off, claiming a truck crashed into the house, and fortunately everyone seems to have survived the accident without a scratch. Strangely, his sisters have no memory of the monster. Ichigo heads to school and meets up with his friends, his childhood pal Tatsuki and a girl named Orihime, who clearly has a crush on him that she's too shy to admit. When he finally gets to class, he's introduced to a new transfer student who looks incredibly familiar. The new girl greets him warmly, hoping they'll be friends, while Ichigo stands there in total shock. It's Rukia, the Soul Reaper from the night before. She's now attending his school as a regular human. She pulls him aside for a private conversation, telling him they need to talk away from prying eyes. Rukia reveals that Ichigo accidentally absorbed all of her spiritual power, leaving her stranded. She can't return to the Soul Society until she recovers, so she's currently inhabiting a Gigai, a synthetic human body that allows her to interact with the world. She's stuck here until her strength returns, and she isn't happy about it. She drops the bombshell that since she's powerless, Ichigo has to take over her duties as a Soul Reaper. Ichigo flat out refuses, wanting nothing more to do with monsters. Rukia decides to do things the hard way. She puts on a special glove and punches Ichigo, literally knocking his soul right out of his physical body. She drags his spirit along for a walk, and they soon encounter a soul being hunted by a hollow near a park. Ichigo's instinct is to help, but Rukia stops him. She tells him that if he chooses to save this one soul, he's committing to saving everyone. He can't just pick and choose. He has to accept the full responsibility of being a protector. Ichigo makes his choice and leaps into action, attacking the hollow and slicing through its leg. He finishes it off with a strike to the head. Turning to the frightened soul, he explains that in order to be safe from monsters forever, he needs to be sent to the afterlife, and he prepares to perform the soul burial. With a tap from the hilt of his sword, the soul is safely sent to heaven. Meanwhile, as Orihime is peacefully studying at home, a spirit is watching her. Suddenly, a group of hollows appears and drags that spirit into their dark realm. They descend upon the soul, intending to transform it into one of their own kind. As the transformation begins, Ichigo and Rukia are out on the street. They see Orihime nearly get hit by a car, but miraculously, she escapes without a scratch. Rukia's keen eyes notice something troubling, a mysterious black mark on Orihime's leg that Orihime herself hasn't even noticed yet. Signaling that she's being targeted, Rukia asks Ichigo how he knows Orihime. He explains that 3 years ago, her brother died at his father's clinic after a car accident, and that was the first time he ever saw her in tears. Rukia asks if he was able to see ghosts back then, and he realizes how long he's actually been connected to the spirit world. Ichigo says no, and Rukia decides to head back. That night, Tatsuki visits Orihime to stay over. Meanwhile, Ichigo is just settling in for bed when his closet door swings open and Rukia pops out. Before he can react, she knocks his soul out of his body again, warning him to be on high alert because danger is close. A hollow lunges from the shadows, smashing Ichigo's bed. Ichigo strikes the beast's head, cracking its mask before it escapes through a portal. Ichigo is horrified to realize the hollow's face looked exactly like Orihime's late brother. Rukia warns him that in the future he must destroy hollows without hesitation, no matter whose face they wear. She explains that knowing the identity of a hollow makes the job harder, as they are all originally human souls. They need to find and stop this one immediately, because the mark on Orihime's leg means she is its next prey. While they plan their move, Orihime and Tatsuki are just having a quiet dinner, unaware of the threat. While eating, they hear a strange noise. Suddenly, Orihime sees blood on her hands as the hollow manifests, striking her and ripping her soul from her body. It knocks Tatsuki aside with incredible force, pinning her against the wall. Tatsuki can only see a vague, terrifying shadow as the monster begins to choke the life out of her. As the beast chokes Tatsuki, Orihime's spirit is trapped, bound by a spiritual chain and unable to return to her body. She desperately tries to intervene and save her friend, but then the hollow starts to speak. It asks her in a chillingly familiar tone if she has already forgotten who he is. Just as Ichigo arrives, the monster grabs Orihime's spirit. It reveals it's been watching her, feeling neglected and angry because she stopped praying for him every day once she started high school and made new friends. The hollow blames her for its transformation, claiming her lack of attention is what turned it into a monster. Ichigo attacks, plunging his sword into the creature's tail, but the hollow desperately lunges for Orihime again. Ichigo swiftly severs its arms, For a brief second, the monster catches sight of the hairpins Orihime is wearing, the very gift he gave her for her birthday, and his human consciousness flickers back to the surface. The hollow attacks Ichigo one last time, but Orihime steps in to take the blow. This final shock causes the mask to shatter completely, and the brother regains his senses, horrified by his actions. Knowing he can't stop himself from turning back into a monster, he grabs Ichigo's sword and ends his own existence. The next morning, Orihime and Tatsuki have no memory of the terrifying night. Ichigo asks Rukia how she managed that, and she reveals she used a tool to rewrite their memories, the same thing she did to his sisters. Ichigo, moved by the experience, finally agrees to work as a substitute Shinigami until she gets her powers back. Rukia officially makes Ichigo's closet her new headquarters. Shortly after, we're introduced to Ichigo's massive friend Yasutora Chad Sado. Chad's friends have recently acquired a talking parakeet, but its previous owner claims the bird is cursed and brings nothing but misfortune to anyone who keeps it. The curse seems real when a heavy steel beam falls right on Chad's head the moment the bird speaks. Remarkably, Chad barely flinches and suffers only a minor injury. The next day, Chad brings the parakeet to school with him, and immediately, Ichigo and Rukia sense something strange emanating from the bird. They detect a human soul trapped inside the bird, but since it doesn't seem dangerous, they decide to watch from a distance. We learn that Ichigo and Chad first became friends when Ichigo stepped in to help Chad, who was being beaten by a gang without fighting back. Ichigo chased them off and asked why Chad didn't defend himself. Chad explained that he promised his grandfather never to use his overwhelming strength for violence, fearing he might accidentally kill someone. Back in the present, Chad shows up at Ichigo's father's clinic for treatment. When he takes off his shirt, Ichigo sees a massive burn-like mark on his back that looks suspiciously like the work of a hollow. Ichigo is convinced the parakeet is the source of the trouble. When he goes to check on Chad the next day, he finds him missing. He and Rukia start a desperate search, with Rukia explaining that hollows exist in a dimension between the human world and the Soul Society, allowing them to appear and disappear at will. Since hollows can strike anywhere at any time, finding Chad is a race against the clock. Ichigo decides to focus and concentrate his spiritual energy to track him down, a move that leaves Rukia completely floored by his natural talent and raw potential as a Soul Reaper. Rukia is amazed because the technique Ichigo is using is incredibly advanced, especially for someone who's only been at this for 2 days. He manages to see the spiritual threads of everyone in the city, using them to pinpoint Chad's exact location. Meanwhile, Chad has taken the parakeet to a remote warehouse to hide. The parakeet finally admits it's being hunted by a hollow, and begs Chad to leave it behind for his own safety. Chad refused, determined to protect the bird. Another heavy object falls from the ceiling, but Chad dodges it just in time. As they try to flee, Rukia arrives and comes face to face with the invisible monster. Rukia strikes the hollow with everything she's got, but the creature is unfazed. Chad hears the sounds of the struggle nearby and tells the bird to stay put while he goes to help. He finds Rukia pinned down by the hollow and delivers a massive punch that sends the invisible beast flying across the room. Rukia is stunned that Chad can interact with the creature, but it turns out he can't actually see it. He's just swinging at the air and getting incredibly lucky. The hollow decides to take the fight to the sky, and Rukia yells at Chad to run. Chad asks where it is, determined to keep fighting even though he's blind to the enemy. Rukia tells him the monster is directly above him. In a feat of incredible strength, Chad rips a utility pole out of the ground and swings it like a baseball bat, hitting the hollow right in the face. Rukia demands the beast surrender, but it retaliates by summoning a swarm of insect-like creatures to bind them both. Chad easily shrugs off the insects, so Rukia proposes a plan. He needs to throw her at the hollow. Chad launches her like a cannonball. As she closes in, the hollow covers her in parasites and uses sonic waves to detonate them, causing a series of explosions. The monster then turns its attention back to the defenseless parakeet. The hollow captures the bird, and warns Chad that any movement will result in the bird's death. It toys with Rukia, letting her run just so it can detonate more parasites on her body. Just as things look hopeless, Ichigo arrives on the scene and slices through all of the hollow's minions in one swift move. Ichigo pins the hollow down with his sword and demands to know why it's obsessed with the boy and the parakeet. The monster reveals a gruesome past, and when it was human, it was a ruthless serial killer who murdered the boy's mother right in front of him before meeting its own pathetic end during a chase. The killer had claimed over 10 victims, and while trying to finish off the boy, he tripped over a shoelace and fell to his death from a balcony. Infuriated by such an embarrassing end, his first act after becoming a hollow was to trap the boy's soul inside the parakeet to continue his reign of terror. He tricked the boy into a 3-month game, promising to bring his mother back to life if he complied. Every person who tried to protect the bird was hunted down and killed by the hollow. Each time the boy begged for it to stop, the monster would renew its false promise just to keep the cruel game going. Enraged by the hollow's cruelty, Ichigo rips out the monster's tongue and slices its face in half. Instead of the usual purification, the massive gates of hell manifest and drag the evil soul into the abyss. Rukia explains that this is the ultimate punishment for those who committed unforgivable crimes during their human lives. The boy's soul is finally set free and sent to heaven after thanking Shad for his bravery. The next day, Rukia visits a mysterious shopkeeper named Kisuke Urahara. She asks if he has the special item she requested, and Kisuke presents her with a strange-looking package that he claims was quite difficult to procure. She takes the package to school and gives Ichigo a tube of soul candy. These pills allow him to force his soul out of his body instantly without Ruka's help. More importantly, when he leaves his body, a temporary artificial soul will take over his physical form so that no one notices he's missing while he's off fighting hollows. Ichigo tests one out and his soul pops right out of his body. The artificial soul that takes over his physical form seems surprisingly energetic and cool. Just then, a hollow alert comes in, and Rukia decides it's the perfect time to let the fake soul handle things at school while they go handle the mission. As they leave, the fake soul flashes a devious grin. Back at the shop, Kisuke realizes his assistant gave Rukia a modified soul by mistake, a much more chaotic version. The fake Ichigo starts causing total mayhem at school, running around and flirting shamelessly with every girl he sees, completely ruining Ichigo's reputation. Ichigo rushes back after his mission to find Tatsuki in a rage, having literally smashed the desk over his body's head because the mod soul tried to kiss her. Ichigo demands the spirit leave his body, but the mod soul refuses and attacks him instead, leading to a bizarre brawl in the middle of the classroom. To the other students, Ichigo looks like he's fighting thin air until the mod soul leaps out the window and bolts. Rukia realizes it's a modified soul from an old Soul Society project called Operation Spearhead. Ichigo is confused, so she explains that these were artificial souls created to fight hollows using human corpses, but the project was eventually shut down for ethical reasons. The project was meant to protect humans, but it was deemed too dark, and all the souls were ordered to be destroyed. This surviving soul is now wandering the streets trying its best to stay away from Ichigo. However, it soon senses a hollow nearby, an instinct it was literally engineered for. The mod soul rushes to the scene to protect some nearby children, but it's quickly overwhelmed by the hollow's power. Just as the monster is about to deliver a finishing blow, Ichigo appears in his Shinigami form and slices off the creature's arm, stepping in to save the day. The two of them team up to take down the hollow once and for all. Ichigo asks the mod soul why it bothered to help, and it tearfully explains that it can't stand to see anyone die, as it still remembers how all its brothers were systematically destroyed by the Soul Society. Kisuke then appears and uses a cane to force the soul out of Ichigo's body. Kisuke apologizes for the mix-up and offers a refund, but Rukia decides to keep the mod soul instead of letting it be destroyed. Ichigo looks around for something to put the soul in and finds a discarded stuffed lion nearby. He stuffs the pill into the toy's mouth, and suddenly, the stuffed animal comes to life. Ichigo names the lion Khan and tells him that his new job is to watch over his body while he's out on missions. The next day at school, Tatsuki mentions to Orihime that Ichigo will be absent tomorrow. Apparently, he takes the same day off every single year, and it's always a very somber occasion for him. Ichigo tells Rukia he won't be around because it's the anniversary of his mother's death. He corrects himself, saying she didn't just die, she was murdered. Meanwhile, deep within the Soul Society, a high-ranking Shinigami is being briefed on a new mission, to track down Rukia and bring her back to face judgment. At the same time, Ichigo and his family head out for their annual trip to the cemetery. But this year, things are different. Rukia confronts Ichigo, asking if his mother was killed by a hollow. Ichigo shocks her by claiming that he was the one who killed her. As they talk, the Soul Reaper sent to capture Rukia is secretly watching them from the shadows, listening to every word of their conversation. The stranger reveals himself, expressing surprise that a member of the noble Kuchiki family would be caught up in such a mess. He mentions her powerful brother and demands to know why she hasn't returned to the Soul Society, accusing her of wasting time with a mere human boy. Khan witnesses the confrontation and immediately runs to find Ichigo. Meanwhile, Ichigo is lost in a painful memory of a rainy day from his childhood. He remembers walking by the river with his mother and seeing a young girl standing dangerously close to the rushing water. Thinking the girl is about to fall in, young Ichigo rushed to save her. The next thing he remembers is waking up on the ground next to his mother's lifeless body. Back then, he couldn't distinguish between living people and spirits, and he spent years believing his own recklessness had caused her death. Khan finds Ichigo and warns him that Rukia is in trouble. Ichigo transforms into a Shinigami and rushes to her side. The mysterious Soul Reaper tells Rukia that transferring her powers to a human is a capital crime, and that she will face severe torture and punishment once she's back in the Soul Society. Ichigo engages the Soul Reaper in a fierce battle. While Ichigo has more raw power, he lacks the training and experience of a seasoned warrior. As they clash, they both sense a massive spiritual pressure nearby. It's a hollow, and it's currently terrorizing Ichigo's sisters further down the mountain. He cuts off the creature's tongue and saves Yuzu, but the hollow reveals he still has a hostage. Suddenly, the same girl Ichigo saw by the river appears right in front of the hollow. Ichigo is shocked, asking if she's the one from 6 years ago. The hollow simply replies that he doesn't remember everyone he's killed. The monster laughs, explaining that the girl is just a lure. Rukia identifies the beast as Grand Fisher, a notorious hollow that uses a human-shaped lure to trick people into coming close. Once they are in range, he strikes. He's been evading the Soul Society for over 50 years using this clever tactic. Grand Fisher brags that very few people have ever seen his true form and lived to tell the tale. He cruelly mentions how much he enjoyed devouring Ichigo's mother, admitting that he has a particular preference for the souls of women, which sends Ichigo into a blind rage. Now knowing the truth about his mother's death, Ichigo attacks with everything he has. Grand Fisher uses his hair to entangle Ichigo, but the other Soul Reaper intervenes, cutting through the monster's limbs and freeing Karen. The beast tries to strike again, forcing the Reaver to step in once more. While Khan is busy pretending to be Ichigo with the rest of the family, the real battle rages on. Grand Fisher mocks Ichigo's skills and then transforms his lure into a perfect replica of Ichigo's mother. He asks Ichigo if he has the heart to strike down the one person he loved most in the world. Ichigo hesitates, and the hollow takes advantage, stabbing him through the shoulder. But in that moment of despair, Ichigo sees a vision of his mother's true spirit within the lore. She tells him how proud she is and urges him to be strong and keep on living, giving him the resolve he needs to fight back. Ichigo rises and drives his sword to the hollow. Wounded, Grand Fisher flees, promising to return and take his revenge. Ichigo tries to give chase but collapses from sheer exhaustion. Seeing his bravery, the other Soul Reaper tells Rukia he'll keep her secret for now, pretending he never saw them today. He warns Rukia that more pursuers will surely come soon. 2 days later, a series of mysterious hollow alerts start coming in. Ichigo and Ruka rush to the scene each time, but the monster is always gone before they arrive. It happens 5 times in a row, leaving them both confused and frustrated. Just as they are about to give up, a boy's voice asks if they can actually see ghosts. At that exact moment, a 6th hollow appears, and the boy creates a bow made of light, destroying the beast with a single shot. He introduces himself as Ryu Ishida, and he's not a Soul Reaper. Yuryu reveals he is a Quincy, a member of a nearly extinct race of human monster hunters. The next day, Ichigo asks Orihime about him, and she mentions that Yuryu is a top student and a talented member of the sewing club, though he's mostly a loner. Rukia, meanwhile, heads back to Kisuke to get more information. Kisuke is surprised to hear the name Quincy again, as they were supposedly wiped out 200 years ago. He explains that they were humans who could see hollows and train themselves to fight them, much like Ichigo. However, their methods were fundamentally different from those of the Soul Reapers. While Shinigami purify hollows and send their souls to the afterworld, Quincy's completely obliterate them, erasing their existence from the cycle of reincarnation. This fundamental disagreement on how to handle souls led to a brutal war between the two groups centuries ago, which the Shinigami eventually won. Since hollows kill our friends, they argued we should wipe them off the face of the earth instead of sending them to the Soul Society. This disagreement led to a war between the Shinigami and the Quincy's, resulting in their near extinction. Back in the present, Ichigo is following Yuryu, but Yuryu spots him. Yuryu challenges Ichigo to a competition to see who is the superior hunter, the Soul Reaper or the Quincy. Ichigo isn't really interested in a contest, but Yuryu insists that it's the only way to prove if Ichigo is truly worthy of the power he took from Rukia. He wants to show that a Quincy is still the ultimate protector. Ichigo finally accepts the challenge. He lets Kon take over his body so he can fight in his Shinigami form. Yuryu produces a special lure designed to attract hollows and breaks it, scattering the bait into the air. He tells Ichigo that the game is simple. Whoever kills the most hollows in the city will be declared the winner. Hollows begin to tear through the sky, appearing all over the city. Yuryu is incredibly fast, shooting down a monster before it even fully exits its portal. Ichigo is horrified by the danger this poses to civilians, but Yuryu coolly maintains that he won't let a single human get hurt as long as he's on the clock. Ichigo realizes that, with so many hollows appearing, his sisters are in grave danger. He abandons the contest and sprints toward his home. Meanwhile, at school, Tatsuki and Orihime are talking about the recent strange events, unaware that the spiritual energy in the air is starting to affect them both in unexpected ways. Despite Rukia's memory wipe, Tatsuki has started to remember bits and pieces of the night Orihime was attacked. Her spiritual awareness has spiked to the point where she can now see vague shapes of spirits. Orihime is experiencing the same thing, sensing a dark presence lurking within the school buildings themselves. Yurio is racking up a high score, having already taken down 10 hollows with his light arrows. Ichigo is also fighting for his life, surrounded by a swarm of monsters and taking them down one by one. But elsewhere, Chad is facing a unique threat as an invisible force begins to descend right in front of him. Chad realizes something dangerous is near and tells his friends to run while he lures the invisible monster to a deserted area. By chance, he runs into Karen, and just as the hollow attacks, Chad puts his body on the line to shield her. Karen looks up in terror, finally seeing the monstrous beast for the very first time. Chad looked at her and asked if she could actually perceive those monsters, but before she could even get a word out, a hollow lunged at them from the shadows. Without wasting a second, Chad scooped her up and took off running. Karen shouted that she could see them clearly and offered to guide him to the creature's location so he could strike back. But the hollow suddenly materialized right in front of them, hitting Chad with a blow so powerful it felt like being struck by a crashing airplane. While Chad was sent reeling from the impact, Karen scrambled to usher the local children away from the danger zone. But the hollow blocked their escape path. Seeing them in peril, Chad managed to stand back up and delivered a massive punch to the beast. An attack so intense it literally blew the hollow's arms apart. To everyone's absolute shock, a mysterious shield manifested on Chad's arm, and in that moment, his vision cleared, allowing him to finally see the hollow and launch a full-on counterattack. Using his newly formed shield, Chad manages to slice the hollow completely in half, but the strain is too much, and he loses consciousness shortly after. Shifting the scene back to the school, Orihime Inoue spots a hollow lurking atop the building and desperately tries to get her friends to safety. The hollow attacks them by raining down strange seeds or pills, but her friends initially seem unaffected and stand back up until, out of nowhere, one of the girls finds her hand moving entirely on its own. It quickly becomes clear that those seeds are designed to seize control of human bodies, forcing them to turn on one another in a violent frenzy. It isn't just one girl either. Most of the students in the school have been infected, wandering the halls like mindless zombies. Just as things look dire, Tatsuki rushes in to save Inoue, though we realize that she can't actually see the hollow's physical form, only the chaos it is causing. Tatsuki is only able to see faint shadows where the creature stands, and she is soon restrained by one of the possessed students, allowing the hollow to strike and take control of her. However, the situation takes an incredible turn when Orihime's own power awakens through her hairpins, the very ones her brother gave her as a gift. The 6 points of the hair clip suddenly transform, manifesting as 6 tiny fairies ready for battle. These spirits introduce themselves as parts of her innate power and explain they are there to teach her how to fight. They break down their roles. 3 of them can generate powerful defensive barriers to block attacks. 2 specialize in healing the injured, and the final spirit reveals he can handle the offensive strikes on his own. Taking their advice, Orihime calls out the names of the defensive trio to act. She successfully creates a shield that deflects the hollow's assault perfectly. She then calls upon the healing pair to mend Tatsuki's wounds before finally summoning the last spirit, who slices the hollow in 2, ending its threat for good. Exhausted by the spiritual drain, Orihime faints on the spot. Right then, Ruhara Kasuke and his assistant Tasai arrive on the scene to pick up the unconscious students. They transport Orihime and the injured Chad back home to safety. When the 2 finally regain consciousness, they find Kasuke waiting for them, and he begins to explain the entire truth regarding Rukia and Ichigo's situation. He dives into the nature of hollows and the reality of the spirit world, informing them that they have both developed unique abilities that will allow them to stand a chance in the coming battles against these monsters. Meanwhile, Rukia goes to Ichigo and explains the complicated history of the Shinigami and why they pushed the Quincy's away. She elaborates on how the cycle of souls works between the Soul Society and the human world, which usually stays in a perfect balance. However, when the Quincy's began hunting hollows, that balance was shattered because, unlike the Shinigami, the Quincy's completely eradicate the souls they destroy. The Quincy method essentially makes the hollow's soul vanish from existence, which is a huge problem. Later, Ichigo confronts Uryu, suggesting that the tragic fate of the Quincy's is the reason for his grudge. Uryu dismisses this, saying he doesn't care much about events from 2 centuries ago. To him, it was just a story told by his mentor. In fact, he actually admits he thought the Shinigami were right, at least until he saw his mentor die. Urio's mentor was actually his own grandfather, the very last active Quincy left in the world. The Shinigami were aware of him, but left him alone because he was a kind man who simply taught Uryu how to defend himself. However, everything changed the day a pack of hollows surrounded the old man. Uryu could only stand by and watch from a hiding spot, unable to intervene as the situation turned deadly. His grandfather fought bravely, desperately waiting for the Shinigami backup that was supposed to arrive, but they didn't show up until 2 hours later, long after he had already passed away. This is why Yuryu is obsessed with proving that Quincy's are powerful enough to rival the Shinigami. Hearing this, Ichigo kicks him and tells him his mindset is completely warped. Ichigo argues that his grandfather probably wanted the Quincy's and Shinigami to work together rather than bickering over who is stronger. The real goal should be uniting their power to protect people. Inspired by this, Yuryu and Ichigo finally put their differences aside and begin fighting side by side, taking down the invading hollows one after another in a display of incredible teamwork. Suddenly, a massive rift tears open in the sky and an enormous hollow begins to emerge. At that critical moment, Kisuke's specialized team arrives equipped with spirit cannons, blasting away the smaller hollows surrounding Ichigo and Yuryu. Kisuke yells out to Ichigo, telling him to lead the small fry to them and focus all his and Yuryu's attention on the giant beast looming above. We learn that this colossal creature is a Manos Grande, a legendary being formed when hundreds of hollows merge together. It is so rare that even Rukia has never seen one in person before. Without a moment's hesitation or a shred of fear, Ichigo grabbed his massive sword and charges straight at it. Rukia tries to scream for him to stop, knowing how dangerous it is, but he's already on the offensive. As Rukia panics, Kisuke steps in and tells her to just sit back and watch what happens next. Ichigo lunges for an attack, but the Manos Grande simply swats him away like a common fly. Yuryu mocks him, asking how he planned to kill such a titan alone. Ichigo bluntly replies that he'll just keep hacking away at its limbs until it's short enough for him to reach the head and finish the job. During the chaos, Yuryu accidentally makes contact with Ichigo's sword, and his spirit bow suddenly swells to an enormous size as Ichigo's massive energy flows into him. Yuryu tells Ichigo he has a plan, but before he can explain, the Manos Grande begins charging up a terrifying blast of energy known as a Sero, a projectile powerful enough to wipe the entire city off the map. Ichigo raises his sword to block the devastating Sero blast, and as he struggles against the pressure, his spiritual power spikes to unbelievable levels. He doesn't just block the attack, he actually cleaves the Manos Grande right down the middle. Before it can be finished off, the creature retreats back through the rift, sealing the gate behind it. Ever since that monster appeared, Rukia has been visibly shaken. Rukia is gripped by anxiety, wondering why her Shinigami powers haven't returned yet despite the time that has passed. Meanwhile, at Kisuke's shop, a sleek black cat named Yoruichi arrives with an urgent warning, telling Kisuke that the enforcement squad is already on their way. Back at home, Ichigo returns only to discover that Rukia is nowhere to be found. It turns out Rukia packed her things and fled to avoid bringing trouble to Ichigo's door. But she was already being tracked by two mysterious figures. One of them draws his blade and swings at her with such force it cracks the ground, but she narrowly dodges. She recognizes him instantly as Renji, who smugly confirms his identity and declares he's there to drag her back to the Soul Society. Renji demands to know the location of the human who stole her powers, but Rukia tries to play it off, claiming she has no idea what he's talking about. Renji isn't buying it for a second, stating he's certain a human took her abilities and that she's been living with him this whole time. He mocks her current state, asking what happened to her since she was adopted into such a prestigious family. He questions why she would throw away her noble status just to play house with mere mortals. Suddenly, a cold presence appears behind her. It's Byakuya Kuchiki, her elder brother, and the head of the powerful Kuchiki clan. Renji continues, explaining that giving Shinigami powers to a human is a high crime and that the authorities are being quite strict about it. He tells her they were sent to bring her back personally rather than sending a full arrest squad, but they still have orders to eliminate the human involved. Renji demands she hand him over so they can finish the job, but their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a glowing spirit arrow that whistles past Renji's head, signaling a new challenger. The arrow is fired by Yuryu, who was just on his way home with a carton of milk. Renji is shocked that a human can see him and demands to know his identity. Yuryu coldly identifies himself as a Quincy, who loathes Shinigami and would love nothing more than to take them down. Renji scoffs and prepares to show him the massive gap in their power levels. Meanwhile, Ichigo finds a note left on his desk by Rukia. The message from Rukia warns him not to follow her or try to find her, urging him to run away and hide while he still can. Just as he finishes reading it, Kasuge Urahara pops up at his window, mentioning that he heard Ichigo's run into some serious trouble and might be in need of a little professional assistance. Back at the battle, Yuryu is struggling after taking a hit from Renji. Just as Renji raises his blade to deliver a finishing blow, the ground beneath them shatters, and Ichigo makes a dramatic entrance. Renji is taken aback, noticing that Ichigo is dressed in the exact same Shinigami robes they wear, which shouldn't be possible for a regular human. Renji demands to know which squad he belongs to and questions the sheer size of the massive sword on his back, noting that the scale of a blade usually reflects the user's spiritual pressure. Renji launches an attack, but Ichigo manages to parry the blows and counter, However, Renji's experience shows as he leaps behind Ichigo and delivers a swift strike that slashes him across the back. Renji tells Ichigo to just give the power back to Rukia so she can return to the Soul Society and face her judgment. Ichigo, stubborn as ever, refuses to back down and insists that the fight is far from over. Renji then asks for the name Ichigo's sword, but Ichigo simply replies that it doesn't have a special name and is just a regular blade. Renji scoffs, telling him that if he doesn't even know his weapon's name, he stands zero chance of winning. He then calls out the name of his own sword, which transforms into a segmented, whip-like blade. He attacks Ichigo, and while Ichigo tries to block, the blade moves unpredictably, catching him in the shoulder and tearing through him like a saw. Seeing him in agony, Rukia desperately screams for Ichigo to run for his life. Rukia fears he'll be killed if he stays, but Ichigo forces himself up and begins to channel his spiritual energy, reaching a state similar to when he fought the Manos Grande. His power surges so intensely that it overwhelms Renji's pressure. Ichigo goes on the offensive, delivering a strike so powerful it sends Renji flying backward, completely caught off guard by the human's raw strength. Ichigo prepares to follow up his attack, but suddenly his sword vanishes from his hand. He looks around in confusion, wondering where his weapon went. Renji has it moved, but when Ichigo turns his head, he sees Byakuya holding the broken blade. With a movement so incredibly fast that the eye can't even track it, Byakuya appears behind Ichigo and stabs him twice before he can even react. All Ichigo can see are the bloody wounds opening up on his body. Rukia tries to rush to his side, but Renji blocks her path, warning her that if she touches him, her sentence will be extended by another 20 years. Rukia begs for mercy, saying Ichigo is innocent, but Byakuya coldly remarks that if she tries to help him, he will kill the boy on the spot. Despite his injuries, Ichigo manages to reach out and grab Byakuya's leg. Enraged by the insolence, Byakuya threatens to sever his arm, but Rukia suddenly kicks Ichigo away. She coldly tells him not to touch her brother and claims she's finally come to her senses, admitting that her involvement with humans was a grave mistake she now regrets. Rukia tells Byakuya there's no need to waste his finishing move on a lowly human who was already destined to die from his wounds. As Ichigo struggles to crawl toward her, she harshly warns him that if he takes one more step or tries to follow her, she will never forgive him for the rest of her life. Byakuya agrees to leave, and they prepare to return to the Soul Society. Byakuya reveals that he has completely destroyed Ichigo's spiritual pressure points, meaning he'll likely bleed out in 30 minutes, and even if he survives, he'll never be able to use Shinigami powers again. Renji uses his blade to open a gateway between worlds, and the three of them step through, leaving a broken and defeated Ichigo behind on the cold ground. Ichigo is left completely paralyzed until he eventually wakes up in Kisuke's shop. Kisuke asks him if he finally understands the true level of power the Soul Society possesses. Ichigo realizes that Kisuke knew all along how outmatched he was, and Kisuke admits it, saying some things have to be seen firsthand to be believed. Ichigo immediately demands a way to save Rukia. Kisuke confirms there is indeed a way to save her, but he won't reveal it unless Ichigo agrees to a condition. He must undergo 10 days of grueling training under his supervision. Ichigo argues that they don't have that much time to waste, but Kisuke retorts that if he charges in now, he'll just get himself killed instantly without accomplishing anything. He tells Ichigo that in his current state, he's far too weak to be of any use in the Soul Society. He explains that the execution won't take place for a month, giving them a small window. If he trains for 10 days and then spends 7 days opening the gate, he'll still have plenty of time to intervene and rescue her before it's too late. With 13 days left for the rescue mission, it should be just enough time. When Ichigo returns to school, he's shocked to find that everyone's memories of Rukia have been completely erased as if she never existed. However, Orihime Inoue is the only one who still remembers her, and she pulls Ichigo aside to ask where Rukia went and why everyone else seems to have forgotten her. Ichigo realizes Orihime can perceive the supernatural, so he honestly tells her that Rukia had to return to the Soul Society. Meanwhile, back in the spirit world, Renji visits Rukia in her prison cell. Rukia asks him if she's really going to be executed, and Renji tries to reassure her, saying her brother will surely petition the higher-ups to reduce her sentence. Rukia can only hope that's true. Back with Ichigo, Kisuke leads him to a massive, cavernous training ground hidden deep beneath his shop. Kisuke uses his cane to knock Ichigo's soul right out of his body, telling him that his Shinigami powers are completely gone, and that he is now nothing more than a standard human spirit. Ichigo starts to feel the suffocating weight of being a spirit without power. Kisuke explains that their first goal is to restore those lost abilities, though he notes that fixing what's been broken is normally impossible. Ichigo is confused, but Kisuke tells him to forget the lengthy explanations and get straight into the practical training instead. He points to a young girl named Ururu and tells Ichigo he has to fight her until one of them can no longer move. Ururu suddenly lunges at him with surprising ferocity, forcing Ichigo to run for cover. He feels ridiculous running away from a little girl, but the sheer power of her punches tells him he has no other choice. After dodging her relentless attacks for a while, Ichigo finally finds his footing and starts to counter. He manages to land a light blow on her face, which makes Uru snap and lose her temper, unleashing an even more violent kick. Just as things are getting dangerous, Kisuke and his assistant step in to intervene before Ichigo gets killed. Kisuke manages to dampen the force of the blow while his assistant catches the battered Ichigo. Kisuke congratulates him on finishing the first phase of training, leaving Ichigo baffled since he clearly lost the fight. Kisuke explains that winning wasn't the goal. The point was to see if he could handle that level of spiritual pressure. He tells Ichigo that Uru has power comparable to a Shinigami, so winning was never expected. He points out that Ichigo's breathing is stabilized and his spirit energy is returning. Without missing a beat, they move to the second phase, suddenly severing the spiritual chain that connects his soul to his body. Kisuke warns him that since the chain is cut, he can no longer return to his body. If the chain finishes eroding away and reaches his chest, he will transform into a hollow, and at that point, Kisuke will have no choice but to kill him with his own hands. It's a life-or-death race against time to reclaim his powers. The only way out is for Ichigo to transform back into a Shinigami before the transformation is complete. They drop him into a massive pit with his hands bound behind his back, and Kisuke tells him his only objective for this phase is to find a way to climb out of that hole using only his spiritual willpower. As Ichigo struggles, we see the chain of fate beginning to develop teeth and eat itself away. Kisuke tells him he has exactly 72 hours before the process is finished. Meanwhile, Chad and Orihime encounter the Black Cat, Yorichi, who reveals that Ichigo has already started his training to infiltrate the Soul Society and asks if they want to join him. Both of them agree without hesitation. Yorichi leads them to a waterfall where they find Yuryu, who is secretly working on a brand new technique and seems annoyed that his training was interrupted. Yorichi decides to take them to a different location so they can focus on their own unique spiritual developments without distraction. Yorichi encourages them to recall the exact feeling they had the first time their powers awakened. Orihime thinks back to the moment she was desperately trying to save Tatsuki, causing her 6 fairies to manifest once again. Chad, on the other hand, takes a bit more time to concentrate before he can successfully call forth his own hidden strength. Shifting back to the Soul Society, the official word reaches Rukia that her sentence has been finalized. She is to be executed in just 25 days. Back in the pit, the chain continues to devour itself at a rapid pace. Ichigo is in absolute agony, barely able to move as the spiritual erosion takes a heavy toll on his physical and mental state. Every time he tries to climb the smooth walls of the pit, he loses his grip and falls back down, wasting precious energy while the chain grows shorter. After a long period of struggle, one of Kisuke's young helpers brings him a tray of food. A weary Ichigo asks him how much time has actually passed since he was thrown down there. The boy tells him he's already been down there for 70 hours, leaving him with only 2 hours before the end. Suddenly, the chain starts eroding at a much faster rate, reaching his chest. Ichigo begins to undergo a horrifying transformation into a hollow. The children want to help him, but Kisuke stops them, telling them to watch closely as the process reaches its climax. As a white hollow mask begins to form on his face, Ichigo's consciousness is transported to a strange inner world where he meets a mysterious man dressed entirely in black. Ichigo asks who he is, and the man seems surprised that Ichigo doesn't recognize him. He says his name, but for some reason, Ichigo is completely unable to hear the sound of it. The man tells him he isn't ready to hear his name yet. Ichigo finds himself standing atop a skyscraper in this mental landscape, and as he falls, the man tells him that the power he lost belonged to Rukia. But he has a well of power deep inside himself that he needs to find before his inner world completely collapses. He's told to search the area for a box containing his true power. Ichigo remembers the spirit ribbon technique he used once before and applies it here, successfully locating a box that holds a sword. The mysterious man reappears, telling him he has succeeded in finding his own strength, and that next time, he might actually be able to hear his name. As the mental world starts to shatter, Ichigo firmly grips the sword. In the physical world, just as the hollow transformation seems complete and he erupts from the pit in a massive explosion of energy, everyone is shocked to see him wearing Shinigami robes again, but with a terrifying white mask still clinging to his face. Ichigo reaches up and smashes the mask away, revealing his human face underneath. Kisuke applauds him for surviving the second phase and immediately declares it's time for the third phase, increasing his raw power. He explains there's no set time limit for this part, but it will involve a direct confrontation to test his new resolve. Kisuke informs him that a Shinigami sword is called a Zanpakuto. The goal of this final stage is simple. Ichigo just has to knock the hat off Kisuke's head. Ichigo, feeling confident with his restored powers, scoffs and says he'll have the whole thing wrapped up in under 5 minutes, but he has no idea what's coming. Kisuke tells him to come at him with everything he's got. He draws his own blade and starts relentlessly pursuing Ichigo, who finds himself forced to keep his distance. As he runs, Ichigo tries to rationalize the situation, thinking that only another Zanpakuto or a hollow can truly hurt a Shinigami, and he's not sure if Kisuke's cane is the real deal. Ichigo stops to take a stand, but in an instant, Kisuke's blade catches him. Kisuke corrects him, explaining that his sword is indeed a Zanpakuto, and that every such weapon has a unique name. He tells him that once a wielder learns that name, they can unlock the sword's true potential and use its full power in battle. Kisuke keeps up the pressure, and Ichigo can barely deflect the strikes with his broken blade. Kisuke eventually shatters Ichigo's sword entirely, leaving him with nothing but a useless hilt. Terrified, Ichigo starts running again, realizing that if Kisuke catches him now, he's a dead man. The situation looks completely hopeless until that strange man appears in his mind once more. The mysterious figure asks him why he's running, and tells him to stand his ground and use his power. Ichigo stops, takes a breath, and finally calls out the name of his sword, Zangetsu. In a flash of light, it transforms into a massive, handle-less cleaver that looks far more formidable than anything he's ever wielded. Ichigo swings with such overwhelming force that he not only knocks the hat right off Kisuke's head, but also leaves a massive crater in the ground. Simultaneously, Chad finally masters his own spiritual abilities after countless attempts. With the 10 days of training officially over, Ichigo returns home for a brief rest, with Kisuke giving him a week off to prepare. Kisuke tells him he has 7 days to recuperate before they open the gateway to the Soul Society. On the day of his departure, Ichigo's father stops him, asking if he's really set on leaving. Seeing his son's resolve, he hands him a lucky charm that his late mother had given him, hoping it will bring him safety on his dangerous journey. Ichigo heads to Kisuke's shop where he finds Chad already waiting. Shortly after, Yuru and Orihime arrive, followed by Yuruichi the cat. Kisuke tells the group it's time to head out and warns them that once the gate opens, they'll have a very narrow window of opportunity to make it through before it shuts. He explains they have exactly 4 minutes to navigate the tunnel. If they fail, they'll be trapped in the void forever. He reassures them that Yuruichi will act as their guide to ensure they reach their destination safely. Kisuke activates the gate, but as he reaches toward it, the energy repels him, reminding us of his situation. We learn that Kisuke is actually banned from entering the Soul Society. The group dives into the portal and starts sprinting through the spiritual tunnel. The walls around them are constantly shifting and closing in, and they know that if they get caught, there's no way out. Just as they're making progress, a terrifying sound echoes from behind. A massive spiritual entity known as the Cleaner appears, acting like a cosmic vacuum to eliminate anyone unauthorized in the tunnel. Ichigo and the others push themselves to run even faster, but the machine is gaining on them. Orihime uses her powers to create a barrier, successfully slowing the Cleaner down for a few precious moments. The Cleaner smashes into the barrier and explodes, giving the group enough momentum to be launched through the exit. They land in a quiet, seemingly deserted village in the Soul Society where the residents are clearly hiding in fear. Yuruichi explains that the Soul Society is structured into 2 circles, an inner sanctuary for the Shinigami and an outer district for spirits. The inner circle, the Seriete, is protected by a massive wall with only 4 gates. Outside lie the sprawling residential districts for souls coming from the human world. Ichigo suggests they just walk through the front gate, but Yuruichi calls him an idiot and tells him to wait. Suddenly, massive iron walls drop from the sky, sealing the path forward. The gatekeeper, a colossal giant named Jidimbo, steps out to block their way. He's a legendary guardian who hasn't lost a fight in 50 years. Jidimbo slams his axes into the ground, physically separating Ichigo from the rest of the group and declaring that he'll deal with them one by one, starting with the orange-haired intruder. Jidimbo swings his massive weapons at Ichigo with bone-crushing force, but Ichigo blocks every single strike with ease. After dozens of attempts fail to even scratch the boy, Ichigo delivers a powerful counterstrike that shatters Jidimbo's giant axes. Realizing he's been bested, the giant admits defeat and agrees to open the gate for them. As Jidimbo lifts the heavy gate, they are greeted by a Kribusuki man named Jin Ichimaru, the captain of the 3rd Division. Without hesitation, Jin slashes Jidimbo's arm for his failure. When Jidimbo explains that Ichigo defeated him fairly, Gen coldly reminds him that as a gatekeeper, losing means he no longer has a right to live. Ichigo lunges at Jin to stop him, but Jin casually parries the attack with a smirk. Yuruichi screams at Ichigo to run, realizing how dangerous a captain-level opponent is. Jin recognizes Ichigo's name and tells him that under no circumstances will he be allowed to enter the Seriaitai. He then releases his Zanpakuto's special ability. Jin's sword suddenly extends with incredible speed, physically blasting Ichigo and Jidimbo back out of the gate before it slams shut. Left in the outer districts, the group is approached by the local residents, the spirits who live in the Rukanai. Their village elder steps forward to thank Ichigo for standing up for Jidenbo. It turns out Jidenbo is a kind guardian who is well loved by the local spirits. Orihime uses her healing powers to fix Jidenbo's arm, and the group decides to rest in the village until morning. Yoruichi warns them that since their presence is now known, the security at all the other gates will be doubled, making a direct entry impossible. Yoruichi suggests they need to find a specific person to help them sneak in and asks the elder for the location of Kukaku Shiba. Before the elder can answer, a boisterous man crashes into the room, shouting about how he heard there were Shinigami in town. He grabs Ichigo by the collar and demands to know what business he has there. Ichigo doesn't take the disrespect lightly and punches the guy so hard he's sent flying across the room. We learn this man is Ganju, and he has a deep-seated hatred for all Shinigami. The two of them start brawling, but their fight is cut short when the clock strikes 9. The villagers start panicking, shouting about the time as if something important is about to happen. Ganju suddenly hops onto his giant boar and speeds away. The next morning, the village elder points the group toward the secluded home of Kukaku Shiba. Sheila is far away from the others in an isolated area, and is supposedly the only person with the skills necessary to launch them into the Seriaitai. The group eventually reaches her very bizarre-looking house. The house is guarded by 2 massive sentries who initially block their path, but they immediately stand aside once they recognize Yoruichi. They are taken inside to meet Kukaku Shiba, the head of the Shiba clan. Yoruichi wastes no time and asks her old friend for a huge favor to get this group of humans past the walls of the Soul Society. Kukaku agrees to help, primarily because the request came from Kisuke Orihara, whom she seems to respect. However, she insists that the group must undergo specific training to handle the method of entry she uses. She introduces their instructor, who turns out to be her younger brother, none other than Ganju Shiba, the same guy Ichigo fought in the village. Ichigo and Ganju immediately pick up their rivalry where they left off, brawling so intensely they start wrecking the house. Fed up with the noise, Kukaku delivers a massive punch to both of them, knocking them silent. She sternly warns Ichigo that she doesn't want to hear another peep out of them until they are long gone from her property. Meanwhile, the execution squad arrives with Renji to transfer Rukia to a high-security tower called the Repentance Cell. From her new cell, she has a clear, haunting view of the execution grounds where she's meant to die. Renji visits her and mentions some unconfirmed rumors about 5 human intruders who have managed to break into the Soul Society. Renji notes that one of the intruders has bright orange hair and carries an oversized sword, which gives Rukia a glimmer of hope, knowing Ichigo actually came for her. Later, Renji meets with Captain Suzuki Aizen of the 5th Division. Aizen strikes up a conversation, noting how it's been a while since they spoke and asking Renji for his honest thoughts on the situation. Aizen questions the severity of Rukia's punishment, pointing out that Renji and Rukia were childhood friends and asking if he truly believes she deserves to die. He suggests that the whole process feels incredibly suspicious, as her crime of transferring powers to a human shouldn't normally carry a mandatory death sentence, leaving Renji with a lot to think about. The situation is absolutely insane because none of what's happening warrants a death sentence. And what's even crazier is the specific execution method they've chosen. This particular ritual is strictly reserved for captains, which makes the whole thing feel suspicious, as if someone is pulling strings behind the scenes just to see Rukia's blood spilled. Suddenly, the emergency alarm blares across the Seriaitai, and we see an urgent summit being called for all the high-ranking captains to address the crisis. Every single captain is required to attend this meeting, but while they are distracted, Kukaku takes the group aside to reveal her master plan. She explains that they are going to infiltrate the Soul Reaper city using a massive pillar as a launch pad, meaning their entry is going to be strictly through the air. We then find out that Kukaku is actually a master fireworks technician, and this entire elaborate setup is actually one of her specialized explosive inventions. However, to actually survive being fired out of that pillar, they had to train their focus on a specific spiritual orb. She commands Ichigo to place his hands on it and release his Reiatsu, which leaves poor Ichigo totally confused about what that even means. Kukaku snaps back at him, explaining that it's his spiritual pressure, mocking him for being a substitute Soul Reaper who doesn't even know the basics of his own energy. At that point, Ichigo has no choice but to try and figure it out on the fly. Ichigo gives it a solid attempt, but he gets absolutely nowhere with it. On the other hand, Ganju steps up and manages to manifest a massive spirit orb, which is exactly the projectile they need to be launched from the cannon. Kukaku explains that this spirit shell serves a dual purpose. It will protect their bodies during the high-speed flight, and also provide the necessary force to pierce through the defenses of the Soul Reaper city. The reason this orb is so vital is that the entire city is encased in a colossal spiritual barrier that protects it from every angle, both above and below, and this sphere is the only way to break through. She gives them a strict 2-day deadline to master the technique. Training begins immediately, and incredibly, Within just 24 hours, Orihime, Yuryu, and even Chad managed to form their own spirit orbs. However, when it comes to Ichigo, things aren't going quite as smoothly. Ichigo finds himself as the odd man out, being the only one unable to manifest the orb. While the rest of the crew heads off to grab some food, they leave him behind to keep practicing in solitude. Seeing him struggle, Ganju decides to offer a bit of brotherly advice, telling him to imagine a swirling black hole right in front of him and to focus on diving head first into it. He says that visualization trick was the key to his own success, and so Ichigo prepares to give it another shot. As soon as Ichigo tries this new method, the entire room begins to shake violently. He actually manages to create a massive spiritual circle, but the energy is wildly unstable and completely out of control. Suddenly, the whole thing detonates in his face. Kukaku rushes in with a stern warning, telling him that if a person can't master their internal power, the entire spirit shell will explode and kill everyone inside the cannon during launch, leaving no survivors. Once some time has passed, the team is finally ready to load into the cannon. Just as they are about to start, Ganju stops them and announces that he's coming along too. He explains that his motivation is deeply personal. He wants to help because a Soul Reaper killed his older brother. His brother was a literal genius, who aced the entrance exams on his first try, and rose to the rank of lieutenant in less than 2 years, which was an incredible feat. Despite his brilliance, his brother was betrayed by his own comrades and murdered. Ganju was just a child back then, but 2 images are burned into his memory: the face of the Soul Reaper who took his brother's life, and the sight of his brother actually thanking that same Reaper for his help. He's haunted by the question of why his brother didn't feel any hatred toward them. And that's why he needs to go with the group to uncover the hidden truth behind the Soul Reapers. Ganju believes that by joining this mission, he might finally understand what the Soul Reapers are really about. Everyone piles into the cannon as the countdown begins for a sunrise launch. Yoririchi, still in her calf form, gives them a serious pep talk, emphasizing that staying together is their top priority. She warns them that if they cross paths with a captain, they must retreat immediately without hesitation. Their sole focus is rescuing Rukia and making it back to the world of the living safely. As the sun starts to peek over the horizon, Kukuku finalizes the cannon preparations. The group focuses their energy to form the protective spirit shell, and with a massive boom, the cannon fires them toward the Seriaite. Mid-flight, Ganju pulls out a special paper charm and begins to steer their trajectory. Meanwhile, back inside the city walls, the captains have gathered for their summit, and Genichimaru makes his grand entrance into the meeting room. The whole point of this gathering is to address the intrusion of humans into the Soul Society, and several captains are already pointing fingers at Jin for letting them slip away previously. Jin plays it cool, claiming he had no idea they were even still alive. When they demand an explanation for his failure, he simply says he has none and offers to accept whatever punishment they see fit. However, the tension is broken when the warning bells start ringing again, signaling a new threat. The alarm goes off for a second time, confirming that a group of intruders is currently making a move on the city. And of course, it's Ichigo and his crew coming in hot through the sky. Immediately upon hearing this, the captain of the 11th Division gets up and leaves the meeting to intercept the humans personally. With the intruders literally falling from the sky, the official meeting is put on hold until the security situation is handled. In the ensuing chaos, Sasuke Aizen pulls Jin aside and whispers that the alarm was a very convenient distraction for him, but warns him that he won't be escaping the consequences of his actions so easily. He promises Jin will receive a fitting punishment. At that exact moment, the spiritual orb containing Ichigo and the others finally reaches the city's perimeter. The orb slams into the giant spirit barrier, but the barrier holds firm because the group doesn't quite have enough momentum to punch through. All the Soul Reapers stationed below are watching the spectacle, convinced the intruders are going to be bounced right back. However, Ichigo isn't about to give up. He pushes his spiritual energy to the absolute limit, forcing the orb through the barrier. But as soon as they make it inside, things take a turn for the worse. Right after crossing the barrier, the protective shell completely disintegrates, sending everyone flying in different directions. The captain of the 11th Division is watching them fall like shooting stars, eagerly wondering which one of them is the strongest warrior for him to fight. We see Chad falling toward the ground all by himself, and he has to activate his specialized power to cushion the impact and slow down his dangerous descent. Chad uses his strength to manage his landing, while Yuryu stays close to Orihime. She deploys her spiritual shield, which allows the two of them to drift down and land safely on the street. Yoririchi also touches down alone, relying on her cat form to remain inconspicuous, since nobody suspects a simple animal. As for Ichigo, he ends up tumbling through the air with Ganju, and the two of them are headed for a very rough landing together. While they fall, Ganju uses his sand-shifting ability to turn the hard ground into a soft pile of sand, ensuring they don't break every bone in their bodies. But the moment they stand up, they find themselves face to face with two members of the elite 11th Division. Ganju freaks out and yells at Ichigo to stop standing around, telling him they need to run for their lives. Without waiting for a response, Ganju takes off at top speed, leaving Ichigo behind as one of the Soul Reapers starts the chase, while the other launches a direct attack on Ichigo. Ichigo manages to dodge the opening strike, and the two warriors begin trading blows, each trying to gauge the other's strength. We quickly learn that the man fighting Ichigo is Ikitaku Madara, the third seed of the 11th Division. This means he is officially the third most powerful fighter in the most battle-hardened squad in the entire Seirei. While Ichigo is busy, the one chasing Ganju is revealed to be Yumi Chika, the fifth seat of the same division. He keeps up a relentless pursuit of Ganju, who is absolutely terrified and running as if his life depends on it. To try and shake his pursuer, Ganju uses his sand magic to dissolve the surrounding walls into dust, attempting to create an escape route through the rubble while staying ahead of the graceful Soul Reaper. But the battle between Ichigo and Ikikaku is turning into a real epic clash. Ikikaku has a unique fighting style, swinging his blade for offense while using the scabbard in his other hand for solid defense. When there's a brief lull in the action, Ikikaku curiously asks Ichigo who his master was. Ichigo bluntly replies that he doesn't really have a formal teacher, though he mentions someone did help him. Ichigo explains that if you count a guy who trained him for a single week, then his teacher would be Kisuke Urahara. Hearing that name completely changes Ikkaku's attitude. He realizes that if Urahara was involved, he can't hold anything back. In a flash of spiritual energy, Gakaku connects his sword and scabbard, transforming his Zanpakuto into a massive segmented spear known as Hozuki Maru, to show Ichigo his true potential. Kikaku begins a rapid-fire assault with a spear, forcing Ichigo onto the defensive. Ichigo spots what looks like an opening and moves in for a finishing blow, only to be shocked when the spear joints disconnect, allowing the blade to whip around and stab him in the back. Meanwhile, Ganju is still in a dead sprint until he suddenly comes across a massive, bottomless pit that stops him dead in his tracks. This giant abyss is actually a site used by the Soul Reapers for disposing of hollows. In a panic, Ganju tries to use his sand powers to bridge the gap, but he ends up falling into the pit anyway. He manages to launch himself back out using a spirit circle, but Yamachika is right there waiting for him. The Soul Reaper strikes, shattering the spiritual formation and causing a blast that sends Ganju scurrying away once again. Ganyu goes back to running for his life, while Orihime and Yuryu are busy navigating their own separate escape routes through the city streets. Chad is wandering around looking for any sign of Ichigo, whereas Yorichi is just strolling through the area casually, knowing that as a cat, she is basically invisible to the guards. Back at the main fight, Ichigo quickly ties off his bleeding wound and launches a counter-offensive against Ikutaku. Ichigo strikes with such incredible force that he shatters a nearby wall, showing that he's done playing around and is ready to use his full strength. In a stunning display of power, he manages to slice Ikkaku's spear clean in half and delivers a deep gash across his chest. Despite the heavy damage, Ikkaku remains defiantly on his feet, claiming that as long as he can move a muscle, the battle is far from over. Kikaku tells Ichigo that he won't stop until his hands are literally cut off, and he charges forward again. However, Ichigo doesn't hesitate and completely destroys what's left of the spear, finally putting Ikkaku down. About 2 hours pass before Ikkaku finally regains consciousness. And to his surprise, he finds Ichigo sitting right there waiting for him. It turns out that Ichigo actually took the time to bandage and treat Ikkaku's injuries while he was out. After waiting for Ikkaku to wake up, Ichigo learns a valuable lesson, as Zanpakuto can actually repair itself as long as the hilt remains intact. Ichigo then asks for Rukia's location, and Ichigo, respecting Ichigo's strength and honor, tells him she is being held in the Repentance Cell and gives him detailed directions. Before Ichigo leaves, Ikkaku has one question for him, asking who exactly is the strongest member of their little group of intruders. Ichigo replies that it's probably him, which prompts Ikkaku to give him a very serious warning. He tells Ichigo to watch his back because the captains are on an entirely different level and they always seek out the most powerful opponents. When Ichigo asks just how strong these leaders are, Ikutaku explains that his own captain, the leader of the 11th Division, is a monster among men. He reveals that his commander is Kenpachi Zaraki, arguably the most fearsome captain in the entire Soul Society. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Ganju, who is pulling out every dirty trick in the book to evade Yumichika, using tear gas bombs and sand traps to slow him down. Despite his best efforts, he's running out of options and places to hide, as the Soul Reaper closes the gap. Ganju hears the sounds of battle coming from Ichigo's direction and realizes that if Ichigo is still fighting, then Ikkaku must have been dealt with. He mocks Yumichika, saying that since Ichigo won, his comrade is clearly finished. Yumichika refuses to believe it, arguing that Ikkaku, a third seed, could never lose to a human. Taking advantage of Yumichika's momentary distraction, Ganyu tosses a bunch of explosives at him and prepares his most powerful technique. Ganyu unleashes a massive sand wave that swallows the entire area, forcing Yumachika to leap into the air to avoid being buried. This is exactly what Ganyu wanted, and he nails Yumachika right in the face with a bomb that knocks the Soul Reaper unconscious. Elsewhere, Orihime finds herself cornered by another Soul Reaper, but Yuryu steps in just in the nick of time to save her, though the enemy isn't ready to give up just yet. The enemy Soul Reaper throws a handful of sand into Yuryu's eyes to blind him, and then pivots his entire focus onto Orihime. Desperate, Orihime summons Tadaki, her only offensive spirit, and orders him to attack. However, her hesitation and lack of killing intent make the attack weak, allowing the Soul Reaper to easily slice Tsubaki in half. He mockingly tells her that on a real battlefield, if you don't have the will to kill, you're as good as dead. Just as the Reaper is about to finish her off, Yuryu recovers and fires a high-speed arrow that forces the man to back off. It's immediately clear that this isn't Yuryu's normal level of power. His bow looks different, and his spiritual pressure has spiked significantly. It turns out he's using a specialized Quincy tool that belonged to his grandfather, which has massively amplified his combat capabilities. The Soul Reaper tries to intimidate Yuryu by boasting about the power of his Zanpakuto, but Yuryu doesn't give him a chance. In the blink of an eye, Yuryu's arrows systematically destroy every weapon the man tries to use. Every time the Reaper reaches for a backup, Yuryu snipes it out of his hand before he can even blink. The Soul Reaper is forced to admit that Yuryu is vastly superior in terms of speed, raw power, and technical skill. Realizing he's completely outmatched, the Reaper seems to surrender, leading Yuryu to lower his guard and dissipate his bow. Seeing an opening, the dishonorable Reaper lunges at Orihime, but Yuryu was one step ahead of him. He intercepts the attack and fires 2 point-blank arrows into the man's chest. These arrows are specifically designed to destroy the Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure points, permanently stripping him of his powers. With his spiritual centers destroyed, the man will never be a Soul Reaper again. Meanwhile, we meet Hanataro Yamada, a kind-hearted Soul Reaper tasked with looking after Rukia while she's imprisoned. He's been cleaning her cell and bringing her meals every day, but on his latest visit, he discovers that her cell is completely empty. He's told that she has already been moved to the site where her final execution will take place. Hanataro tries to follow her to the new location, but the guards at the perimeter block his path and refuse to let him through. Feeling helpless, he starts heading back toward his squad headquarters, but he suddenly stumbles upon a large group of Soul Reapers surrounding Ichigo and Ganju. Hanataro tries to get a closer look at the commotion, but before he knows it, he's pulled right into the middle of the conflict. Suddenly, Hanataro finds himself standing right in front of the intruders. Ganju, thinking on his feet, comes up with a devious plan and grabs Hanataro as a hostage. He threatens the surrounding Soul Reapers, telling them that if they take one more step, he'll kill the boy. To his absolute shock, the other Soul Reapers don't care at all and tell him to go ahead and kill him, as he's just a low-ranking member from an unimportant division. The guards explain that Hanataro belongs to the 4th Division, while they are part of the Elite 11th. One of them begins to explain the hierarchy of the Gotai 13, where each division has its own captain and lieutenant. He boasts that the 11th Division, led by the legendary Kenpachi Zuraki, is the absolute strongest combat unit in the entire Soul Society, and they have no respect for the other groups. They look down on Hanataro because the 4th Division is specialized in medical treatment and healing, meaning they have almost no offensive capabilities, and are often seen as cowards by the more aggressive squads. Just as the Soul Reapers are about to ignore the hostage situation and attack, a nearby wall suddenly explodes into pieces. This unexpected blast gives Ichigo and the others a perfect window of opportunity to make a break for it. It turns out that Chad was the one who smashed through the wall. He emerges from the dust, stating that he heard Ichigo's voice and won't stop until he reunites with his friend. While that's happening, the creepy captain of the 12th Division, Mayuri Koritsuchi, pays a visit to the injured Ikuku in the infirmary to interrogate him about the human intruders and their abilities. Mayuri demands to know everything Ikaku saw, but Ikaku, being loyal to his own values, plays dumb and tells the captain he didn't see or hear a thing before telling him to get out of his room. Enraged by the disrespect, Mayuri prepares to punish Ikaku for his shameful loss to a mere human. However, just before Mayuri can strike, the terrifying Kenpachi Zuraki shows up and grabs the mad scientist's hand. Kenpachi stares Mayuri down, asking him what he thinks he's doing trying to discipline a member of the 11th Division. Not wanting to get into a direct brawl with Kenpachi, Mayuri quickly backs off and leaves the room. Once they are alone, Kenpachi asks Ikaku about the fight, wanting to know if the human who beat him was actually a powerful warrior or just a lucky fluke. Ikaku tells his captain that the kid is incredibly strong, describing him as looking like a Soul Reaper with bright orange hair and carrying a massive sword that's as long as he is tall. He informs Kenpachi that the intruder is heading straight for Ruka's prison, and that he even gave him Kenpachi's name as a warning. Instead of being angry, Kenpachi gets excited and decides he's going to head there immediately to wait for this worthy opponent. Back with Ichigo, Hanataro realizes that the group is actually trying to rescue Rukia, and he offers to join them since he knows a secret route to her prison. He leads them into a series of hidden underground tunnels that are exclusively used by the 4th Division for logistics. Ichigo is a bit skeptical and asks Hanataro why a Soul Reaper would ever want to help a group of intruders like them. Hanataro explains that Rukia is a dear friend, and that she talked about Ichigo constantly during her imprisonment. So, he's begging him to save her life. Meanwhile, high-priority reports are flooding the Seriaite headquarters, stating that the 11th Division is taking massive losses, and that 2 humans have abducted a member of the 4th Division to sneak into an unknown location. Renji, hearing this, immediately figures out where they are headed. Renji takes off toward the Repentance Tower, sensing that Ichigo is close. Just as Ichigo, Ganju, and Hanataro emerge from the underground tunnels and find themselves standing before the massive white tower where Rukia is being held, they find a very familiar face waiting for them. Renji Aburaya is standing right in their path, looking ready for a rematch to the death. Renji and Ichigo waste no time and immediately clash with their swords. Somewhere else in the city, Kenpachi can sense the massive spiritual pressure from their fight. He muses that if Ichigo can actually manage to defeat a lieutenant like Renji, then he'll truly be a warrior worthy of his time. Back at the tower, the fight is intense, but Ichigo seems to have the upper hand, pushing Renji back with his raw power. Ichigo slams Renji into a stone wall, but Renji mocks him, asking how he expects to save Rukia when there are still 12 more lieutenants and 13 captains standing in his way. Ichigo boldly shouts back that he'll just have to defeat every single one of them to get her back. This declaration of war causes Renji to snap, and he prepares to unleash the true form of his Zanpakuto. Renji releases Shikai, transforming his sword into a segmented whip blade that smashes Ichigo through a nearby building. As he towers over Ichigo, Renji explains that their previous fight in the human world was nothing. He tells him that high-ranking officers have their powers restricted to only 20% when visiting Earth. Now that they are in the Soul Society, Renji is at least 5 times stronger than before. The battle becomes a one-sided beatdown as Renji's Zabimaru tears through the environment, leaving Ichigo struggling just to stay alive. Ichigo is forced into a purely defensive position because he can't predict the erratic, snapping movements of Renji's whip sword. Renji continues to taunt him, telling Ichigo that Rukia's death is entirely his fault because he stole her powers and put her in this position. While Renji is yelling about Rukia's fate, Ichigo is silently analyzing the rhythm of the attacks. He recalls Urahara's training, remembering that the more powerful and complex an attack is, the longer the window of vulnerability between strikes becomes. He compares it to a weapon that has to reload or a massive projectile that takes time to reset after being fired. Ichigo realizes that Renji's sword can only extend for 3 consecutive strikes before it has to be retracted for a reset. He sees his opening and lunges forward, but Renji is just a hair faster and manages to bury the blade deep into Ichigo's shoulder. Blood sprays everywhere, and Renji mocks him once again, telling him he's far too slow to ever hope of reaching Rukia. Just when it looks like Ichigo is finished, he stands back up and gathers every ounce of his spiritual energy for one final blow. With a massive swing, he shatters Renji's Zabimaru into a dozen pieces and delivers a devastating slash across Renji's chest. Lieutenant falls to the ground, paralyzed by his injuries. And as he lies there, his life begins to flash before his eyes. Renji drifts back into his memories of growing up as a homeless orphan in the slums of the Soul Society alongside Rukia. They were the closest of friends and constant rivals, always pushing each other to be stronger just to survive. One day, they saw Soul Reapers for the first time, and were mesmerized by their power, sparking a dream in both of them to climb out of the gutter and join their ranks. After all their other friends passed away in harsh conditions of the Rukongai, Renji and Rukia spent every waking moment training until they were finally accepted into the Soul Reaper Academy. They both excelled in their studies, but everything changed when the Kuchiki family, one of the 4 great noble houses, approached Rukia with a life-changing offer. The Kuchiki family wanted to adopt Rukia, which would mean an immediate graduation and a guaranteed high-ranking spot in the 13 court guard squads. Renji, wanting what was best for her even if it meant losing his best friend, pressured her to take the deal, telling her it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity she would be crazy to turn down. Deep down, he was heartbroken, but he put on a brave face for her sake. He pushed her away so she could have a better life, but he's regretted the distance between them ever since. Back in the present, a tearful Renji confesses to Ichigo that he spent years blaming him for Rukia's imprisonment because it was easier than facing the truth. The reality is that Renji blames himself for letting her go into the Kuchiki family and for being too weak to protect her from their cold laws. He's been training like a madman for years just to try and surpass Captain Byakuya Kuchiki. but he's never even come close to winning. With his pride completely shattered, Renji begs Ichigo to do what he couldn't. He literally pleads with his former enemy to save Rukia and protect her from her own brother. After finishing his heartfelt plea, Ichigo's body finally gives out and he collapses from pure exhaustion. As Ichigo falls unconscious, Hanataro and Ganju rush to his side and drag him back into the safety of the underground tunnels so Hanataro can start emergency healing. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the Soul Reapers arrive at the tower to find Renji lying in a pool of his own blood. They prepare to move him to the hospital, but Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly appears on the scene. Byakuya coldly tells them not to bother with the hospital and orders them to throw Renji directly into a prison cell. He declares that any member of his division who loses to a mere human doesn't deserve medical treatment, only punishment for their weakness. Shortly after, Captain Toshiro Hichigaya arrives and notes that the atmosphere in the Seiretai is becoming increasingly toxic and strange. Hitsugaya senses that something is deeply wrong beyond just the human intruders. He suspects there is a hidden agenda involving Captain Sosuke Aizen and Gin Ichimaru. He believes Aizen has realized that Jin purposely allowed the humans to enter the city as part of some larger, more sinister plot that is currently unfolding in the shadows. Hitsugaya pulls Momo Hinamori, the lieutenant of the 5th Division under Aizen, aside and warns her to be extremely careful around the 3rd Division, specifically Gin Ichimaru. Just as the tension is peaking, the head captain calls for another emergency meeting, where he announces that the previous charges against Gin have been dropped, and instead, a full-scale war has been declared. The head captain orders every captain and lieutenant to hunt down the human intruders by any means necessary. For the first time, he grants everyone permission to release their Zanpakuto and use their absolute maximum power within the city walls. This is no longer just security, it is a total mobilization to eliminate the threat once and for all. In the underground tunnels, Ichigo finally wakes up after Hanataro works his medical magic. Hanataro tells him it's a miracle he survived, explaining that he found a strange white mask tucked inside Ichigo's clothes. It turns out the mask acted like a piece of armor, absorbing the brunt of Renji's final attack and preventing what should have been a fatal wound. Ichigo is baffled by the mask, wondering how a hollow mask could have possibly appeared in his belongings. Meanwhile, Hinamori goes to see Captain Aizen, looking for comfort in the midst of the chaos. She asks him where all of this is heading, and Aizen reassures her that everything will be fine. He tells her that the other captains are already pushing back against Byakuya's harsh treatment of Renji. Aizen promises her that Renji will be released and reinstated as a lieutenant soon because the Soul Society can't afford to lose such a strong warrior. He also assures her that the humans will be dealt with quickly. Feeling safe under Aizen's protection, Hinamori finally relaxes and falls asleep in his office, believing that her captain has everything under control. Early the next morning, Aizen slips out of his office quietly. When Hinamori wakes up and realizes he's gone, she goes looking for him. As she walks through the corridor, she hears a rhythmic dripping sound hitting the floor. When she looks up, she is met with a sight that shatters her world. Captain Aizen is pinned to the high wall, brutally stabbed with multiple swords. Hinamori lets out a blood-curdling scream that echoes through the entire division, drawing a crowd of shocked Soul Reapers to the horrific scene. Suddenly, Gin Ichimaru appears with his signature smirk, mockingly asking who could have possibly left Aizen in such a state. Consumed by grief and rage, Hinamori immediately points her sword at Jin, convinced that he is the murderer, and lunges at him. Before Hinamori can reach Gin, she is intercepted by Izuru Kira, the lieutenant of the 3rd Division. He blocks her strike, stating that he won't let anyone lay a finger on his captain. Jin praises Kira's loyalty before casually walking away from the crime scene, which only makes Hinamori's blood boil even more as she struggles to get past Kira. Hinamori is completely hysterical and tries to force her way through Kira, eventually releasing her Shikai to blast him out of her way. Kira, now realizing that she is beyond reason, releases his own Zanpakuto and prepares to take her down. The two are about to kill each other in the middle of the courtyard when Captain Hitsugaya suddenly intervenes to stop the madness, ordering the soldiers to arrest both of them and throw them in prison. Hitsugaya then warns Gin Ichimaru that if even a single drop of Hanamori's blood is spilled, he'll kill him. Meanwhile, Chad manages to squeeze some information out of a guard and learns Rukia's general location. He's soon intercepted by the 3rd Seat of the 8th Division, who tries to show off some fancy sword techniques. Chad isn't impressed and simply delivers one powerful punch that sends the man flying through a wall. But just as Chad starts to move again, he hears a calm, deep voice that makes him stop in his tracks. The voice praises Chad's strength, but informs him that his journey ends right here. It's Shunsui Kyoraku, the captain of the 8th Division. Simultaneously, Ichigo's group emerges from the tunnels near the prison. At first, the area seems deserted, so they start making a dash for the tower. But they are suddenly hit by a crushing wave of spiritual energy that nearly brings them to their knees. The spiritual pressure in the air is so heavy and dense that Ganju and Hanataro are literally paralyzed where they stand. It's the arrival of the monster himself, Kenpachi Zaraki. His aura is so terrifyingly powerful that it feels like the air has turned to lead. They hear a rough, gravelly voice calling out to them, and Ichigo realizes that the man Ikakuku warned him about has finally arrived. Kenpachi is standing right in front of them, but in the blink of an eye he vanishes and reappears directly behind Ichigo. Ichigo flashes back to Yorichi's warning about avoiding captains at all costs, but as he looks at Kenpachi, he realizes that running is no longer an option. This man isn't going to let them leave, and the sheer bloodlust coming off of him makes it clear this is a fight to the death. On Kenpachi's shoulder sits a tiny pink-haired girl named Yochiru, who is actually the lieutenant of the 11th Division. Ichigo realizes he has to hold this monster off if they want any chance of success, so he yells at Ganju to take Hanataro and go rescue Rukia while he stays behind. Ganju hesitates but eventually runs off, leaving Ichigo alone to face the most dangerous man in the Soul Society. Ichigo draws his massive blade and flares his spiritual pressure, trying to match the captain's intensity. Kenpachi just laughs and makes a bizarre offer. He tells Ichigo that his power is decent, so he'll give him a free shot. He stands there with his arms wide open, telling Ichigo to strike him anywhere he wants. Ichigo takes the bait and swings with everything he's got, but the result is absolutely shocking. Despite the massive impact, Ichigo's sword doesn't even leave a scratch on Kenpachi's skin. Instead, the force of the blow recoils back into Ichigo, causing his own hands to split open and bleed. Kenpachi looks disappointed and explains the cold reality of their power gap. Ichigo's spiritual pressure is so much lower than the natural aura protecting Kenpachi's body that his sword literally cannot cut him. As they run, Hanataro asks Ganju why they are fleeing instead of helping Ichigo. He explains that the man Ichigo is fighting is the living personification of death. He tells Ganju that Kenpachi isn't just a name, but a title given only to the strongest Soul Reaper who has killed the most enemies. It literally translates to the one who loves battle and slaughter above all else. Rumors even say that Kenpachi Zaraki is immortal because no one has ever managed to actually kill him in a fight. Meanwhile, Chad is facing off against Captain Shonsui, who is trying his best to avoid a confrontation. Shonsui politely suggests that they both just sit down and relax, but Chad firmly refuses, stating that he has no choice but to push through no matter who stands in his way. Shonsui offers to share some tea and just talk things out, but Chad ignores the offer and lunges forward with a punch. To Chad's amazement, Shonsui deflects his massive fist with just one hand while looking completely bored. Chad tries again with a flurry of attacks, but the captain dodges every single one effortlessly. Chad can't believe the difference in power, especially after he just easily defeated the third seed officer. Chad realizes that the gap between a high-ranking officer and a captain is like night and day. Shonsui repeats his offer to let Chad leave peacefully, but Chad's resolve is unshakable. He ignores the warnings and charges at the captain again with everything he has. However, in the blink of an eye, Shonsui vanishes from sight and reappears behind Chad, ending the movement with a single, gentle touch. That single touch sends Chad flying across the battlefield, but even after hitting the ground hard, he refuses to stay down. Shonsui is genuinely curious now and asks Chad why he's risking his life for this mission. When Chad mentions he's here to save Rukia, Shonsui asks if they are close friends. Chad admits he doesn't even know her, but he's doing it because she is Ichigo's friend. Chad explains that he would gladly sacrifice his own life to help Ichigo achieve his goals. Respecting this deep level of loyalty, Shonsui decides that Chad is a true warrior who deserves to be fought with a blade. Chad gathers his entire spiritual force into one final, world-shaking punch that creates a massive explosion upon impact, hoping to finally reach the elusive captain. But through the smoke, Shonsui makes a single precision strike that leaves Chad with a life-threatening wound, finally putting him down for good. As Chad lies unconscious on the pavement, the news of Captain Aizen's death officially spreads to every corner of the Soul Society. An emergency summons is sent out to every captain while Chad remains defeated and bleeding out on the cold stone floor. Immediately after that, Shonsui commands his lieutenant to throw Sato into prison for the time being, as he intends to extract some vital information from him later. Switching back to the main event, Ichigo is failing miserably to even land a scratch on Zaraki. He's forced into a desperate retreat, but Zaraki isn't letting up for a second, launching a relentless assault that has Ichigo fighting for his life. Ichigo has barely managed to block the incoming attacks, and honestly, running away is the only viable option he has right now. He keeps questioning himself, wondering how he can possibly win if his blade can't even penetrate the guy's skin. But just as he thinks he's gained some distance, Zaraki smashes right through a solid wall, appearing directly in front of him like a total nightmare. Zaraki's spiritual pressure is absolutely terrifying, and the crazy part is that he's doing all of this while fighting with only one hand. Ichigo manages to find a brief moment to hide and think, but his heart drops when he senses Sato's spiritual energy completely vanish. He tries to convince himself it's impossible, thinking there's no way a powerhouse like Sato could actually be dead. He tells himself that Sato would never lose like this, but then his mind wanders to Iruo and Orihime. Are they safe? He realizes that if he fails here, everyone is going to die. Realizing he's out of time, he decides he has to take Zaraki down right now. Ichigo steps out from his hiding spot to face him, and Zaraki smiles, glad that Ichigo finally decided to stop running and fight. After a fierce exchange, Ichigo finally manages to drop lead, and instead of being angry, Zaraki says the real battle starts now. He launches a strike so powerful it literally shakes the ground. Zaraki even goes as far as grabbing Ichigo's sword with his bare hands, trying to pull him in close, but Ichigo manages to break free. Suddenly, Zaraki vanishes from sight, moving faster than the eye can follow. Zaraki reappears right behind Ichigo, but Ichigo is quick enough to block the strike. We learn that Zaraki purposefully wears bells in his hair just to give his enemies a fair chance at hearing him coming. Not only that, he keeps his left eye covered with an eye patch to handicap himself and make the fight more challenging. To make things even weirder, his Zanpakuto doesn't even have a release. It only exists in this one constant state. Since that's the only form his sword has, Ichigo thinks he has an advantage because the weapon's power won't spike mid-battle. Zaraki goes back on the offensive, and while Ichigo blocks, Zaraki's jagged blade starts grinding into Ichigo's sword as if it's trying to chew right through the metal. The situation goes from bad to worse when Zaraki's blade pierces to Ichigo's defense, stabbing him and shattering his sword in the process. Ichigo collapses to the ground, looking like he's finished, and Zaraki prepares to walk away, bored. But then, time itself seems to freeze, and the spirit of Zangetsu appears before the fallen warrior to ask him a very important question. Zangetsu asks him point blank, "Do you want to survive, or do you want to win?" Without a second thought, Ichigo declares that he wants to win. Zangetsu pulls him into his inner world, which is surprisingly stable this time around, unlike the crumbling landscape from before. To test him, Zangetsu tosses a sword toward Ichigo to see if he's ready to continue the fight. Ichigo is confused and claims that the sword isn't his, but Zangetsu scoffs, asking if he means the broken blade from the battle. He refuses to give it back, and suddenly, a pale white version of Ichigo manifests and grabs the sword himself. This mysterious doppelganger tells Ichigo that as of right now, the power of the blade belongs solely to him. The white Ichigo warns him that he won't get the sword back until he proves he's worthy of it, leading to a fierce duel between the two. The pale reflection is incredibly powerful, but we soon realize it's not the person that's strong, it's the sword. Ichigo simply hasn't figured out how to tap into Zangetsu's true potential yet, and he's paying the price for his lack of understanding. The white version is absolutely playing with him, even using the sword like a long-range projectile to hunt Ichigo down. This realization finally hits Ichigo. He's been fighting exactly like Zaraki, relying only on his own muscle instead of partnering with his Zanpakuto. He decides right then and there that he doesn't want to fight alone anymore. He wants to fight alongside Zangetsu as a team. In a flash, the weapons switch places and Zangetsu returns to Ichigo's hand while the duplicate is left with the generic blade. As we transition back to reality, the white figure tells Zangetsu that he's fulfilled his part of the deal before merging back into the spirit. Ichigo is finally ready to show Zaraki what happens when his Soul Reaper and his sword are in perfect sync. Ichigo stands up, and the spiritual energy radiating from him is so massive that the ground begins to tremble under the pressure. Miraculously, his wounds stop bleeding and his strength returns twofold. He lunges at Zaraki and successfully slices deep into his shoulder, making it crystal clear to everyone watching that Ichigo has finally gained the upper hand in this brutal contest. Ichigo is dominating the flow of the battle now, landing multiple strikes on Zaraki. Even when Zaraki tries to retaliate, Ichigo manages to slash him right across the face, yet Zaraki doesn't seem to care about the pain at all. Despite being covered in serious wounds, he continues to fight, obsessively asking Ichigo how he managed to stand back up, stop the bleeding, and grow so much stronger in an instant. Zaraki laughs like a maniac, saying that the how doesn't matter as much as the fact that Ichigo is finally a worthy opponent. He's thrilled to have found someone who can actually push him to his limits. In a dramatic move, he rips off his eye patch and suddenly, a gargantuan wave of spiritual power explodes outward, completely flooding the entire area with an oppressive force. Zaraki explains that the eye patch was actually a monster that constantly consumed his own Ryatsu, and now he's going to use all that bottled up energy to finish Ichigo off. But at that exact moment, Zangetsu's spirit appears behind Ichigo, pointing out that Zaraki's sword is literally screaming for help because its master refuses to listen. Zaraki fights as a lone wolf, which is his biggest weakness. Zangetsu reminds Ichigo that while Zaraki is powerful, he lacks the trust and bond that Ichigo shares with his blade. Ichigo begins to channel his absolute maximum power, and Zaraki does the same, neither one willing to back down. They both charge at each other with everything they've got, preparing for one final, cataclysmic clash that will decide the winner of this insane duel. The resulting collision creates a massive explosion that levels the surrounding area. Ichigo is badly wounded in his side and eventually collapses, but technically he's the victor because Zaraki falls right along with him. Yachiru appears out of nowhere and actually thanks Ichigo, mentioning that it's been a very long time since she's seen Zaraki smile so genuinely during a fight. Yachiru carries Zaraki away to get his wounds treated, while the black cat Yoruichi reveals herself after watching the whole thing from the sidelines. She admits she couldn't have intervened even if she wanted to. Yoruichi then transforms into her human form and takes Ichigo with her to provide the urgent medical help he needs to survive those grisly injuries. When Zaraki finally regains consciousness, he asks Yokuru if he really lost the fight. She tells him that since Ichigo was fighting alongside his sword and Zaraki was fighting solo, he was at a disadvantage. This gets Zaraki thinking. He wonders if he could ever be like them, knowing his sword's name and fighting as a duo, which would surely skyrocket his power to even higher levels. Zaraki tries calling out to his sword, but he's met with nothing but silence. We then get a flashback to his past in the lawless outer districts, where he was a notorious killer that nobody could stop. It was during these bloody days that he met a young, orphan girl who had no one in the world, and she began following him through the carnage. Zaraki eventually gave that girl her name, Yachiru. Moving to the present, Captain Unohana of the 4th Squad, who is renowned as the most skilled healer in the Soul Society, performs an examination on Aizen's body. She confirms with absolute certainty that he is indeed deceased, leaving no room for any hope that he might have survived the attack. The Soul Society immediately launches a full-scale investigation into the murder. Meanwhile, Toshiro Hitsugaya discovers several letters that Aizen left behind before his passing. He instructs his lieutenant Rengiku to deliver these messages to Hanamori, as Aizen specifically addressed them to her, knowing how much she looked up to him as a leader. In the letter, Aizen writes that if she's reading this, then his life has already been taken. He reveals that he was being targeted by an enemy, and even explicitly names the person responsible, urging Hanamori to seek revenge on his behalf. At the same time, Ganju manages to reach the prison where Rukia is being held, determined to break her out. Ganju makes quick work of the prison guards, knocking them unconscious before bursting into Rukia's cell. However, he freezes in shock when he realizes that Rukia is the very same person who killed his older brother. Rukia recognizes him as well and, filled with guilt, openly admits that she was the one who took Kain Shiba's life. Rukia tells Ganju to do whatever he wants to her and promises not to fight back. Hanataro, Yamada, has to sin, telling Ganju that they came here to rescue her on Ichigo's orders, not to carry out a vendetta. But their conversation is cut short when an enormous spiritual pressure fills the room. Byakuya Kuchiki has arrived. In a panic, Ganju shoves Hanataro aside and prepares to face the captain alone. Ganju tells Hanataro to stay with Rukia while he attempts to hold off Byakuya. Meanwhile, Ichigo finally wakes up to find Yoruichi by his side, having healed the worst of his wounds. She reveals that he only survived because a mysterious hollow mask inside his robes dampened the impact. Ichigo is completely baffled, wondering how that mask returned since he thought he had discarded it in the sewers. Ichigo is still hung up on the mask, but then he asks Yoruichi how such a tiny cat managed to drag his heavy body all the way here. Yoruichi explains that she has a true form that's more than capable of the task. Right before his eyes, she transforms, revealing herself to be a strikingly beautiful woman and a high-ranking Soul Reaper, much to Ichigo's absolute shock. It turns out she's a gorgeous Soul Reaper who used a very rare flight tool, something even uncommon in the Soul Society to transport him safely. As they are talking, they are both struck by a massive surge of spiritual pressure. They immediately recognize it as belonging to Byakuya, and the sheer intensity of it makes the air feel heavy around them. Ichigo realizes Ganju and the others must be in grave danger if Byakuya is on the scene. Yoruichi warns him that going there with his current injuries is basically a suicide mission, but Ichigo is stubborn and refuses to stay put. He grabs her flight tool, which forms a wing, and takes off into the sky, heading straight toward Rukia's prison cell. Back at the prison, Ganju is desperately trying to use his signature fireworks to slow Byakuya down, but the captain is just too fast. Byakuya strikes Ganju down before he can even ignite his explosives. He then draws his Zanpakuto, preparing to deal a finishing blow with a cold, calculated efficiency that shows he has zero mercy for intruders. Byakuya releases his sword, turning it into thousands of tiny, lethal blades that shred through Ganju. He was about to move on to Hanataro, but Captain Yukitake intervenes just in time. While the two captains are talking, another massive Reiatsu appears in the sky, and Ichigo suddenly drops in, ready for a rematch that nobody expected him to be healthy enough for. Byakuya is unimpressed, claiming that nothing has changed, and he'll finish Ichigo off in a second just like their last encounter. He uses a high-speed flash step to get behind Ichigo, but this time, Ichigo actually manages to parry the strike. Yokria is slightly surprised, noting that Ichigo seems to have improved since their first meeting in the human world. Byakuya decides it's time to show Ichigo the true gap between their powers, but Yoruichi suddenly appears and catches Byakuya's blade. It's revealed that Yoruichi was actually the former captain of the 2nd Division who vanished without a trace 140 years ago. Instead of helping Ichigo fight, she suddenly turns and strikes him instead. With a single precise strike, Yoruichi knocks Ichigo unconscious to save him from his own recklessness. Byakuya gives chase, determined not to let her escape, but Yoruichi is the master of speed. Even when Byakuya thinks he's caught her, it turns out to be a decoy. Before vanishing, she shouts to Byakuya that in just 3 days, Ichigo will return far stronger and defeat him. After Yoruichi makes her escape, Yukitake orders his men to return Rukia to her cell. Meanwhile, Yuryu and Orihime come up with a clever plan to blend in. They ambush 2 low-ranking Soul Reapers and steal their uniforms. Wearing the disguises, they are able to walk through the Seritai relatively unnoticed, but they have no idea they are being watched. The twisted Captain Miuri Kuratsuchi has been tracking Yuryu and Orihime the whole time. Back with Ichigo, he wakes up and immediately starts arguing with Yoruichi, angry that she knocked him out and left Ganju and Hanataro behind. He's terrified they'll be executed, but Yoruichi tells him bluntly that he didn't stand the ghost of a chance against Byakuya as he was. Ichigo asks why she didn't just save Rukia instead of him, but Yoruichi explains that Rukia can't escape her fate, yet only Ichigo can save her if he undergoes intensive training. She also points out that Captain Yukitake is a decent man and Rukia's direct superior, so he won't let any harm come to her while they prepare for the real battle. Yoruichi brings Ichigo to a secret underground training hall that looks exactly like the one Kisuke Urahara built back in the human world. She explains that every Zanpakuto has 3 stages of power. The first is the basic sealed form, which is just a standard sword that most Soul Reapers carry around as their default weapon. The second stage is Shikai, which provides a unique transformation and a power boost, like we saw with Ikkyū and Renji. The third and final stage is Bankai, the ultimate form that every captain of the Gotai 13 has mastered, except for Kenpachi Zaraki, who is the only person in history to become a captain without even knowing his sword's name. She explains to Ichigo that if he can achieve Bankai, his combat strength will increase tenfold. The only problem is that mastering Bankai normally takes at least 10 years of dedicated training. However, she has a secret method to bypass the decades of work, though it's incredibly dangerous and could potentially break him. Yoruichi promises to help him master Bankai in just 3 days. Switching over to Orihime, she's been busy trying to heal her defensive spirits after they were damaged. Spiritual healing is a slow and delicate process, but she's determined to get back to full strength so she can support Yuryu as they continue their mission to reach the prison. As Yuryu and Orihime head toward the prison, they run into a drunk Soul Reaper from Squad 11. He's suspicious of them and asks which division they belong to. They try to claim they're from Squad 1, but the drunk guy points out they're wearing Squad 12 badges. He gets right in their faces, demanding to know who they actually are and why they're sneaking around. Suddenly, someone knocks the drunk guy out cold. It looks like members of Squad 12 have arrived to save their comrades. Yuryu is immediately suspicious. Why would these people help them when they don't even know who they are? Sensing a trap, Yuryu realizes something is very wrong and starts shouting for Orihime to get away from them as fast as possible. Before Yuryu can reach her, a massive explosion rips through the area. It turns out Captain Mayuri had turned his own subordinates into human bombs, blowing them up just to catch the intruders. It's a sickening level of cruelty, but luckily, Orihime reacts just in time to deploy her shield and block the brunt of the blast. Orihime's shield successfully protects them and even saves the life of the drunk Soul Reaper they were just talking to. Mayuri is fascinated by her unique defensive technique, creepily offering her a job in his research department, either as an assistant or a lab rat. He explains that Squad 12 is the center of scientific innovation, and he's always looking for new specimens. Yuryu doesn't let him finish, aiming his bow directly at Mayuri's head. Mayuri laughs, recognizing Yuryu as a Quincy, and noting that he hasn't seen one in a long time. He arrogantly claims that he's already finished all the experiments he needed to do on the Quincy race years ago, so Yuryu doesn't even pique his scientific interest anymore. Yuryu tells Orihime to run for it, but she refuses to leave him behind. He ends up commanding the drunk Soul Reaper to carry her away, and the man quickly obeys, running off with Orihime. Mayuri tries to stop them, but Yuryu fires a lightning-fast arrow that blows Mayuri's hand clean off, forcing the captain to focus solely on the Quincy in front of him. Mayuri casually discards his destroyed hand and injects himself with a chemical that makes it grow back instantly. Yuryu looks around and sees that only Mayuri and his lieutenant Nemu are left. Nemu hasn't moved an inch since they arrived, leading Yuryu to believe she isn't going to interfere in the fight, which allows him to focus all his attention on Mayuri. Yuryu launches his attack, but Mayuri dodges every shot with an eerie grace, complimenting Yuryu on being a high-level Quincy. He finally draws his Zanpakuto and releases its Shikai form, which looks like a bizarre three-pronged blade with a baby's head at the base. It immediately begins venting a thick, purple gas that smells like death. To Yuryu, Mayuri seems to be moving in slow motion, but suddenly Nemu grabs him from behind and holds him still. Without hesitating, Mayuri stabs his sword right through Nemu to get to Yuryu. He shows absolutely zero concern for his lieutenant, even kicking her violently in the face afterward because she dared to let go of the target for a split second. Nemu apologizes and asks for medical help since her lung was pierced, but Mayuri just punches her in the stomach, telling her he's her creator, and can fix or replace her whenever he wants. We find out that Nemu isn't even a normal person. She's an artificial being created by Mayuri, much like the Jigai that Rukia used in the human world. Nemu is basically a combination of an artificial body and a modified soul, just like the stuffed lion Khan. Yuryu tries to step in to help her, but he suddenly realizes he can't move his limbs. Mayuri's blade has a special ability that severs the neural signals to his brain, effectively paralyzing him while leaving his pain receptors wide open. Mayuri explains that his sword paralyzes the motor nerves but leaves the sense of pain fully intact. Before finishing Yuryu off, he decides to tell a story about the last Quincy he experimented on when he first became head of research. He describes how the Quincy's were almost extinct, but there was one stubborn old man left who still tried to help the Soul Reapers. The captain admits he intentionally delayed the Soul Reapers from helping the old man just so he could secure his corpse for study. He describes in gruesome detail all the experiments he performed on the poor guy, and even pulls out a photograph he took of the old man's tortured remains as a souvenir of his successful research project. Mayuri tosses the photo to Yuryu, and the boy's world shatters. It's a picture of his own grandfather. Fueled by an absolute burning rage, Yuryu forces his body to move using a forbidden Quincy technique called Ranso Tengai, which uses spirit threads to manipulate his limbs like a puppet. He flashes back to the lessons his grandfather taught him about this very technique. Yuryu remembers how his father tried to stop him from training with his grandfather. It turns out Yuryu's dad was a Quincy too, but he abandoned the path because he didn't care for it, believing that hunting hollows was the Soul Reaper's problem. When Yuryu once asked why he wouldn't help his own father, he coldly replied that he was too busy making money to support the family. Back in the present, Yuryu nudges another arrow, and the battle turns into a high-speed contest of reflexes. Yuryu decides to use the Sanrei glove his grandfather gave him. He had spent 15 grueling days training with it before coming to the Soul Society, knowing that removing it would grant him godlike power at a terrible price. His grandfather's final warning was that if he ever removed the glove, he would gain a level of power capable of killing almost anyone, but he would permanently lose his Quincy abilities immediately afterward. Yuryu doesn't hesitate, he rips the glove off, and the sheer amount of Reiatsu he releases is so intense that Mayuri actually begins to look worried. Yuryu becomes a whirlwind of destruction, his speed and power transcending anything Mayuri can handle. Mayuri tries to flee, but Yuryu pins him down with a single, devastating arrow. Yuryu gives him one chance: run away now and live, or stay and die. But Mayuri, ever the arrogant scientist, refuses to admit defeat to a mere specimen. Mayuri declares he'll show Yuryu the true power of a captain and releases his Bankai, Konchiki Ashisogi Jizo. His sword transforms into a colossal, caterpillar-like monster with a baby's head that begins spraying a lethal poison cloud that kills everything it touches. Yuryu, however, isn't intimidated and prepares his final shot. With a single massive arrow, Yuryu literally cleaves the Bankai in half and tears through Mayuri's body. Just as it looks like it's over, Mayuri stabs himself with his own sword, causing his body to liquefy. He melts into the ground and escapes, leaving Yuryu alone in the poisoned ruins of the battlefield as his newly gained power begins to rapidly fade away. The poison from Mayuri's Bankai starts to take hold, and Yuryu collapses, gasping for air. Nemu suddenly calls out to him, offering an antidote in a small bottle. She even offers to drink some first, to prove it's not a trick, explaining that she's helping him because he spared her life and treated her with more dignity than her own creator ever did. Yuryu takes the medicine, and the agonizing symptoms of the poison begin to vanish. However, just as promised, his Quincy powers have completely disappeared. He tries to limp toward where Orihime went, but his path is blocked by Captain Kaname Tosen of the 9th Division, who is standing there waiting for him. Tosen doesn't waste any time, immediately releasing his Bankai and taking the powerless Yuryu out in the blink of an eye. We then cut back to Ichigo's training, where he's attempting the impossible. Yorichi explains that the key to mastering Bankai so quickly is to force the spirit of the Zanpakuto to manifest into the physical world. Normally, it takes years just to learn how to manifest your sword spirit. But Kisuke Urahara invented a special training dummy that forces the manifestation to happen in seconds. This allows Ichigo to skip years of preparation and go straight to the final step, fighting his own Zanpakuto spirit to the finish. Ichigo stabs the dummy with his sword, and Zangetsu manifests right in front of him. Zangetsu tells him that this is a duel of blades. If Ichigo can find and use the real Zangetsu hidden among the thousands of fake swords scattered across the training ground, he might actually have a chance at victory. The ground is littered with countless swords, but only one is the true Zangetsu. Every other blade Ichigo picks up will shatter the moment it touches the spirit. The battle is a frantic race, as Ichigo keeps grabbing swords and having them break instantly, forcing him to keep searching while Zangetsu keeps up a relentless assault. Meanwhile, Renji has been sitting in his cell for 4 days, and his wounds are mostly healed. It turns out he's been training in secret too, and his sword spirit, Zabimaru, has finally manifested before him. He's also on the verge of achieving Bankai, needing only one final victory over his own blade spirit to reach that elite level. Yoichiro intercepts the Soul Reaper who is carrying Orihime away. She tells him to bring the human girl to her because Zaraki wants to meet her. Zaraki, whose wounds have been patched up, is still obsessed with Ichigo and wants to use Orihime to track him down so they can have the rematch of a lifetime. Zaraki actually decides to help the intruders so that he can ensure Ichigo stays alive long enough for another fight. Meanwhile, Yuryu wakes up in a prison cell only to find Ganju and Sato already there. They're all relieved to find out that none of them were killed, but they realize they're being kept alive solely for interrogation by the Soul Society. The fact that they're all still alive gives them hope that Ichigo and Orihime are out there somewhere. Meanwhile, Hanamori is reading Aizen's letter and is flooded with memories of her childhood with Hitsugaya. Chu remembers him as a rowdy kid in the streets before his incredible spiritual power even manifested, and she was the one who looked after him back then. Hinamori, Kira, and Renji were all classmates back in the academy. She recalls a terrifying incident where a group of hollows suddenly appeared inside the Soul Society, something that was unheard of at the time. The monsters slaughtered the guards and trapped the students, leaving them completely defenseless and facing certain death. Just as the hollows were about to strike, Aizen and his lieutenant Gin Ichimaru appeared. Back then, Aizen was just a lieutenant and Gin was his subordinate. They wiped out all the hollows in a matter of seconds with such grace and power that Hamamori was immediately captivated. That was the moment her deep admiration for Aizen truly began. Returning to the present day, Hinamori manages to break out of her confinement. At the same time, Jin Ichimaru enters the prison and frees his lieutenant, Izuru Kira. Word of these jailbreaks reaches Captain Hitsugaya, who immediately suspects that something underhanded is going on with the 3rd Division's leadership. Hitsugaya rushes to the 3rd Division headquarters and catches Jin in the act of releasing Kira. Hei tells Gin that he knew he was behind this, and intends to end Gin right here before Hinamori can get involved. But just as they're about to clash, Hinamori herself arrives on the scene. But she doesn't seem to be there to help Hitsugaya. Inamori draws her sword and points it at her childhood friend Hitsugaya. She's convinced he's the murderer because of Aizen's letter. The letter claimed that Rukia's execution is actually a front for a secret plot to seize control of the Sokyoku, the massive execution halberd that holds the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto. Aizen's letter explains that the Sokyoku is normally sealed, but once it's unleashed to execute a Soul Reaper, its power becomes absolutely devastating, equal to 10,000 Zanpakuto once it makes a kill. He wrote that someone is trying to harness this power to destroy the Soul Society from within. The letter states that the mastermind behind the plan to destroy their world is none other than Hitsugaya. Aizen even wrote that he was going to confront him in the West Hall, and if he didn't return, it was because Hitsugaya killed him to keep the secret safe. Hinamori is completely blinded by grief and attacks her former friend without mercy. Aizen's final wish was for Hinamori to finish what he started and kill Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya desperately tries to get her to see reason, pointing out that Aizen would never enter a fight he couldn't win, and the whole situation feels like an elaborate setup. But Hinamori is far beyond listening to logic at this point, consumed by her desire for vengeance. Jin stands by laughing, enjoying the chaos. Hitsugaya is certain that Jin is the real puppet master behind this tragedy. He tries to attack Yen, but Hinamori keeps jumping in the way to protect Aizen's killer. To keep her from getting hurt further, Hitsugaya is forced to knock her out with a heavy strike before turning his full fury back toward Jin. "You killed Sosuke Aizen, and then manipulated Hinamori into attacking me." Jin replies that if Hitsugaya draws his sword, he'll have no choice but to stop him, even if it means killing him in battle. The two then clash. Now, Jin Zanpakuto has a unique ability. While Jin has his extending blade, Hitsugaya, the youngest captain in history, wields the most powerful ice-type Zanpakuto. He creates a massive dragon made of ice to counter Jin's strikes. However, Gin is tricky. He fires his sword toward Hitsugaya. But when Hitsugaya dodges, he realizes the strike was actually aimed at the unconscious Hinamori behind him. At the very last second, Rangiku appears and blocks Jin's sword, saving Hinamori. The moment Jin sees Rangiku, he immediately sheathes his sword and leaves. They grew up together, and despite how twisted he is, Jin seems to have a rule against ever fighting her. We then return to Ichigo, who has taken a short breather from his grueling training. Ichigo asks Yoruichi how Kisuke Urahara has a Zanpakuto if he's just a shopkeeper. She drops a bombshell. Kisuke was once a high-ranking captain of the 12th Division and the original founder of the Research and Development Bureau. Ichigo is stunned to learn that the goofy guy from the human world was actually a legendary figure in the Soul Society. Yoruichi adds that Mayuri Kurotsuchi was actually Kaisuke's K's former lieutenant back in the day. As Ichigo processes this shocking news, he gets back to his training with Zangetsu. Suddenly, Renji bursts into the secret training hall. He tells Ichigo not to panic. He followed Ichigo's spiritual pressure just to see how much he's improved and because he needs to train for Bankai too. Renji reveals that he's also aiming for Bankai because the situation has become critical. He delivers some devastating news. The authorities have moved Ruka's execution date up yet again. Instead of having time to prepare, they now only have until tomorrow morning to save her. If Ichigo doesn't master Bankai by sunrise, Rukia is as good as gone. As the sun begins to rise over the horizon, we find Rukia sitting silently in her cold prison cell. The news of her impending execution has finally reached her, leaving her staring blankly at the ceiling. Her mind is flooded with her darkest memories. Specifically the tragic moment she took the life of Ganju's brother, Kien Shiba. Meanwhile, we shift our focus back to Ichigo, and surprisingly, the news of her scheduled execution doesn't seem to break his spirit at all. Instead of being discouraged, the news actually fuels Ichigo's fire, pushing him to train even harder than before. At the very same moment, Kenpachi Zaraki begins putting his own bold plan into motion. He and his squad charge straight toward the prison, smashing through the barriers to liberate Yuru and the rest of the captives. While all this chaos is unfolding, reports of the prison break start reaching the higher-ups, specifically catching the attention of two powerful captains. Those captains are Kaname Tosen, the 9th Division, and Sajin Kamamura of the 7th Division. Accompanied by their lieutenants, they intercept Zaraki to block his path. They demand to know where he thinks he's taking those humans and mock him, asking him if he's lost his mind or his pride after being defeated by a mere mortal in his previous battle. However, Zaraki doesn't show even a flicker of intimidation in the face of their threats. Zaraki just laughs it off, telling them that a 4-on-1 fight is perfectly fine by him and inviting them all to attack at once. Seizing this opportunity, Yoruichi guides the others to make a quick escape. However, Ikaku and Yumichika decide they can't just run away. They feel compelled to stay and fight. They argue that while the captains engage each other, it's only right that the lieutenants face off against them as well. The matchups are set. Ikaku will go head-to-head with Ibo, the lieutenant of the 7th Division, while Yumichika prepares to duel Hisagi from the 9th Division. But things escalate quickly when Kamamura unsheathes his blade, literal shattering the ground beneath them with its sheer power. Meanwhile, Tosen activates his own ability, creating thousands of identical copies of his sword that hover menacingly in the air. He directs the attack at Zaraki, but even after being stabbed, Zaraki just laughs and asks if that's all they've got. Back to Renji and Ichigo, we learn that Renji has finished his training. He asks Yoruichi if Ichigo will make it in time. She says she isn't sure, but from what she can see, Yoruichi observes that Ichigo's spirit is strong enough to rival any captain, as his fierce internal struggle with Zangetsu continues in his quest to master Bankai. Back at the battlefield, Tosen and Kamamura launch a coordinated strike against Zaraki, but he effortlessly parries their combined assault. With a sudden burst of speed, Zaraki delivers a crushing kick that sends Tosen flying backward before turning his attention to Kamamura. After knocking Kamamura to the dirt, Tosen tells his comrade to stand back so he can handle Zaraki alone using his Bankai. Now, you should know there are 3 specific ways to earn the title of captain in the Soul Society. The first path requires passing a rigorous exam under the watchful eyes of 3 current captains, ensuring the candidate possesses the necessary skills and leadership. The second way involves being personally recommended for the position by at least 6 captains. But then there's the third, most brutal way, killing a sitting captain in a duel and taking their spot. This is exactly how Zaraki claimed his role as leader of the 11th Division. Tosen then unleashes his Bankai, creating a massive, pitch-black void that completely envelops the entire area. Within this darkness, Tosen moves in and slashes Zaraki's shoulder. Zaraki is completely blind and deaf in here, as this Bankai creates a zone that nullifies all 5 senses for anyone trapped inside. Tosen is the only one who can sense anything within this space. Despite being totally cut off from the world and unable to see a thing, Zaraki doesn't panic. He tries to strike the ground to find his bearings. Tosen keeps pressing his advantage, landing hit after hit on the defenseless captain. However, Zaraki is a natural-born killer, and he slowly starts to adapt to the silence. He realizes that at the exact moment Tosen's blade makes contact with his skin, he can briefly sense the attack. He begins to dodge the worst of the blows, showing an incredible instinct for combat even without his sight. Zaraki knows he can't win just by dodging forever, so he comes up with a crazy plan to catch Tosen. He intentionally leaves himself wide open, letting Tosen dive in for a lethal stab. As soon as the blade pierces him, Zaraki grabs Tosen's arm. Because he is touching the sword, his 5 senses instantly come rushing back to him, giving him the opening he needs to end this. With his senses restored, Zaraki delivers a devastating slash that nearly cuts Tosen in half. He taunts Tosen, telling him he's figured out the trick. Every time Tosen lands a hit, Zaraki can grab him. Tosen tries to attack again, but Zaraki catches him and delivers a near-fatal wound, causing the Benkai to shatter and the darkness to fade away. Just as Zaraki is about to finish him off, Komamura leaps in to save his friend. Komamura blocks the finishing blow, and we finally see that he's actually a fox-like being who wears a mask to hide his appearance from others. Komamura then unleashes his own Benkai, summoning a colossal, armored giant wielding a massive blade. He and Zaraki then engage in a truly epic and brutal clash of titans, with both of them pouring everything they have into the fight. While that's happening, Hisagi seems to have the upper hand against Yumachika. But Yumachika reveals a secret. He is actually the 5th seat of the 11th division, and he hasn't even begun to show his true power. In a flash, he turns the tables and completely overwhelms Hisagi. Now we head back to Renji, who has finished his training and is rushing toward Rukia's prison cell. Renji is heading for the prison when he's suddenly struck by a massive, crushing spiritual pressure that stops him dead in his tracks. Byakuya Kuchiki appears before him, coldly asking where he thinks he's going. Renji firmly states that he is on his way to save Rukia, but Byakuya declares that he won't allow such a thing. In the blink of an eye, Byakuya disappears and reappears right behind Renji. Byakuya attempts a swift strike, but Renji is fast enough to parry the blow. When Byakuya moves to activate his special ability, Renji lunges forward, attacking before he can finish. Renji tells Byakuya that he is the one person he has always dreamed of surpassing. To prove his growth, Renji finally unleashes his Benkai, revealing that he has successfully mastered this ultimate technique after his long and grueling training. Byakuya is the very first person to witness Renji's new Bankai. Renji doesn't hesitate and immediately goes on the offensive, though Byakuya manages to evade the initial strikes. Renji's massive bone-like weapon smashes through the surrounding buildings, causing total devastation in the area. Byakuya realizes that he needs to take this fight seriously and begins to use his own specialized skills to dismantle Renji's assault. Byakuya tries to slice Renji's Bankai into pieces, but the weapon is made of jointed segments that can easily disconnect and reform at will. Renji keeps up the pressure, attacking relentlessly. However, Byakuya counters by chanting a Kido spell that blankets the entire area in a thick cloud of smoke. Renji spots what looks like Byakuya's shadow in the haze and lunges forward for a strike. Byakuya effortlessly stops Renji's blade with his own, telling him that his Bankai is nothing more than a giant, unrefined mess. He points out that Renji clearly just obtained this power and has no real control over it, making him completely unready for a high-level battle. To end the discussion, Byakuya casts a binding spell that traps Renji in place, leaving him completely vulnerable. With Renji immobilized, Byakuya releases his own Bankai. He drops his sword into the ground where it sinks away and then hundreds of giant blades rise up around them. These blades shatter into millions of tiny razor-sharp petals that swarm Renji like a storm, shredding his body with countless cuts. Renji desperately tries to pull his own Bankai back together, but the damage is already done. Byakuya pins the defeated Renji to the ground, warning him that any further movement will result in his death. He asks one more time if Renji still intends to save Rukia. Despite his horrific injuries, Renji stubbornly declares that he promised himself he would save her. He tries to drag himself toward Byakuya, showing a level of grit that few would ever possess. Before Renji can reach him, his spirit finally breaks and his sword shatters as he falls unconscious. At that very moment, Rukia is being escorted from her cell to the execution grounds. She suddenly feels Renji's spiritual energy vanish completely, and her heart sinks. She tries to tell herself that there's no way Renji could die so easily, but the fear is clearly written all over her face. Suddenly, the creepy Jin Ichimaru appears before the group, casually greeting the guards and asking if they're on their way to the execution. He leans in and tells Rukia that Renji might actually still be alive and mentions that everyone seems to be risking their lives to save her. He then asks her with a sly smile if she actually wants to live, claiming that he might have a way to save her. Rukia is shocked by his offer, but then Jean laughs and tells her he was just kidding, saying he'll see her at the execution grounds before walking away. This cruel joke leaves Rukia feeling even more miserable than before. Meanwhile, Renji wakes up to find Hanataro tending to his wounds. Renji tries to thank him, but Hanataro admits he wasn't the only one who helped save his life. Hanataro explains that by the time he arrived, someone had already stabilized Renji's most critical injuries, and he suspects it was Captain Unohana herself. Shifting back to the main event, Rukia has finally arrived at the Sokyoku Hill for her execution. Several captains and lieutenants from the Soul Society are already present to witness the event, creating an atmosphere of heavy solemnity. There are 4 captains and 3 lieutenants standing by. Head Captain Yamamoto, the leader of all Soul Society, steps forward and asks Rukia if she has any final wishes before the sentence is carried out. Rukia selflessly asks that Ichigo and his friends be allowed to return to the human world safely, and that the Soul Society spares them from any further punishment for their actions. Yamamoto tells her to consider it done, promising to send them home after the execution. However, we soon learn from the other captains that this was a total lie. He fully intends to have them killed once Rukia is gone. The Sokyoku, the legendary execution halberd, is then released. As Rukia is lifted high into the air, the massive weapon begins to glow with an intense spiritual flame. The Sokyoku transforms into its true form, a magnificent and terrifying phoenix made of pure fire. This is the ultimate tool used for executing high-level criminals in the Soul Society. In what she believes are her final moments, Rukia's life flashes before her eyes. She remembers her days with Renji, being adopted into the noble Kuchiki family by Yukuya, and her fateful meeting with Ichigo. Just as the fiery phoenix is about to strike an end to everything, Ichigo makes his spectacular entrance at the very last second and blocks the massive blade. The Sokyoku tries to regroup for another attack, but Captains Yukitake and Shinsui suddenly intervene. They use a specialized tool to bind the Sokyoku, revealing that they are also here to stop this execution from happening. Yukitake and Shinsui work together to completely destroy the Sokyoku weapon once and for all. Ichigo then leaps up and shatters the restraints holding Rukia, finally setting her free. A bewildered Rukia asks him what their plan is now, and Ichigo simply tells her they're making a run for it. He then tosses her like a football toward Renji, who is waiting nearby to catch her. Renji manages to defeat all the guards, grabs Rukia, and tries to escape. The lieutenants try to stop him, but Ichigo stands in their way. He takes down one, flips the second to the ground, and strikes the third in the stomach, incapacitating all 3. Byakuya Kuchiki steps forward to attack, but Ichigo intercepts him, clashing blades in a shower of sparks. This marks the beginning of their long-awaited rematch. Meanwhile, Head Captain Yamamoto confronts Yukitake and Shinsui. He tells them that while a fleeing lieutenant can be handled by anyone, their betrayal as captains is something he simply cannot ignore. Shinsui turns to Yukitake and says it's time for their backup plan, a strategic retreat. They start running, with Yamamoto hot on their heels, eventually cutting off their escape route. It turns out they were intentionally leading the head captain away from the execution site to ensure that no innocent bystanders or nearby buildings would be caught in the crossfire of their battle. They know that fighting Yamamoto is a world-shattering event because he is the most powerful Soul Reaper in history. Any battle with him would result in total destruction. We also discovered that Yamamoto was actually the teacher for both Yukitake and Shinsui back in the day, having trained them personally to become the elite warriors they are today. In their youth, they were the top students at the academy. Shinsui was the legendary flirt, while Yukitake was known for his persistent illness and his popularity among the other students. Everyone knew that when these two fought side by side, they were invincible. They both rose to the rank of captain immediately after graduating, proving their immense talent and power. Yamamoto viewed them almost like his own sons, but now he feels he must punish them for their disobedience. He transforms his walking cane into his Zanpakuto, Ryujin Yaka. His former students try to reason with him, arguing that stopping Rukia's execution was the right thing to do. However, Yamamoto firmly states that the law is the law, and his duty is to uphold it at any cost. Yamamoto unleashes the terrifying power of his blade, which is known as the strongest fire-based Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. In response, Yukitake draws his own unique sword, which splits into 2 separate blades connected by a chain. Shinsui follows suit, drawing his own pair of twin swords, as both of them prepare for the fight of their lives against their master. Yamamoto creates a literal wall of fire that traps the 3 of them in a ring of flames as their battle begins. Meanwhile, Captain Unohana takes all the injured lieutenants and has them transported to the hospital for urgent medical care. She then turns to her own lieutenant and tells her to follow closely, as there is somewhere very important they need to go right away. As the conflict intensifies, Captain Soifon of the 2nd Division tries to jump into Ichigo's fight. However, she's suddenly intercepted by a mysterious figure who forces her away from the battlefield. That person is none other than Yoruichi Shihoin. It turns out that Yoruichi was actually the previous captain of the 2nd Division back in the day, with Soifon serving directly under her. After Yoruichi disappeared many years ago, Soifon stepped up to take her place as the new captain. Soifon confronts her former mentor, accusing her of helping the human invaders. She warns Yoruichi that if her involvement becomes public, every single member of the 4 noble families will hunt her down until the day she dies. Soifon calls in the members of her squad, who also serve as the Soul Society's secret police and special forces. But Yoruichi's on a completely different level. She takes them all out in the blink of an eye. Soifon then launches a direct attack, which Yoruichi parries, but Soifon is just getting started and quickly begins to ramp up her speed and power. In a flash, Soifon vanishes and reappears behind Yoruichi, shifting her Zanpakuto into its released form. Yoruichi tries to dodge, but Soifon manages to land a clean hit. We learn that Soifon's Shikai, Suzumebachi, takes the form of a golden gauntlet with a stinger. If she manages to strike the exact same spot twice, it's an instant kill move. Soifon aggressively chases Yoruichi, trying to land that second fatal strike. Yoruichi manages to evade the worst of it and tries to create some distance, but Soifon is relentless, landing several more hits across Yoruichi's body. Yoruichi turns to counterattack, but Soifon is too fast and manages to pin her down, landing a 5th strike on her former teacher. With Yoruichi seemingly cornered, she sighs and tells Soifon that she has no choice but to show her a new technique. She warns her that since she hasn't fully mastered it yet, she might accidentally kill her. Yoruichi then unleashes a massive burst of energy that completely levels the surrounding area, demonstrating a power far beyond anything she had shown so far. Soifon tries to land another hit, but Yoruichi effortlessly catches her arm. A frustrated Soifon demands to know how Yoruichi is still so much stronger after being gone for over a century. She can't believe that all her hard training wasn't enough to bridge the gap. We then learn that Yoruichi was once a high-ranking member of the noble Shihoin family. Back when Yoruichi was the head of the Shuhon family and a captain, Soifon idolized her above all else. She dedicated her life to serving Yoruichi and trained every single day to be worthy of standing by her side. Yoruichi took notice of her dedication and was so impressed that she decided to make Soifon her personal lieutenant and protege. Yoruichi treated Soifon more like a close friend than a subordinate, personally overseeing her training and helping her reach incredible heights of power. But then, without a single word of warning, Yoruichi vanished from the Soul Society. No one knew where she went or why she left, and Soifon took this sudden disappearance as a personal betrayal of their bond. Soifon had trained for years to increase her strength so she could one day take her revenge. At least, that's what she told herself. In reality, she just resented Yoruichi for leaving her behind. The battle ends with Yoruichi's victory. Meanwhile, back to Ichigo. Byakuya tries to overwhelm Ichigo with his petal-like blades, but Ichigo counters with a massive blast of spiritual energy called Getsuga Tensho, which he learned from Zangetsu. This attack manages to push back Byakuya's blades and even wounds his hands. Byakuya isn't impressed though. He tells Ichigo that if this is his limit, then it's time for him to see the true power of Bankai. Byakuya drops his sword, which sinks into the ground as hundreds of massive blades rise up around them. These blades then transform into millions of tiny, razor-sharp petals that swarm the battlefield. Ichigo tries to rush in for an attack, but the petals quickly converge to form a shield that blocks him effortlessly, before swirling around to prepare for a counter-offensive. The petals act as both the ultimate offense and defense, covering a massive area that leaves Ichigo with nowhere to hide. When he tries to block them from the front, they simply loop around and strike him from behind, eventually leaving him covered in wounds. Realizing he's outmatched in his current state, Ichigo tells Byakuya that he has no choice but to use his own Bankai. Byakuya is genuinely shocked, refusing to believe that a mere human could have ever mastered a Bankai. Ichigo then unleashes a massive explosion of spiritual power as he shouts the word Bankai. His appearance changes completely. He's now wearing a long black coat, and his massive blade is transformed into a sleek, jet-black katana known as Tensa Zangetsu. In display of incredible speed, Ichigo instantly closes the gap and puts his sword right to Byakuya's throat. He tells Byakuya that he could have killed him just then, but he wants to finish the fight fairly to see who is truly stronger. Byakuya, scoffing, says that Ichigo's small sword can't possibly be a Bankai since he's never seen one so compact. He vows to make Ichigo regret sparing his life. Byakuya resumes his attack, but Ichigo's speed is now on a completely different level. He easily dodges every swarm of petals and deflects them with a single swing of his blade. He's moving so fast that he's actually outrunning the blades themselves. Even when Byakuya tries to surround him completely, Ichigo just blasts them away with a single strike before vanishing and reappearing behind him. Ichigo attacks from behind again, but this time Byakuya is ready and catches the blade with his bare hands. He finally admits that Ichigo's power is indeed a Bankai and decides to use his full strength. He activates a second form of his Bankai, creating a massive arena surrounded by thousands of glowing swords that float in the air, creating a truly awe-inspiring sight. Byakuya uses his blades to strike Ichigo down. The battle is epic, but it's clear Byakuya is the superior swordsman. To make matters worse, Ichigo's speed is gradually beginning to drop and he's losing his edge. Ichigo can no longer keep up with Byakuya's blistering pace. Byakuya seizes the moment, stabbing Ichigo through the foot to pin him down before firing a powerful Kido blast that pierces through Ichigo's shoulder. Ichigo is so badly injured that he can barely even hold his sword anymore, and his spiritual pressure is fading fast. Byakuya prepares to deliver the final, lethal blow. Ichigo desperately tells himself he has to move or he'll die, thinking of all the training that would go to waste. As Byakuya swings for the kill, Ichigo suddenly catches the blade with his bare hand without getting a single scratch. A terrifying hollow mask begins to form on his face, and his voice takes on a distorted, monstrous quality. A stunned Byakuya asks him who or what he really is. The entity controlling Ichigo's body laughs and says he has no name. He launches a brutal counterattack, slashing Byakuya across the chest. He mocks the real Ichigo, claiming he was using his Bankai all wrong. The hollow-possessed Ichigo fires off several massive Black Getsugai Tenshos in rapid succession, catching Byakuya off guard and dealing some serious damage to the captain. Byakuya notes that the spiritual energy coming from the mask is completely different from a Soul Reaper's. He asks if Ichigo has turned into a hollow. The hollow persona just laughs, but then the real Ichigo starts to regain consciousness. He fights for control, desperately trying to tear the mask off his face while telling the entity inside him to stay out of his fight. The hollow warns Ichigo that without its help, he's going to lose the battle, but Ichigo manages to shatter the mask and take back his body. He apologizes to Byakuya, explaining that the thing fighting a moment ago wasn't really him. He asks to finish their duel properly, prompting both of them to gather every last ounce of their remaining spiritual energy for one final, decisive clash. The two of them charge at each other with everything they have. Their blades collide with a massive explosion of power, and Ichigo's sword managed to shatter Byakuya's blade and deliver a deep wound. As he stands there defeated, Byakuya finally explains his perspective. He believes that anyone who breaks the law must be punished, as upholding the rules is the most important duty of a nobleman. Byakuya admits that his entire life has been built around following and enforcing the law. Ichigo counters by saying that if a law is cruel enough to hurt his own family, then he will fight to change that law. This realization seems to touch Byakuya, who finally admits defeat and declares Ichigo the winner of their battle, acknowledging the strength of his convictions. Byakuya promises that he will no longer stand in the way of Rukia's safety. Shortly after, Orihime and the rest of the gang arrive, and she immediately begins healing Ichigo's severe injuries. While they celebrate the victory, Captain Hitsugaya and Matsumoto head towards Central 46, which is the supreme judicial body of the Soul Society, consisting of 40 sages and 6 judges. This council is responsible for all the laws and the harsh sentence handed down to Rukia, including the strange decision to move the execution date forward. Hitsugaya forces his way into the compound, but he's disturbed by the fact that no alarms have been triggered. This silence is incredibly suspicious, leading him and Matsumoto to realize that something is very wrong inside the Halls of Power. When they finally make it into the inner chambers, they find a horrific scene. All 46 members of the council have been slaughtered. Based on the state of the blood, it looks like they were killed earlier that morning, right around the time the execution was supposed to take place. Hitsugaya realizes that a massive conspiracy has been unfolding right under their noses. Since the gates of the Central 46 are always sealed, no one should have been able to get inside. This means that every single order issued by the council recently was actually a fake, manipulated by an unknown shadow figure who has been pulling the strings since even before Ichigo and his friends arrived in the Soul Society. The question now is, who could possibly be behind this? Suddenly, Izuru Kira appears before them, and when they try to confront him, he immediately turns and runs away. Hitsugaya suspects a distraction, so he tells Matsumoto to chase after Kira, while he heads off to check on Hinamori. Kira eventually stops running and faces Matsumoto, admitting that while he can hope to beat Hitsugaya, he's confident he can handle her. Kira releases his Zanpakuto, Wapisuke, and begins a series of rapid attacks. Matsumoto soon realizes that her sword is becoming incredibly heavy. Kira explains that his blade has the unique ability to double the weight of anything it strikes. With every clash, her sword becomes twice as heavy. eventually making it impossible for her to even lift her weapon off the ground. Meanwhile, Hanamori wanders into the Central 46 chambers and is horrified to see the bodies of the sages. Genichimaro suddenly appears behind her and tells her to follow him, claiming there's someone she really needs to see. He leads her to a secluded area, and as they arrive, a figure steps out from the shadows that leaves Hanamori completely breathless. It's Sosuke Aizen, appearing alive and well. Hanamori is overjoyed and rushes to hug him, crying with relief. Aizen thanks her for all her help, and then, in a shocking move, coldly stabs her through the chest. Hitsugaya arrives just in time to witness this betrayal and is stunned to see Aizen alive. Aizen just smiles, saying he didn't expect Hitsugaya to find them quite so soon. Aizen calmly explains that everything is going exactly according to his plan, starting with the elimination of anyone who might stand in his way. Hitsugaya rushes to Hanamori's side, seeing her lifeless body. He glares at Aizen and Jean, demanding to know how long they have been working together. Aizen reveals that Jean has been his loyal right-hand man for a very long time. Aizen admits that he's been planning this for years, even back when Jean was just his lieutenant. Hitsugaya is disgusted, realizing Aizen has been lying to everyone. Aizen corrects him, saying he wasn't lying. People simply saw what they wanted to see. He mocks Hanamori's devotion, saying her admiration made her incredibly easy to manipulate. This pushes Hitsugaya over the edge into a blind rage. Hitsugaya unleashes his Bankai and lunges at Aizen, encasing him in a massive block of ice. However, Captain Unohana arrives just as Aizen easily shatters the ice and vanishes, reappearing behind Hitsugaya and cutting him down with a single, effortless strike. Aizen then turns to Unohana, impressed that she managed to track him down to this specific location. Unohana explains that since the Central 46 was the only place currently off-limits, it was the most logical place for someone to hide. Aizen commends her intelligence but points out two major flaws in her logic. First, he wasn't hiding, he was ruling. Second, he reveals that the body everyone saw earlier wasn't a fake or a doll, but a perfect illusion created by his Zanpakuto. Aizen explains that his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, has the power of perfect hypnosis. The other Soul Reapers are confused, as they thought his blade was a water type that used mist and reflections. Aizen laughs, revealing that he staged a demonstration for all the lieutenants years ago specifically to trap them in his hypnosis, controlling exactly what they could perceive. Aizen explains that anyone who has seen his blade's release is now under his absolute control, and he can make them see, hear, or feel whatever he desires. While he's explaining this, we see Renji trying to carry Rukia to safety. Suddenly, Tozen appears and forcibly teleports them both away. In an instant, Aizen and Jin also teleport to the same location, the Sokyoku Hill. Aizen confronts Renji and coldly demands that he hand over Rukia. At the same time, Unohana tells her lieutenant to use her specialized kiddo to broadcast a message to every captain and invader in the Soul Society. She wants everyone to know the truth about Aizen's betrayal and the terrifying nature of his hypnotic powers. The message is sent out, and the news of Aizen's treachery sends shockwaves throughout the Soul Society. The fierce battle between Yamamoto and the other captains immediately grinds to a halt. Ichigo, hearing the news, starts racing toward the Sokyoku Hill. Back on the hill, Renji refuses to let go of Rukia and bravely launches an attack against Aizen despite the obvious power gap. Aizen effortlessly stops Renji's blade with his bare hand and delivers a painful wound. Just as Aizen is about to finish Renji off, Ichigo arrives in the nick of time and blocks the lethal strike. Ichigo and Renji decide to team up, combining their strength for one final, desperate attempt to take down the traitor and save Rukia from his clutches. Renji manages to grab onto Aizen, creating an opening for Ichigo to strike. To their horror, Aizen stops Ichigo's massive sword with just a single finger. He then stabs Ichigo, mockingly expressing disappointment that he didn't manage to cut him in half. In a flash, Aizen vanishes and appears behind Renji, dealing him another critical blow that leaves him incapacitated. Aizen finally grabs Rukia, while a heavily wounded Ichigo can only watch, unable to move. Aizen looks at Ichigo and tells him that he actually played his part perfectly. By invading the Soul Society and causing so much chaos, Ichigo provided the perfect distraction. Aizen reveals that even Ichigo's meeting with Kukuku Shiba and his entry into the Seritai was all part of his grand design. Ichigo's arrival forced all the captains to focus on the intruders, giving Aizen the freedom to operate in the shadows. Ichigo asks how Aizen knew they would enter through that specific gate. Aizen explains that it was the most logical choice because it was the one Kisuke Urahara would have recommended. This revelation about Urahara's involvement completely shocks Ichigo. Aizen mocks Ichigo's surprise, asking if he wasn't just following Urahara's orders all along. Ichigo is confused, but Aizen continues, claiming that Urahara was just using him as a pawn. He then begins to explain a legendary theory. that there is a way to bridge the gap between Soul Reapers and Hollows to obtain absolute, godlike power. Aizen explains that if you can break the barrier between those two states, the resulting power is immense. He's been studying this theory and conducting horrific experiments for years, creating powerful Hollows within the Soul Society to test the limits of what is possible, but most of his early attempts were ultimately failures. Inside the Soul Society, I created a Hollow capable of controlling Shinigami, but my experiments failed. The only one who succeeded was Kisuke, who created a device that could turn a Shinigami into a Hollowan invention called the Hogyoku. Arrancar realized just how dangerous the Hogyoku was and tried to destroy it, but he couldn't. Instead, he decided to hide it by sealing it deep within a human soul where no one would ever find it. That soul turned out to be Rukia Kuchiki. Aizen discovered the Seeker while Rukia was hiding out in the human world under Urahara's protection. Rukia was hiding in the human world, and Urahara had given her a special substance that halted the recovery of her spiritual powers. His grand plan was to keep her in the living world permanently so he could keep the Hogyoku hidden right by his side. That's exactly why I took control of the Central 46 Chambers to manipulate the laws and issue the order for her return and execution. Just as things are reaching a boiling point, Kamamura arrives on the scene and launches a heavy attack with his massive blade. But Aizen displays terrifying power by blocking it effortlessly with his bare hands. Kamamura is absolutely livid, declaring that he will never forgive Aizen for his betrayal of the Soul Society. At this moment, we also discover that Tosen has officially joined forces with Aizen and Jin, but with just a single calculated move, Aizen manages to completely overpower Kamamura and take him out of the fight. After leaving Kamamura defeated on the ground, Sosuke Aizen grabs Rukia once again and tells her how much effort it took to finally get his hands on her. He explains that he completely manipulated the Central 46 Council and deliberately sent Renji and Byakuya to retrieve her from the human world. He admits that he personally ordered her execution because the Sokyoku was designed to totally destroy the soul, which was a necessary part of his grand plan. Aizen explains that once the soul is obliterated, nothing would be left except for the Hogyoku hidden inside her. He reveals that he anticipated Ichigo's attempt to save her, which is why he faked his own death and stayed hidden within the Central 46 Chambers. However, since the execution failed, he tells her it doesn't matter because he has an alternative method. He then pulls out a specialized device designed for a very specific and dark purpose. Using the tool, Aizen literally penetrates Rukia's chest and forcibly extracts the Hogyoku from her soul. Miraculously, her wound seals shut instantly, as if nothing had ever happened. With the prize in his hand, Aizen coldly tells her she's no longer useful and orders Jin to finish her off. But just as Jin is about to strike, Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly appears and takes the lethal blow himself to protect his sister. Suddenly, Yoruichi and Soifon pounce on Aizen, pinning him down so he can't even draw his sword, while Randiku Matsumoto appears behind Gin and disarms him. It looks like the traitors are cornered as the rest of the captains arrive to surround them. However, in a shocking turn of events, the sky literally begins to crack open above them, and thousands of hollows start emerging from the rift. Behind the swarm of hollows, a massive, mysterious eye peers through the rift, and a pillar of light descends to envelop Aizen, Jin, and Tosen. This light begins to pull them up toward Hukomundo. The other Soul Reapers try to intervene, but Captain Commander Yamamoto warns them that it's useless. He explains that this is the Negacion, a light used by hollows to rescue their own, and there is absolutely no way to break through it. It becomes clear that the hollows now view these three as their allies. As he ascends, Aizen removes his glasses, slicking back his hair and revealing his true cold persona while bidding a final farewell to the Soul Reapers. Once they are gone, the medical squads immediately scramble across the battlefield to treat the numerous wounded soldiers who are caught in the chaos of the day's events. Among the injured is Byakuya, who calls Rukia over to tell her a secret he's kept for 15 years. He confesses that his late wife, who looked remarkably like Rukia, was actually Rukia's biological older sister. He explains that she lived in the poverty-stricken districts and tried to care for Rukia, but she was eventually forced to leave her behind because life there was simply too brutal for them both to survive. After Byakuya married her, she spent the rest of her life searching for her lost sister. On her deathbed, she begged him to find Rukia and protect her. Following her passing, Byakuya finally located Rukia and decided to adopt her into the noble Kuchiki family. He did this despite heavy opposition from the other family members, as it was a massive break from their traditional laws. Byakuya admits that after breaking the rules to adopt her, he swore an oath to never break the law again, which is why he was so conflicted and initially supported her execution. However, meeting Ichigo made him realize that he was wrong to put law above his own family. As time passes, we learn that Rukia's death sentence has been officially overturned, and a sense of peace returns to the Seritai. The Soul Reapers have decided to forgive the humans for their interference. And Rukia even takes the time to apologize to Kukaku Shiba, revealing the painful truth about the day her brother Kain died. Kukaku forgives her, saying she never truly hated the Soul Reapers. Finally, on the day Ichigo and his friends are set to head back to the human world, Captain Yukitake presents Ichigo with a very special gift. Yukitake hands him an official substitute Soul Reaper badge. This badge serves as an alert system, vibrating whenever a hollow appears nearby, and it allows him to continue performing his duties as a protector. Ichigo is thrilled to receive official recognition and happily takes it. The group then steps through the Senkaimon Gate to return to the world of the living, where Kisuke Urahara is the first person waiting to greet them. After checking in with Kisuke, all of Ichigo's friends head back to their respective homes, though a lingering sense of dread remains about what Aizen might be planning next. Ichigo tries to settle back into his normal life and attempts to return the protective charm his father gave him. However, Isshin refuses to take it back, insisting that since Ichigo carried it this long, he should keep it permanently. Isshin tells him the charm will protect him because it was the last gift from his mother. Ichigo returns to school carrying his new substitute badge everywhere. Whenever the alarm goes off, he sneaks out of class to take down hollows, sometimes with help from Orihime and Chad. Meanwhile, Uriel Ishida can only sit and watch because he completely lost his Quincy powers during his final stand against Mayuri Kuratsuchi. As the school term continues, a mysterious new transfer student named Shinji Hirako joins Ichigo's class. He makes a point of sitting right next to Ichigo and boldly declares that they are going to be best friends starting today. Later, after Ichigo gets home, his badge starts ringing again. He grabs Kan, forces the Mod Soul pill out, and has Kan take over his body so he can head out to fight. While Kan is busy managing Ichigo's physical form, the real Ichigo goes to hunt the hollow. Suddenly, he sees someone floating in the sky. It's Shinji Hirako. Shinji approaches Ichigo, draws his Enpakuto, and launches an attack, though Ichigo manages to block it just in time. Meanwhile, as Yuryu is walking through town, a Garganta opens up right in front of him, and a massive Manos Grande hollow begins to emerge. The presence of the Minos is so overwhelming that even Kan, back in Ichigo's body, can feel it and decides to investigate. But before he can move, a different hollow appears. It's the infamous Grand Fisher, the one who killed Ichigo's mother. Back with Ichigo, he asks Shinji how he's able to see him in Soul Reaper form. Shinji simply smiles and reveals that he is just like Ichigo, as he begins to manifest a hollow mask. Shinji explains that they are part of a group called the Vizard Soul Reapers who have gained hollow powers. He invites Ichigo to join them, claiming Ichigo doesn't truly belong with the regular Soul Reapers anymore. Switching back to Yuryu, he is desperately trying to fight off the hollow using special spiritual silver tubes he prepared before losing his powers, but the hollow is far too strong and prepares to finish him off. At the very last second, Yuryu's father, Ryuken Ishida, steps in and saves him. Yuryu is shocked to see his father using Quincy abilities, and Ryuken coolly explains that he was always a Quincy. He just didn't care for the title, though he claims to be far more skilled than Yuryu ever was. Another hollow appears, but Ryuken destroys it instantly. He then makes Ryu an offer he can restore Yuryu's lost Quincy powers. Ryuken sets one strict condition. Yuryu must swear to never have anything to do with Soul Reapers ever again. Meanwhile, Kan is still running for his life from a hollow who mocks him for trying to act like a Soul Reaper. The hollow eventually catches him and slams him into the pavement, but just before the final blow, a powerful barrier forms around Kan. It turns out the protection is coming from the charm Isshin gave Ichigo. Suddenly, a Soul Reaper appears and tells the hollow that he warned the charm would protect him. To everyone's shock, it's Ichigo Kurosaki, revealing that he's actually a Soul Reaper himself. He tells the hollow that he'll be standing in for Ichigo today. Around the same time, the real Ichigo senses a massive spiritual pressure nearby and immediately rushes toward the source to see what's happening. Isshin hands the charm back to Kan, telling him to keep it safe so he can continue protecting Ichigo's physical body. Kan is stunned and asks if Isshin knew he wasn't really Ichigo, to which Isshin laughs and says of course he knew he was the mod soul named Kan ever since they met at the cemetery. Meanwhile, the battle continues as a powerful hollow reveals its presence, and the stakes start rising. The hollow Grand Fisher demands to fight Ichigo, but Isshin steps forward and says he will be the opponent instead to finally avenge his wife's death. In response, Grand Fisher shatters his own mask, causing his size to explode as he evolves. We learn that he has become an Arrancar specialized group of hollows that have removed their masks to obtain Soul Reaper-like powers. In the blink of an eye, Isshin draws his sword, strikes, and sheathes it before the eye can even follow the movement. Grand Fisher is instantly split in two, ending the threat forever. Kisuke Urahara then appears and congratulates Isshin on finally getting his revenge, noting that Isshin's spiritual power is still as formidable as ever, even after being dormant for 20 long years. Urahara points out that things are getting dangerous around Ichigo, mentioning the arrival of the Visards and now the Arrancars. He explains that Visards are soul reapers who use forbidden techniques to try and harness power for themselves. Because of their illegal experiments, they have been outcast from the Soul Society and have been hiding in the human world for a long time. The Soul Society tried to track the Visards down for years but never found them. It's also made clear that the Visards and Arrancars are not on the same side. Rukia points out a suspicious coincidence to Isshin. Why are both groups suddenly showing up at the exact same time? He suspects there is a deeper connection to the recent events and the shift in the spiritual balance. Urahara notes that since Sasuke Aizen defected to Hyukomundo, the number of Arrancars has been skyrocketing. He's convinced Aizen is using the Hojioku to create true Arrancars. The real danger is that if Aizen succeeds in creating even one perfect Arrancar, he could potentially lead an entire army of menace-level threats against the Soul Society, which would be a total catastrophe. As they discuss the threat of a hollow army, they sense Ichigo approaching. Urahara quickly warns Konan that if he breathes a single word of this conversation to Ichigo, there will be serious consequences. By the time Ichigo arrives, everyone has vanished into thin air to keep him in the dark. The next day, Ichigo heads to school, trying to act like everything is normal despite the growing tension. At school, Ichigo sees Shinji Hirako acting like a regular student, so he drags him outside to demand answers about his true intentions. Shinji admits his goal is to recruit Ichigo into the Visards, and he won't stop until Ichigo agrees. He warns Ichigo that once the hollow transformation symptoms begin, they are impossible to stop alone, and Ichigo will eventually lose himself to the monster inside. Shinji tells Ichigo that he belongs with them, arguing that friends like Orihime, Yurio, and Chad are only around for now. He claims they will eventually abandon him once he loses control and fully transforms into a hollow. Shinji insists that the Visards are the only ones who can truly understand and help him, especially since Ichigo has already noticed his inner hollow trying to take the driver's seat lately. Shinji warns that the hollow will soon destroy everyone Ichigo cares about before walking away. As he heads home, a short girl appears behind him and kicks him so hard he hits a wall. This is Hiyori, another Visard, and she starts screaming at him for taking so long to recruit Ichigo. Meanwhile, Orihime and Chad were nearby and witnessed the entire strange encounter between the two. Orihime approaches Shinji and directly asks who he is and what he wants with Ichigo. Hiyori gets annoyed and reaches for a sword, but Shinji quickly grabs her and drags her away before she can hurt anyone. As they retreat, Hiyori complains loudly about how much she hates humans and Soul Reapers alike, showing just how much resentment the Visards hold. Shinji reminds Hiyori that as Visards, they are outcasts with no place to go, so they have to stick together. Elsewhere, Yurio makes his decision and tells his father that he accepts the deal. He wants his powers back and will cut all ties with the Soul Reapers. Meanwhile, Ichigo sits in his room, paralyzed by the choice of whether or not to join the Visards to control his power. Ichigo is terrified that if he doesn't join Shinji, his inner hollow will eventually win. Suddenly, he hears the hollow's voice inside his head mocking him, saying it's only a matter of time before it takes full control of his body. Just then, a massive explosion rocks the center of the city, looking like a meteor strike, and it draws everyone's attention to a new threat. As a crowd gathers around the blast site, a massive spiritual pressure erupts. Ichigo feels it instantly and jumps out of his body to head toward the danger. Simultaneously, the Soul Society receives an urgent report that several Arrancars have landed in the human world. Based on the sheer scale of their spiritual pressure, they are suspected to be high-level threats. 2 Arrancars emerge from the crater, invisible to the normal humans standing around them. Without warning, one of them, a giant named Yami, inhales deeply, literally sucking the souls out of everyone nearby and swallowing them whole, killing them instantly. He then turns to his companion and casually asks what their actual mission is in this world. The slimmer Arrancar, Okiura, explains they are there to find 3 specific individuals with high spiritual pressure who might pose a threat to them. He tells Yami that everyone else is just fodder. However, they notice one girl, Tatsuki, who actually managed to resist Yami's soul suction because she has a small amount of spiritual awareness. When Yami moves to crush Tatsuki, Chad suddenly appears and blocks the strike. Even though he stops the hit, the sheer force of it vibrates through his entire body, showing just how outclassed he is. It's here we confirm the names of the intruders. The slender one is Ulquiorra Cypher, and the massive powerhouse is Yami Largo. Yami asks if Chad is one of their targets, but Ulquiorra dismisses him as a mere insect. Chad tries to counterattack, but in a flash, Yami delivers a brutal blow that nearly rips Chad apart. Orihime arrives and immediately tries to use her healing powers on Chad's injuries, while Yami looks at her and asks if she's another one of the people they're looking for. Ulquiorra says no, but Yami decides to attack her anyway. Orihime deploys her shield just in time to block his fist and commands her spirits to continue healing Chad. Rukia watches closely, realizing her ability isn't standard healing. He realizes she is actually rejecting phenomena and reversing time itself, which piques his interest. Orihime tries to send her offensive spirit Tsubaki to strike Yami, but the Arrancar simply catches the spirit and crushes it between his fingers. Yami asks Okiura if they should bring her back to Aizen, but Okiura coldly tells him to just kill her. As Yami prepares to strike again, Ichigo finally arrives on the scene to save his friends. Ichigo tells Orihime to focus on healing while he handles the fight, immediately releasing his Bankai. Yami asks if this is one of their targets, and Okiura confirms the orange hair and the black sword mean this is the one they were looking for. Yami lunges at him, but Ichigo is ready to prove how much stronger he's become. Ichigo blocks Yami's strike with ease and then slices off the Arrancar's arm as payback for what he did to Chad. As Yami screams in pain, he draws his sword, which Ichigo realizes looks suspiciously like a Zanpakuto. Ichigo wonders if they are wizards, but his thoughts are interrupted by the voice of his inner hollow, begging him to switch places so it can take over the fight. The inner hollow promises to crush Yami if Ichigo lets it out, and the distraction causes Ichigo to hesitate. Yami seizes the moment, landing a brutal series of hits that slam Ichigo into the ground. Orihime tries to intervene, but she's swatted away. Ichigo is being absolutely pummeled because he's too terrified to fight back, fearing the hollow will seize control if he uses too much power. Just as Yami is about to deliver the final blow, Kasuke Urahara and Yoruichi suddenly appear. Yoruichi takes the lead, using her incredible speed and strength to toss Yami around like a ragdoll. Yami recovers and charges a massive blast of spiritual energy from his mouth called Acero. This is a trademark move of Minos class hollows, but Urahara isn't intimidated at all. Urahara uses his sword to not only nullify the Acero, but reflect the attack right back at Yami. Okiura steps in to block the reflected blast and then punches Yami into the dirt for being so reckless. He tells Yami that they are currently no match for Urahara and Yoruichi, and since they've gathered the intel they need, it's time to head back to Hukomundo. Okiura dismisses Ichigo as trash, and tells Yami that Aizen has nothing to worry about. They disappear through a garganta, leaving a wounded and demoralized Ichigo behind. Once he gets home and recovers, Ichigo is consumed by worry, obsessing over how to control his spiritual pressure without letting the hollow inside him take over and destroy everything. The next day at school, Ichigo is shocked to see a group of familiar faces. Renji, Yumichika, Ikaku, Rangiku, and even Captain Hitsugaya have all arrived in the human world. They've been sent by the Soul Society to act as a specialized task force against the Arrancars, and they've even enrolled in his class. To top it off, Rukia has returned with them. Rukia wastes no time, knocking Ichigo out of his physical body to force him into his Soul Reaper form. She drags him to a hollow sighting in the city, but Ichigo is so paralyzed by fear of his inner hollow that he can't even draw his sword properly. Rukia is furious, yelling at him to stop being a coward and fight with the strength she knows he has. As soon as Ichigo's hand touches his hilt, he hears the hollow whispering that it's getting closer to consuming him. Rukia notices his hesitation and reminds him that his weakness almost got Chad and Orihime killed when the Arrancar showed up. She tells him that if he keeps letting fear of the monster inside paralyze him, he's going to lose everyone he loves. Rukia's words finally get through to him, and Ichigo draws his sword to slice the hollow in half instantly. When they get back to his house, he walks into his room to find all the Soul Reapers waiting for him. They casually inform him that they've decided to move in, hoping he's happy about his new roommates. Then, Renji gets serious and begins to explain the real situation. Renji explains that the Soul Society sent them because Aizen is using the Hojoku to mass-produce perfected Arrancars in Hukomundo. Captain Hitsugaya then takes over the briefing, explaining the hierarchy of hollows. He starts with the Jillians, which are the giant slow-moving Manos Grande that serve as the basic foot soldiers of the hollow world. Hitsugaya continues, describing the second class called Adjuchas smaller, smarter, and significantly more powerful than Jillians. Finally, he mentions the rarest and most dangerous class, the Vasto Lord. These hollows are human-sized and possess legendary power that is said to exceed even that of a Soul Reaper captain. The captain warns that if Aizen manages to transform just 10 Vasto Lord into Arrancars, the Soul Society would be completely annihilated. He emphasizes that even a normal Vasto Lordi is a nightmare, so an Arrancar version would be unstoppable. Meanwhile, back in Las Noches, Okiura and Yami are delivering their report to Aizen regarding their encounter in the human world. Aizen is seen surrounded by his top Arrancars and a large number of powerful hollows. Okiura uses a unique ability, removing one of his eyes and crushing it to project his memories to everyone in the room. This allows Aizen to see exactly what happened during the fight with Ichigo, Urahara, and the others, ensuring he has all the information he needs. Okiura explains that his orders were to kill anyone who posed a threat, but he deemed Ichigo so weak and insignificant that he wasn't worth the effort. Aizen accepts this reasoning, but another Arrancar named Grumjo Jaeger-Jakes suddenly speaks up, mocking Okiura for being too soft and leaving a target alive. Grumjo insists that he would have slaughtered Ichigo regardless of his power level. He points out Yami's missing arm as proof that they struggled more than they're admitting. Yami gets defensive, reminding Grumjo that they only retreated because heavy hitters like Urahara and Yuruchi showed up to interfere. Grumjo scoffs, saying they should have just killed everyone there if they were actually strong. Okiura remains calm, reiterating his belief that Ichigo's own unstable power will eventually tear him apart from the inside, saving them the trouble. Grumjo isn't convinced and wants to finish the job himself, but Aizen signals that he trusts Okiura's judgment. Grumjo warns that if Ichigo does learn to control his power, he could become a nightmare for them, but Okiura simply promises to kill him if that day ever comes. Back on Earth, Ichigo is trying to figure out where to put all his new guests, eventually telling them they need to find their own places to stay because his house is way too small. The group splits up to find lodging. Rukia stays with Ichigo, while Rengiku heads over to Orihime's place. Captain Hitsugaya ends up camping out on Orihime's roof, and Renji goes to stay with Urahara. Meanwhile, Ikkaku and Yumechika wander the streets, desperately trying to find a place that will take them in. To get Ichigo's family to agree to let her stay, Rukia puts on a masterpiece performance, crying about being a homeless orphan with no food or family. Ichigo's dad and sisters are completely fooled and welcome her with open arms. However, as night falls over the city, the sky cracks open again, signaling the arrival of a new group of Arrancars. Grumjo has defied Aizen's orders and brought his own squad to the human world to hunt down Ichigo. Upon arrival, they realize they aren't alone. The high spiritual pressures tell them the Soul Society has already sent reinforcements. This doesn't scare them, though. Instead, they decide to split up and hunt down every powerful spirit they can find. Ichigo and Rukia instantly feel the massive spiritual signatures and realize the city is under attack. Rukia quickly runs through a list of their allies. Orihime is with Rengiku, and Hitsugaya is nearby, but she realizes Chad is vulnerable and alone. They sense an Arrancar heading straight for Chad and immediately rush to help him. Across town, Hitsugaya and Rengiku prepare for combat as two Arrancars drop in right in front of them. One focuses on the captain while the other engages Rengiku. The Arrancars are confident, mocking the Soul Reavers and clearly underestimating the power of the Gotai 13 officers. One Arrancar boasts about how taking down the 10th edition captain will make him a legend. Meanwhile, Chad is moments away from being killed when Ichigo arrives just in time to save him. Ichigo tells Chad to step back and let him handle it. Chad reluctantly realizes that his current strength just isn't enough to survive a battle on this level. Rukia warns Ichigo that he's still too mentally unstable to fight effectively and tells him to let her take over. An Arrancar claiming to be number 16 attacks her, confident he can win. However, Rukia draws her Zanpakuto, Soto no Shirayuki, which is one of the most beautiful and powerful ice-type blades in the Soul Society. Rukia creates a massive wall of ice to trap the Arrancar, but he manages to evade it by flying high into the air. Undeterred, Rukia unleashes her second dance, sending a massive pillar of ice skyrocketing into the air and freezing the Arrancar solid. But just as they think they've won, a massive spiritual pressure descent Grumjo has arrived. Grumjo, the sixth Espada, reveals himself to Ichigo and Rukia, radiating pure malice. Elsewhere, Ikkaku and Yumechika are confronted by Arrancar number 13, Edrad Lyonnaise. Edrad challenges them both at once, but they refuse, explaining that according to the laws of the 11th Division, a fight must always be one-on-one. Kikaku steps forward to take on the fight alone. During the battle, Ichigo's school friend Kigo happens to stumble upon them and sees Ikkaku bleeding profusely. Ikkaku tells a terrified Kigo that the monster in front of them could kill him in an instant, but then offers him a deal. He'll protect Kigo if Kigo gives him a place to sleep. Kigo, absolutely paralyzed with fear, agrees to anything if it means staying alive. Kikaku goes on the offensive, attacking with such ferocity that the Arrancar is eventually forced to draw his sword. The battle quickly escalates, with Ikkaku showing off his incredible combat skills as he pushes the Arrancar to his limits. The fight is intense, and Ikkaku manages to score a direct hit on the Arrancar's face. Annoyed, Edrad decides to show his true power, activating his Resurrection. Spiritual energy erupts, and his body becomes covered in massive armored plating, transforming him into a volcanic juggernaut. This is the ultimate form of an Arrancar's power. An Arrancar's power is sealed within their blade, and when released, it restores their original hollow form strength. Edra delivers a devastating punch that sends Ikkaku flying. Even when Ikkaku tries to fight back using his sword and scabbard in a dual-wield style, he is still being overpowered and burned by the sheer heat of Edra's volcanic power. Ikkaku was on the verge of death after taking another massive hit, but he barely manages to stand his ground. He sighs and tells the Arrancar that he's forced his hand. With a grin, Ikkaku shouts Bankai, and a massive explosion of spiritual pressure fills the air, revealing his humongous and terrifyingly powerful weapon, Ryamon Hozukimaru. Kiku's Bankai is a massive 3-part weapon that gains power as it's swung. He manages to wound Edrate's hands and almost slices him in two, though the Arrancar dodges just in time. The two fighters clash in a final, earth-shaking collision of spiritual pressure. Even though Ikkaku's weapon starts to crack under the strain, he pours every ounce of his soul into the final blow. The blade shatters, but not before Ikkaku delivers the killing strike. We then get a flashback to Ikkaku and Yumichika's past in the Rukangai slums, where they were feared as the strongest thugs in their district. That all changed the day they encountered Kenpachi Zaraki. Kikaku challenged him, thinking he was the strongest, but Kenpachi crushed him effortlessly without even trying. Kenpachi spared Ikkaku's life, telling him that if he really loved fighting, he should survive and get stronger so they could fight again. Inspired, Ikkaku spent his days training. Eventually, Kenpachi became the captain of the 11th Division after killing the previous captain, a move that initially caused a lot of resentment among the division members until Kenpachi proved his dominance. Zaraki only wanted the strongest in his squad. When Ikkaku and Yumichika joined, he accepted them immediately. Ever since, they've been loyal to him, wanting only to fight by his side. Renji was the only one who knew that Ikkaku could actually use Bankai. Renji urged him to apply for a captaincy, but Ikkaku refused, saying his only wish was to serve under Captain Zaraki. Back in the present, Renji faces a powerful Arrancar. Even after releasing his Bankai, he struggles to win. Meanwhile, Ururu, Kisuke's assistant Ururu, sensed the danger and landed a massive blow on the Arrancar before grabbing him by the neck. This enraged the Arrancar, who drew his sword and released his full power, transforming into a bull-like form and nearly killing Ururu, until Renji saved her. Meanwhile, Captain Hitsugaya and Rangiku were also struggling as their opponents released their powers. Hitsugaya's opponent, Arrancar number 11, explained that their numbers aren't actually based on strength. He explains that the numbers signify their birth order, not their power at least, for those above 10. When an Arrancar is created using the Hojioku, they are assigned a number from 11 to 99. However, the 10 strongest are ranked from 1 to 10 based on power. This elite group is known as the Espada. Their numbers are tattooed on their bodies, and they have the authority to command any Arrancar numbered above 10. Essentially, the others are nothing compared to them. One such Espada is Grimmjow, and he's arrived in the human world as Arrancar number 6. Hitsugaya then reveals a secret. All captains and lieutenants have their power limited to just 20% when visiting the human world. But now they've been granted permission to use their full strength in battle. With their limits released, the Shinigami unleash their full power. Hitsugaya uses his Bankai to freeze and shatter his opponent, while Renji and Rangiku also defeat their targets. That leaves only one Arrancar remaining, back to Ichigo, who is confronted by the 6th Espada, Grimmjow. In less than a second, Grimmjow lunges at Rukia, stabbing her through the stomach and knocking her out. Ichigo tries to land a hit, but it's useless. Grimmjow just knocks his sword away. Grimmjow relentlessly beats Ichigo without even needing to draw his sword, treating him like a punching bag. Just as Ichigo is about to collapse, he taps into his hollow power and fires a Getsuga Tensho that manages to burn Grimmjow. Back in the present, Ichigo is pushed to the limit, and the hollow's voice mocks him again, reminding him that the Getsuga Tensho is actually its technique. It warns him that every time he uses it, the hollow gets one step closer to a full takeover. Suddenly, a Garganta opens in the sky, and Tosen emerges behind Grimmjow, ordering him to stand down and return to Las Noches immediately. Grimmjow, you totally ignored the rules. And now 5 Arrancars are dead because of your recklessness. It's time to head back to Hugo immediately because Lord Aizen wants a serious word with you. As Grimmjow starts to leave, Ichigo is shouting at him, demanding he stay and finish their fight right there. But Grimmjow just brushes him off, telling Ichigo that he's only getting to stay alive because he has to leave. He mocks Ichigo, pointing out that he knows the boy has hit his absolute limit with that power he's using. You've survived twice now, Grimmjow says, but you'd better be grateful I'm leaving. Next time we meet will be your last. He departs, leaving Ichigo to realize just how outmatched he is. Meanwhile, Grimmjow returns to report to Aizen. Aizen claims he isn't even angry, saying he's sure Grimmjow only acted out to try and please him. Grimmjow tries to play along, but Tosen isn't buying any of it. He steps in and declares that Grimmjow's actions were driven purely by a bloodthirsty desire to kill. In a sudden, brutal move, Tosen slices off Grimmjow's arm and then incinerates it right then and there so it can never be healed or reattached. Grimmjow is stunned and furious as his limb turns to ash before his eyes. Enraged, Grimmjow starts to draw his sword, but Aizen gives him a chilling warning, saying he'd be very disappointed if Grimmjow laid a finger on Tosen. Realizing he's outmatched, Grimmjow shears his blade and stomps off. Around that same time, Ichigo is grappling with his own weakness. He decides he can't go on like this and makes the big choice to seek out the Vizards for help. He knows he has to learn how to control that monstrous hollow living inside him if he wants to survive. As for Ikkaku, after he protected Ichigo's friend, he had to follow through on his promise and let the guy stay at his place. Then there's Chad, who was feeling completely useless after realizing he was too weak to even step into the recent battle. He heads over to Keisuke Urahara and begs for training to get stronger. Keisuke accepts and turns to Renji, telling him that since he's already crashing at the shop, he might as well help Chad with some intense sparring sessions. Keisuke basically tells Renji that he needs to put in some work and help Chad train while he's living there. Meanwhile, Yuryu is going through an absolutely brutal training regimen under his father's strict supervision. Turning back to our main guy, Ichigo finally follows through and heads to the Vizard's secret hideout. We find out that this group is made up of 8 unique individuals who have all embraced their inner hollows. And they aren't exactly the most welcoming bunch. The leader of the group, Shinji Hirako, asks Ichigo if he's finally there to join their ranks. Ichigo gives him a flat no, explaining that he's only there so they can teach him how to suppress his hollow, and then he plans on leaving them behind. Shinji laughs it off, asking if he's crazy, and making it clear they won't just hand over their secrets for free. Ichigo doesn't take no for an answer, boldly stating that he'll force them to teach him through any means necessary. He draws his Zanpakuto and starts clashing with Shinji, with the fight looking pretty even at first while the other Vizards just hang back and watch the show. Suddenly, Hiyori loses her patience, pulls out her slipper, and whacks Shinji across the face. She announces that she is going to be the one to handle Ichigo. She makes a grim deal: if he proves to be strong, they'll let him join, but if he's weak, they'll just let the hollow take him over until he dies. She puts on her own hollow mask and launches a ferocious assault on Ichigo. The sheer power of her strike is so intense that Ichigo can't defend himself, and his own Zanpakuto can't even offer protection. In that moment of desperation, Ichigo loses his grip on reality, and his inner hollow takes complete control of his body. He lunges at Hiyori, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her against the wall with terrifying strength, looking like he's about to end her right then. He was seconds away from killing her when the rest of the Vizards jumped in to stop the madness. They admit that he's clearly strong enough and agree to start his training. We get a little glimpse into their weird daily lives. One guy is obsessed with novels, another girl is just looking through pictures. They initially just leave Ichigo to his own devices to train by himself, but the atmosphere is definitely tense as they keep a close eye on his progress. Eventually, Ichigo gets fed up with the slow pace and snaps at them, saying he wants real training for his hollow control, not these pointless exercises. He shouts that he's out of time and needs results fast. Shinji tells him to pipe down, asking why he's in such a rush. Is it because he wants to take down Aizen and stop the Hogyoku? Ichigo is completely blindsided by this, demanding to know how Shinji could possibly know about all those top secret details. Shinji gets right in his face and tells him that he's known about everything since before Ichigo was even born. They then lead him down to a massive underground training area that looks strikingly similar to the one Keisuke used. Shinji gives the order to another Vizard named Hachi to set up a powerful barrier around Ichigo. Hachi follows through, weaving a complex seal that traps Ichigo inside to ensure the upcoming process doesn't leak out into the world. Hachi pins Ichigo down to the ground, and that's when Ichigo's consciousness is pulled deep into his inner world, the realm of Zangetsu. There he comes face to face with the white Ichigo once again. Confused, Ichigo asks where the old man Zangetsu is. The white version of himself just laughs, telling him he still doesn't get it. The sword in his hand is Zangetsu. The old man is Zangetsu. And he himself is also Zangetsu. It's all one and the same. The inner battle begins as White Ichigo starts his assault. Meanwhile, in the physical world, things are getting ugly. Ichigo's physical body starts shattering the restraints Hachi put on him, and a hollow mask begins to manifest, creeping across half of his face. Seeing the situation escalate, a Vizard named Lisa steps up and tells Hachi that it's her turn to step into the ring and keep the rampaging Ichigo in check while he's in this half-turned state. Hachi lets Lisa inside the barrier to spar with the increasingly violent Ichigo. It's a dual battle. Lisa's fighting his physical body in reality, while Ichigo is locked in a life-or-death struggle with his white self inside his mind. Ichigo keeps demanding to know what happened to the old man, so the white version finally breaks it down for him. He explains that the old Zangetsu Ichigo usually sees represents the power used to control Bankai. However, this white version represents the raw energy required to master his hollow side. Ichigo realizes that if he wants the old man back and his sanity intact, he has to beat this pale shadow of himself. He grips his sword with newfound determination and launches a serious, full-power attack against the white spirit. He's no longer holding back. He's fighting for control of his own soul in a desperate bid to reclaim his power. Back in reality, Lisa manages to hold her own against the possessed Ichigo for 10 intense minutes before Kensei tags in to take over the fight. As time passes, the hollow mask is taking over more of Ichigo's body, and a horrifying hole even starts to form in the center of his chest. His body is healing from injuries almost instantly, showing terrifying regenerative powers. The Wizards are starting to realize just how dangerous this transformation is becoming as they rotate to keep him contained. The Wizards are struggling to hold him back now that the Hollow has basically claimed half of his physical form. Deep inside, the situation is even worse. White Ichigo manages to snap Ichigo's sword in half. He mocks Ichigo, claiming he is the superior one because he possesses the true instinct for slaughter and bloodshed. He tells Ichigo he has no interest in fighting alongside someone so weak and pathetic. This mockery pushes Ichigo to the absolute edge of his resolve. Driven by desperation, Ichigo actually grabs the white version's own sword and tries to turn the tide. On the outside, Ichigo is now 90% transformed into a full hollow, and he's currently clashing with love. The clock is ticking. 68 minutes have passed. If this reaches 80 minutes, the change becomes permanent, and there will be no coming back for Ichigo. He'll be a mindless monster forever, and the Wizards will have to put him down. In his hollow state, Ichigo begins charging up a massive Ceroblast, releasing an incredible amount of destructive energy. But inside his mind, Ichigo finally gains the upper hand, seizing the sword and plunging it into his white counterpart. The white spirit admits defeat for now, agreeing to lend his power, but he leaves Ichigo with a chilling warning. The moment Ichigo shows any weakness, he'll be back to take over and destroy everything. With that, we head back to the outside world. Ichigo finally regains control, and the monstrous hollow shell crumbles away, leaving him back in his human form, though he immediately passes out from the exhaustion. While he's unconscious, his friends are worried sick because they have no clue where he's vanished to. Orihime heads back home only to find Rengiku and Captain Hitsugaya gathered around a specialized screen. This is their high-tech communication link to the Soul Society, and something big is clearly going down on the other end. Captain Yamamoto's face appears on the screen, and Orihime feels like she's intruding on a private meeting and tries to leave. But Yamamoto stops her, saying she needs to hear this critical intel. He explains that ever since Aizen's betrayal and disappearance, the Soul Society has been working overtime to figure out exactly what his grand plan is. They've been tracking his every move and looking into the resources he's been gathering to see what he's really after. They successfully traced his movements and got their hands on the research he was obsessed with. Most of it was about the Hojioku, but they found one specific piece of research that was totally different. It focused on something called the Okin. Yamamoto explains that the Okin is the legendary royal key, the only thing capable of opening the way to the royal palace where the highest authority of the Soul Society resides. It turns out there's a royal family that rules over everything, with a king named Ryo who serves as the ultimate symbol of the Soul Society. However, he lives in a completely separate dimension, guarded by elite royal guards. The only way anyone can get into that realm is by using the Okin key. This secret has been kept for ages, but it seems Aizen has set his sights on breaking into that sacred place. It's highly likely that Aizen's end goal is to assassinate the Soul King himself. But here's the kicker. The research Aizen found doesn't actually reveal where the Okin is hidden, because Yamamoto has it. Instead, the documents explain the horrifying process of how to create a new Okin from scratch. To forge this key, you don't need metal or magic. You need something far more precious and far more disturbing. To make just one Okin, you need the lives of 100,000 human souls. On the entire planet, there is only one specific spot with that kind of spiritual density, Karakura Town, the home of Ichigo and his friends. This means that for Aizen to succeed, he intends to completely wipe the city off the map, destroying every single person and every inch of land to fuel his dark ritual. It's a genocidal plan that puts everyone they know in the crosshairs. The Gotai 13 is preparing to stop him, and they'll need all the human help they can get. While they're discussing this, Hanamori suddenly appears on the screen, which sends shockwaves through the room because everyone thought she was dead. She looks frail and immediately starts apologizing to Hitsugaya for ever doubting him. She says she heard he was on a mission to kill Captain Aizen, and her voice is filled with a strange, lingering conflict. She starts rambling, trying to justify Aizen's actions, suggesting that maybe Tosen or Jin forced him to do those terrible things. Despite everything he did to her, she still seems to have some twisted faith in him. Yamamoto isn't having it and cuts the feed, ordering her back to the hospital immediately since she's clearly not mentally stable yet. Meanwhile, over with Renji, he's still putting Chad through the ringer with some hardcore training. Renji is actually using his Bankai to push Chad to his absolute limits. At the same time, Ichigo is back with the Wizards, focusing on the hardest part, keeping his hollow mask active. Right now, he can barely keep it on for even a single second. The goal is to maintain that form because that mask is the key to tapping into the massive power boost he needs to stand a chance in a real fight against the Espada. The mask basically turns him into a powerhouse, but it's incredibly draining. While this is going on, Orihime is wandering around trying to track down Ichigo by sensing his spiritual pressure. She actually manages to find their hidden location and somehow walks right through Hachi's barrier like it wasn't even there. The Wizards are immediately alerted that an intruder has breached their perimeter and are on high alert. Orihime sits down with Ichigo and fills him in on everything Yamamoto said about Aizen's plan to destroy the town. After their talk, she leaves the hideout only to run straight into Yoruichi. Yoruichi tells her that Kisuke needs to see her right away for something important. Meanwhile, Yurio is still stuck in that grueling training with his father, who's pushing him harder than he's ever been pushed before in his life. Orihime goes to see Kisuke and sees Chad and Renji training hard. Kisuke gets straight to the point, telling her that a massive all-out war is coming, and it's going to be more brutal than anything they've seen. He tells her flat out that he doesn't want her on the front lines. He explains that her will to fight was shattered during the last Arrancar encounter, meaning she's lost her offensive edge. Kisuke warns her that a fighter who can't actually fight is just a liability who will get in the way of her friends. Orihime is heartbroken by this, but sadly agrees that he's right and says she won't participate. As she leaves, she sees Rukia and just bursts into tears. But before things can get too emotional, Hiyori shows up out of nowhere, grabs Orihime, and says Hachi wants to have a word with her back at their place. Hiyori drags her back to the Wizard HQ, where Hachi is waiting. He takes one look at her and confirms his theory. She was able to walk through their barrier because her hairpins are the source of her unique power. He notices that one of the pins is missing or damaged, and Orihime confirms that she lost one during her previous battles. Hachi seems intrigued by the nature of her abilities, which are very different from Soul Reaper powers. Hachi tells her it's a simple fix, and uses his own powers to completely restore her broken hairpin. He's actually surprised she didn't just fix it herself, noting that her abilities are very similar to his own high-level kiddo. He tells her that if she actually trained properly, she could be incredibly powerful. With the hairpin restored, her offensive spirit finally returns to her, giving her a much-needed boost of confidence. Even with her spirit back, Hachi still warns her that she's currently too weak to survive the upcoming war. Meanwhile, in Huiko Mundo, Ulquiorra visits Yami, who has successfully had his arm reattached and healed. He's fully powered up and itching for a fight. At the same time, Aizen is busy reviewing footage of all the battles the humans have fought so far, and he seems particularly fascinated by the unique nature of Orihime's powers. Aizen gathers the Espada and reveals the Hojioku. He uses its power on a specific hollow, instantly transforming it into a high-level Arrancar. The new creature introduces himself as Wonderweiss Margilla. Aizen's interest in Orihime isn't just curiosity, he sees her as a key piece of his puzzle. He's moving forward with his plan and is about to set a series of events in motion that will change everything for Ichigo and the crew. Aizen gives Ulquiorra a direct mission: take whichever Arrancars he wants, head to the world of the living, and bring Orihime back to him. He even suggests bringing Grimmjow along for the ride. Little do they know, Orihime is currently in the Soul Society, training hard with Rukia to master her abilities. Back in the human world, the sky literally rips open as a massive gate appears, signaling the arrival of a new threat. 4 powerful entities emerge from the gate, though technically it's 3 Espada and Grimmjow, who was stripped to his rank after losing his arm. Grimmjow doesn't care about the mission, he immediately splits off to find Ichigo for a rematch. The other 3 who arrived are Yami, the 10th Espada, Lupi, who is currently the 6th Espada, and the strange new Arrancar, Wonderweiss. They're here to cause absolute chaos and draw out their targets. Hitsugaya and Rangaku move in to take on Yami, while Ikkaku and Yumichika prepare to battle Lupi. Ichigo senses the massive spiritual pressure of the Arrancars and tries to rush out of the Wizard's training ground to help his friends. The other Wizards try to block his path, telling him he isn't ready, but Shinji surprisingly steps in and tells them to let him go. He wants to see if Ichigo's training has actually paid off in a real combat situation. Meanwhile, word reaches the Soul Society about the invasion, and they order Orihime to head back to the human world immediately. Renji and Chad are also itching to join the fight and want to head out to take down the Arrancars themselves. However, Kisuke stops them in their tracks, telling them that they aren't quite ready for the level of opponents waiting outside. Kisuke tells them it's still too early for them, and that he'll handle the espada himself. Back with Ichigo, Grimmjow finally tracks him down. Ichigo is ready this time and tells him he's going to test his new strength. He activates his Bankai and decides to go all out by putting on his hollow mask. This is the moment he's been training for, and he's hoping to settle the score once and for all with his rival. Ichigo knows he only has 11 seconds to maintain the mask, so he launches a lightning-fast attack on Grimmjow. The two clash violently, and Ichigo lets loose a massive Getsuga Tensho. The power is so overwhelming that it actually wounds Grimmjow, who is shocked by the chain. He notes that the energy coming off Ichigo doesn't feel like a Soul Reaper's anymore. It feels exactly like the dark energy of a hollow. Ichigo doesn't give him a moment to breathe and keeps up the pressure. He's totally dominating the fight until the 11-second limit hits. The mask shatters and Ichigo is suddenly wide open. The tide turns instantly, and Grimmjow manages to land a heavy blow on him. Meanwhile, Luffy tells Yami to back off, claiming he can take on all 4 of their opponents by himself and show them the true power of an espada. Luffy releases his Zanpakuto, and 8 massive tentacles sprout from his body, which he uses to absolutely crush Hitsugaya. He then grabs the other 3 with his extra limbs, holding them helpless. Just as he's about to finish off Rangiku, a blast of energy cuts through his tentacles, and Kisuke Rahara makes his entrance. But before Kisuke can do anything, Wonder Rice appears right behind him, ready to launch a surprise attack. Kisuke narrowly dodges Wonder Rice, but then Yami jumps in and starts throwing massive punches. Luffy tries to take advantage of the chaos to kill his captives, but Hitsugaya suddenly breaks free using his Bankai and freezes Luffy's tentacles solid. He tells Luffy that he's the weak one and completely encases him in a massive mountain of ice, neutralizing the threat for the moment and saving his comrades. Hitsugaya literally turns Luffy into a block of ice. Meanwhile, Kisuke is starting to run circles around Yami, landing a serious wound on him. Every time Yami tries to strike back, Kisuke blocks him effortlessly, mocking him by saying he'll never land the hit. At that same moment, a gateway opens in the Soul Society, and Orihime steps through, heading back to the human world as ordered, completely unaware of the ambush waiting for her. Orihime is being escorted by 2 Soul Reapers, but a Garganta opens behind them, and Ulquiorra steps out. In the blink of an eye, he takes down both guards. Orihime immediately rushes to heal them with her powers, but Ulquiorra just watches her. He tells her that her unique ability is exactly what Aizen wants, and that she needs to come with him to Hukomundo right now if she wants to save anyone. Ulquiorra points out the various battles happening and tells her that all her friends will die if she refuses to cooperate. He leaves the choice entirely in her hands, their lives or her freedom. Meanwhile, back with Ichigo, he's been beaten so badly by Grimmjow that he can barely even crawl. He's exhausted, his energy is depleted, and he's at the total mercy of his relentless opponent, who is preparing a finishing blow. Ichigo tries to summon his mask one last time, but he's just too weak. Grimmjow charges up a lethal amount of energy to finish him, but suddenly his arm is frozen solid. Rukia arrives just in time, using her ice powers to completely encase Grimmjow in a block of frost. However, Grimmjow is too strong and quickly shatters the ice, grabbing Rukia by the throat. Things look grim until another figure suddenly enters the fray. Shinji Hirako jumps in, puts on his hollow mask, and decides to take Grimmjow on himself. The two clash, but it's quickly obvious that Grimmjow is outclassed. Shinji is faster and stronger, eventually charging up a massive Sero that he fires point blank at Grimmjow. The explosion is huge, and Grimmjow is sent crashing to the ground heavily damaged and unable to keep up with Shinji's overwhelming spiritual pressure. Grimmjow struggles to his feet, furious and wanting to continue the fight, but Ulquiorra suddenly appears and stops him. He tells Grimmjow that their mission is complete and it's time to head home. A beam of light descends on all the Arrancars, pulling them back into Huikomundo. Meanwhile, Orihime is still in the void between worlds, having made the ultimate sacrifice to ensure her friends stay alive. Orihime heals the wounded Soul Reapers as part of her deal with Ulquiorra. We see a flashback where she agreed to go with them only if she could heal the guards and say goodbye to just one person. Ulquiorra agrees and gives her a special bracelet that lets him track her every move and ensures she doesn't try to run away. She's given a very limited amount of time to perform this one final farewell. He gives her exactly 12 hours to say her goodbye. She chooses Ichigo and goes to his house, finding him unconscious and badly hurt from his fight with Grimmjow. She sits by his side crying uncontrollably as she uses her powers to completely heal all of his injuries. It's a heartbreaking scene, because she knows this is the last time she'll ever see him, as she has to leave him behind to save everyone else. She whispers a final thank you to him for always being there when she needed him before vanishing into the night. Ichigo wakes up later, completely healed and confused about how he got better so fast. Suddenly, Hitsugaya shows up and tells him he needs to come with them right away because something very serious has happened. They head to their communication hub, where some troubling news is waiting for them. They look at the screen where Captain Yukitake explains that Orihime has gone missing. He says the guards she was with survived and they reported that Ukiura intercepted them. They aren't sure she was kidnapped or worse, but Ichigo is adamant that she must still be alive. He knows it deep down, especially after waking up fully healed, which he realizes must have been her doing before she was taken. Yamamoto suddenly appears on the screen and drops a bombshell. He says it would have been better if she had died because since she went to Hyuko Mundo voluntarily, the Soul Society now officially labels her a traitor. Renji is outraged and immediately steps forward, asking for permission to lead a rescue mission to Hyuko Mundo to bring her back and clear her name. But Yamamoto is unmoved by his plea. Yamamoto flatly denies the request, stating that the Arrancars are about to launch their full-scale invasion. He declares Hitsugaya's mission over and orders everyone to return to the Soul Society to prepare for war. Rukia tries to argue for Orihime, but Yamamoto coldly states that they cannot risk the safety of the entire world for the sake of one individual. It's a harsh command that leaves everyone in shock. Rukia and Renji are ready to defy orders, but Kenpachi Zaraki suddenly appears through a gate to personally escort them back, willing or not. He makes it clear that they're leaving right now. Ichigo, however, tells them he doesn't care about the Soul Society's rules or politics. He just wants to know the way to Hukamundo so he can go save Orihime himself, with or without their help. Yamamoto tells Ichigo it's impossible, as he's a vital asset for the coming war against Aizen. Ichigo's friends are forced back to the Soul Society, leaving him alone. He tries to go back to his normal life at school and pretend everything is fine, but Tatsuki isn't fooled. She corners him and demands to know where Orihime is, since she's been searching everywhere and can't find a trace of her. Ichigo tries to play dumb, but Tatsuki punches him right in the face. She tells him she knows he's hiding something big, revealing that she's seen him in his black robes, fighting monsters, and knows Orihime was involved too. She's convinced he knows exactly why she vanished and blames him for her disappearance. Ichigo can't take the guilt and simply walks away from school, headed towards the one person who can help. Ichigo heads over to Kisuke Urahara, who is already waiting for him. Kisuke admits he knew Ichigo would come and says he's already prepped everything needed to open a path to Hukamundo. When Ichigo goes inside, he's shocked to find Yuryu and Chad already there waiting for him. It turns out all three of them have decided to risk everything to go on a rogue mission and rescue Orihime from the heart of the enemy's territory. Kisuke uses a complex Kido spell with 2 wooden poles to rip open a garganta to Hukamundo. The trio steps into the dark tunnel that will lead them straight to the desert world. Little do they know, some of their other school friends have been secretly following them and managed to see the whole thing. They've been dragged into the supernatural world whether they like it or not because of their proximity to Ichigo. They reach Kisuke's shop and finally learn the truth about Ichigo's double life. Because they've spent so much time around him, their own spiritual awareness has increased to the point where they can now see ghosts and monsters clearly. But before we go further, we flash back to see how Yuryu regained his powers and ends up at Kisuke's shop in the first place, revealing his own secret preparations for this journey. While Yuryu was training, Kisuke showed up and told him about Orihime's kidnapping. He told Yuryu that Ichigo would definitely be coming to him for help to go to Hukamundo, and gave Yuryu the choice to join the rescue team. Yuryu didn't hesitate to accept, wanting to help his friend and test his Restore Quincy powers. He made his decision and prepared to leave, knowing there was no turning back once they entered that world. Yuryu leaves a note for his father before heading out. It's also revealed that Ichigo's father and Yuryu's father actually know each other and share a deep, mysterious history. Meanwhile, in Hukamundo, Orihime is brought before Aizen and the assembled Espada. Aizen tells her he's heard incredible things about her powers and wants her to demonstrate them right now to prove her worth to his cause. Aizen points to Grimjaw and his missing arm, asking Orihime if she can fix it. She activates her powers, and to everyone's amazement, she completely regrows his arm. It's explained that her power isn't just healing. She actually rejects the events that happened, effectively reversing time for the injured area to return it to its original, perfect state. The Espada are visibly shaken by the godlike nature of her ability. Grimjaw then demands she heal the scar on his back where his rank was burned off. Once he's fully restored, he immediately turns on Lupi, who had replaced him as the 6th Espada. He punches a hole right through Lupi's chest and blasts his head off with a Cero, declaring that his rank belongs to him and him alone. After this brutal display of power, Orihime is taken away to her cell to await Aizen's next move. Orihime is locked away in a room that is basically a high-end prison cell. Meanwhile, Ichigo and the others are traveling through the Garganta, using their spiritual energy to create a path under their feet where there is none. They eventually reach the end and find themselves inside a complex underground maze. They can tell they're being watched by hidden cameras, and they know the entire place is likely rigged with deadly traps. They dodge a series of traps as they navigate the maze, but then a massive hulking hollow appears and blocks their path. Yurio grabs Ichigo and tells him they need to move the fight elsewhere, arguing that it's a terrible idea to try and fight a giant monster in such a cramped, narrow tunnel. They bolt through the corridors looking for a wider space where they can actually use their powers effectively. They finally reach a large open chamber with a set of stairs, but they're quickly surrounded as more hollows appear in front and the giant one catches up from behind. Chad steps forward and tells Ichigo to stay back and let them handle this. He says it's time for them to show off the results of their intense training and prove that they can hold their own without always relying on Ichigo to save the day. The two hollows are Gillian class, which should be a manageable fight for them now. Yuryu takes on the massive one, while Chad goes with the smaller, faster one. However, they soon realize the matchups are all wrong. The big one is too tanky and the small one is too quick for their current styles. They decide to swap targets mid-fight, with Chad taking on the brute and Yuryu targeting the speedster to balance the scales. Chad uses his raw strength to literally flip the giant hollow onto its back. Meanwhile, Uriel deals with the smaller one, which is firing a barrage of spiritual projectiles at him. Uriel deflects them with ease, and uses his precision to systematically take the creature down. As they finish off the hollows, the entire room begins to collapse around them, forcing them to move fast before they get buried under the rubble. They scramble up the stairs just in time and emerge into a vast white desert with nothing but sand as far as the eye can see. In the distance, they see a massive palace, but no matter how fast they run toward it, the building never seems to get any closer. Meanwhile, Aizen calls another meeting with the Espada, having received word that 3 human intruders have officially entered Hueco Mundo and are heading their way. Grimjow is immediately ready to jump into action and hunt them down, but Aizen shuts him down instantly. He tells Grimjow to get back in his seat because he hasn't finished speaking. Grimjow hesitates for just a fraction of a second, which is a big mistake around Aizen. The tension in the room is suffocating as Aizen asserts his absolute dominance over the rowdy Espada, making sure they know who's in charge. The very ground shakes from the sheer weight of Aizen's spiritual pressure as he warns the Espada not to underestimate the intruders, but also not to let them disrupt their daily routine. He tells them to go about their business and wait for the enemies to reach the palace. Back in the desert, Ichigo and his friends are still trekking through the endless sand when they suddenly see something very strange in the distance. They spot a little girl being chased by a massive worm and 2 other hollows. They assume she's a victim and rush in to save her, taking down the hollows before they can catch her. However, it turns out she's actually a hollow herself, or rather, a pint-sized Arrancar. They're all a bit confused by her appearance, but their instinct to protect her from what looked like a dangerous pursuit was immediate. The little girl, named Nell, yells at them to stop, explaining that they were actually just playing a game of tag. The monsters were her best friends, Pesce and Dandachaka. They all lived together in this wasteland. Nell is surprisingly friendly and bubbly, which is a huge shock to Ichigo and the crew, who are expecting every Arrancar to be a bloodthirsty killer. She quickly realizes that the trio aren't from around here. As they're talking, a massive sand monster named Brunuganga erupts from the ground. He's the guardian of the White Sands and has been ordered to kill any intruders on sight. He looks down and sees Nell and her friends hanging out with the humans, and he immediately accuses them of being traitors to Aizen. He's massive and looks like he's made entirely of the surrounding desert, making him a formidable opponent. Ichigo tries to cut the sand monster in half with a Getsuga Tensho, but the monster just pulls itself back together because it's made of loose sand. Even when Chad and Yuryu combine their attacks to blow the creature apart, it just reforms seconds later. It seems like their physical attacks are completely useless against something that doesn't have a solid body. They're stuck in a loop of destroying him only for him to respawn. Suddenly, a blast of pure ice hits the sand monster, freezing its entire body and causing it to crumble into dust. Rukia and Renji arrive on the scene. They reveal that they managed to sneak out of the Soul Society by defying direct orders. It turns out Byakuya was the only one who knew about their plan and even helped them find a way to get to Hueco Mundo to assist Ichigo in his rescue mission. The group prepares to head for the palace, but Nell insists on coming along to help. She's taken a real liking to Ichigo and wants to show them the way. She has them all hop onto the back of her giant worm friend, and they speed off toward Las Noches. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Ulquiorra visits Orihime in her cell to give her some news that will definitely shake her resolve. Ulquiorra coldly informs her that her friends have successfully broken into Hueco Mundo to rescue her. At that very moment, Ichigo's team reaches the outer wall of Las Noches and literally smashes their way inside. Ichigo tries to tell Nell to stay behind where it's safe, but she refuses to leave his side, arguing that since the Guardian saw them together, she'll be treated as a traitor anyway. She's sticking with him to the end. They enter the main halls and quickly reach a massive 5-way crossroads. They decide to split up, with each person taking a different path to cover more ground in their search for Orihime. As they go their separate ways, Okiura is approached by Neutra, another Espada. The two start discussing Aizen's grand design and why exactly he's keeping the human girl around. Neutra asks if Okiura is the one in charge of Orihime, and if Aizen plans on training her. Okiura explains that Orihime was already broken and obedient before she even set foot in Hukomundo. He says it was all part of Aizen's psychological warfare. He showed her his overwhelming power to make her feel hopeless, ensuring she would come along quietly and wouldn't even think about trying to escape or resist. He deliberately made her watch her friends suffer to prove that her presence would only cause them more pain. The goal was to make her choose to stay in Hukomundo forever, and to convince the Soul Society that she was a traitor so they'd abandon her. While this mental torture is being explained, Aizen finally summons Orihime to his side. He tells her he has a very special task for her that only someone with her specific power can handle. Aizen claims her power is the final missing piece of his master plan. He shows her the Hojioku, the artifact he uses to create Arrancars, and tells her he trusts her to help him perfect it. He's manipulating her into thinking she's a vital part of his inner circle. Meanwhile, we cut back to Ichigo as he continues his dangerous trek through the labyrinthine halls of Las Noches. Ichigo is pressing forward on his journey, followed closely by Nell, who is trailing him out of her sheer devotion to him. Suddenly, their path is blocked, as a mysterious figure steps out from the shadows, revealing himself to be an Arrancar. He boldly declares that he is Arrancar number 103 and immediately launches a fierce assault on Ichigo, managing to land a strike that wounds our hero's shoulder. Despite the sudden intensity of the clash, Ichigo engages with him while purposefully choosing not to unleash the full extent of his latent power. He is hesitant to waste his reserves on an opponent he perceives as relatively weak, but because Ichigo is holding back so much, the battle feels incredibly lopsided. The Arrancar clearly holds the upper hand in the state of play, and sensing an opening, he draws his blade to release his true form. Now empowered, he gains the terrifying ability to manipulate currents of air at will, beginning a new phase of the fight with wind-based techniques that are difficult to predict. He begins raining down incredibly heavy blows on Ichigo, who is visibly struggling to keep up with the onslaught. To make matters worse, the Arrancar gathers a massive amount of energy to fire a devastating Sero intended to finish the job once and for all. However, in a shocking twist, Nell jumps in and opens her mouth, literally swallowing the entire Sero blast before spitting it right back at him. Infuriated by the interference, the Arrancar turns his aggression toward little Nell, striking her and causing her injury. This cruelty forces Ichigo to activate his Bankai, but the Arrancar isn't satisfied with just that. He demands that Ichigo bring out his Hollow Mask and fight him with every ounce of his strength. He starts attacking Nell while she is still in Ichigo's protective arms, threatening Ichigo by saying that if he doesn't use the mask, he will slaughter the young girl right then and there. Seeing no other choice to ensure her safety, Ichigo agrees, stating that since he insists on seeing it, he will use the mask. He decides to don the mask for a mere second, but that's all he needs. In a flash of overwhelming speed, he unleashes a Getsuga Tensho that slices the Arrancar clean in half. Afterward, Ichigo discards the mask and reminds his fallen foe that just as he promised, it only took a single second to end things. When the defeated Arrancar finally opens his eyes, he discovers that Nell is surprisingly applying her saliva to his wounds, showing a strange moment of mercy. Her saliva actually possesses unique healing properties, but even as he is being treated, the Arrancar admits defeat and urges Ichigo to flee immediately before reinforcements arrive. Ichigo takes the warning and begins to move on, but within moments, a large group of hollows descends upon the scene. We quickly learn that this is the Exekias, an execution squad whose sole purpose is to terminate the failure that was Arrancar number 103 for his inability to secure victory. They follow through with the execution because he failed to stop Ichigo's progress. Meanwhile, in different parts of the fortress, Yurio and Chad are each locked in their own desperate battles against other 3-digit Arrancars. Yurio finds himself facing off against an opponent who utilizes lethal flying rings as her primary weapon, forcing him to be extremely cautious with his positioning. Yurio tries to find cover behind the stone pillars scattered around the area, but she systematically demolishes them one by one. Every time he attempts a counterattack, she effortlessly parries his strikes. Suddenly, Pesce, Nell's companion, appears on the scene. He had been searching for Nell but took a wrong turn and ended up with Yurio instead. He decides to assist by secreting a specialized liquid that makes the ground incredibly slippery for everyone involved. This substance makes it impossible for anyone to maintain their footing, and indeed, the Arrancar loses her balance and falls hard onto the floor. This humiliation sends her into a blind rage, causing her to unleash her full spiritual power, as she launches a frantic attack against Yuryu and Pesce. Whenever Yuryu tries to strike back, Her massive wings act as a perfect shield, blocking every single one of his projectiles. She begins firing off sharp blades at Yuryu, but he pulls a specialized tool from his pocket that allows him to split the incoming projectiles. He begins a melee struggle using this sword-like implement, eventually combining its properties with his Quincy bow to amplify its destructive potential significantly. With this enhanced power, he manages to land a decisive blow that sends the Arrancar crashing down in defeat. Yuryu and Pesce continue on their way, and just like before, the execution squad arrives to finish off the fallen Arrancar. At the same time, Chad is confronting another 3-digit Arrancar in a brutal fistfight. Chad is using his massive physical strength, but the Arrancar is skillfully blocking his heavy punches with ease. Undeterred, Chad keeps pressing the attack until he finally manages to land a solid hit. This successful hit forces the Arrancar to wrap up his speed, launching a rapid-fire sequence of strikes that leaves Chad struggling to defend himself. It becomes clear that Chad has been pulling his punches because he was saving his full strength for a fight against the Espada. However, given the current dire situation, he realizes he no longer has the luxury of holding back. He unleashes his full potential, transforming his right arm into a massive shield that he uses to smash the Arrancar through a nearby wall. When the Arrancar tries to retaliate, Chad blocks the counterattack effortlessly, making it abundantly clear that he is now the dominant force in this battle. Desperate to regain the lead, the Arrancar decides to fully release his own sealed power. The Arrancar's form shifts into a literal cannon which he uses to fire at Chad, but Chad tanks the blast with his right arm, which we learn is his ultimate shield. Furthermore, his left arm has evolved into the Arm of the Devil, a devastating offensive tool. When the Arrancar tries another desperate attack, Chad simply brushes it aside with zero effort, showing the massive gap in their abilities. Chad delivers a monumental punch to the Arrancar's stomach, sending him flying for the wall and deep into the building's structure. Stepping outside, Chad is confused to find himself in a bright, sunny environment despite still being inside the fortress. It turns out the sky is merely a deceptive decoration created by Sosuke Aizen himself to mimic the real world. As the 3-digit Arrancar lies defeated, a far more terrifying presence appears. The fallen warrior warns Chad to run immediately, claiming victory over this newcomer is impossible. This is Neutra, one of the elite Espada. Chad lunges at him with his devil's arm, but Neutra doesn't even flinch. He mockingly asks if that's all Chad has before delivering a single crushing blow. Chad is slammed into the ground in the blink of an eye. Neutra begins to walk away toward Ichigo's location, but Chad, barely clinging to life, refuses to let him pass and tries to attack again. However, Neutra's subordinate intercepts him, coldly stating that a weakling like Chad isn't even worthy of standing on the same battlefield as his master. Chad finally collapses, having poured every remaining drop of his energy into that last futile effort. Neutra turns to his assistant and threatens to decapitate him if he ever interferes in his fights again, declaring himself the strongest Espada whom no one can best. Meanwhile, Rukia has reached the end of a long corridor and finds herself in a sunlit area. A man appears and beckons her to follow him into a dark room. Once they are inside and the door is sealed, he explains that he cannot withstand the sunlight. Since the rays cannot reach this inner chamber, he offers to remove his mask and show his face, revealing himself to be the 9th Espada, a man named Berniero. Rukia is absolutely paralyzed with shock because the face under the mask belongs to Cayenne Shiba, the former lieutenant of the 13th Division, whom she had to kill with her own hands years ago. She tries to convince herself it's an illusion, but Berniero greets her warmly, saying it's been a long time since they last met, and claiming he truly is Cayenne. He produces 2 wooden practice swords and hands one to Rukia, suggesting they train together just like in the old days. Suddenly, the entire room shifts and transforms to perfectly replicate the 13th Division training grounds from the Soul Society. As they begin to spar, Rukia notices that his combat movements and reflexes are exactly the same as she remembers. He explains that on the night she struck him down, his soul merged with the hollow that had possessed him, which was one of Aizen's experimental subjects. He claims that even though he was absorbed by the creature, his human consciousness remained dominant and took over the hollow's body, a secret he says he managed to keep from Aizen himself. He points out that Aizen uses the artificial sky to monitor everyone in Las Noches through hidden surveillance cameras. He explains that he brought her into this specific room to keep their meeting private and hidden from Aizen's watchful eyes, so they could discuss a secret plan he intends to set in motion. Rukia follows him, but he suddenly draws a real blade and lashes out at her. After she barely dodges the strike, he mockingly asks if she forgot that he is the man she murdered. He tells her he has been suffering in Huko Mundo for 10 long years, and that he is now consumed by a burning desire for revenge against her. Rukia tells him she is willing to accept her death at his hands, but she begs for a delay so she can save Orihime first. He pretends to offer her forgiveness, on one condition. If she wants to atone for her sin, she must bring him the severed heads of her friends who came to Hukomundo with her. Hearing this, Rukia stands up and realizes something is very wrong. She declares that he cannot possibly be Kiin, as the real Kiin would never make such a barbaric demand. She draws her sword and attacks, but he parries every move with perfect precision. Ki knows all her techniques and movement patterns because, as Kiin, he was the one who personally trained her in the way of the sword. Rukia attempts to use a mist technique to hide her movements, but he still counters her perfectly. He then unleashes water-based abilities that are the signature of Kiin Shiba's Zanpakuto. Every bit of evidence points to him being the real Kiin, but Rukia refuses to believe it and fires a burst of energy at him, which he dodges, causing a wall to crumble. When the wall breaks, natural sunlight pours in and he frantically retreats into the darkness. This strange reaction confirms Rukia's suspicions. Why would the real Kiin be terrified of sunlight? She gathers her power and manages to trap him, focusing her next attack on the remaining wall that completely exposed the room to the sun. As the sunlight hits him, his Kiin face literally melts away to reveal the true ninth espada, Arrancar Alduriri. His actual form is a grotesque side-of-glass jar filled with liquid containing two floating, talking spheres. He realizes that the memories he stole from Kiin didn't include Rukia's ability to generate that specific type of energy. He concludes that she must have learned this technique after Kane's death, and admits she could kill him if he stays in the light. Rukia tells him she just had to be absolutely sure he wasn't her captain. But before she can finish, he teleports behind her into the shadows and assumes Kiin's form once again. We discover that he can only maintain the disguise and use Kiin's abilities while in the dark. He possesses all of Kiin's memories and skills, meaning he knows exactly how to counter Rukia. To end the fight, he draws his sword and releases his espada form, causing his body to swell into a colossal, multi-tentacled abomination. This massive, horrific entity is Arrancar's true state. Meanwhile, Okiura visits Orihime and tells her that her friends have arrived but that one of them has already perished. Orihime firmly refutes this, saying she can still feel Chad's spiritual energy and knows he is alive. Okiura ignores her and orders the servants to bring her a meal, commanding her to eat. When she refuses, Okiura coldly reminds her that Aizen ordered him to keep her alive. He tells her he will return in an hour, and if the food isn't gone, he will bind her and force-feed her against her will. Elsewhere, Renji finds himself being followed by Dandachaka, who was looking for Nell but got lost and stumbled upon Renji instead. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gives way. They fall into a deep pit and are met by a man who identifies himself as the eighth espada, Sailaparo Granz. Dandachaka recognizes him immediately as the top scientific mind of Hukomundo. He is the one responsible for developing all the weapons and gear for the Arrancars, conducting experiments so secret that very few even know they exist. Only Aizen is privy to his research. Renji immediately activates his Bankai to attack, but to his horror, his giant snake sword shatters into pieces instantly. It turns out Sayalaporo has been collecting data on all their previous battles, allowing him to analyze their spiritual pressure and the structure of their Bankai to find their fatal weaknesses. He specifically modified the room they are in to negate Renji's Bankai entirely. Sayalaporo then casually mentions that the Arrancar Renji previously killed was actually his brother, but he claims he has no interest in revenge because his brother was simply too weak. He tells Renji that he is only there because Aizen commanded it, and advises him to stand still and accept his death. He promises it will be painless if he doesn't resist. Meanwhile, Rukia is still struggling against Arrancar, whose size continues to grow exponentially. His power comes from the 30,000 hollows he has devoured over his lifetime, all of whom he can manifest at once. Rukia fights on with the desperate hope of somehow freeing Kiin's soul from this monster. Arrancar maintains his dominance, shattering Rukia's blade and inflicting a near-fatal wound. However, Rukia refuses to yield. She taps into a new ice ability she developed specifically after Kiin's death, a technique Arrancar couldn't anticipate because it wasn't in his stolen memories. She reforms her blade with ice and stabs him through the head, splitting him in two before collapsing into unconsciousness. His death sends a ripple through Las Noches felt by all the Espada. Meanwhile, Renji is struggling against Sayalaporo without his Bankai. Meanwhile, Renji's fight with Sayalaporo continues. Renji is forced to fight with only his base sword since he can't use Bankai. Sayalaporo seems to be struggling, but it's all an act, he's just playing with Renji before wounding his shoulder. Back to Ichigo, who senses Rukia's energy fading. Okiura appears behind him and bluntly states that his friend is dead, or rather, that she and the ninth Espada killed each other. He tells Ichigo he should be happy, but Ichigo ignores him and heads toward Rukia. Ichigo insists she's still alive. When Okiura asks why he won't fight, Ichigo says he has no reason to attack someone who hasn't harmed his friends. Ulquiorra then reveals that he was the one who kidnapped Orihime, which instantly enrages Ichigo. Ichigo attacks, but Ulquiorra blocks him easily. Ichigo then activates his Bankai and dons his hollow mask, unleashing a massive amount of power that craters the ground. Ulquiorra is shocked by Ichigo's sudden strength and the nature of his spiritual pressure. Ichigo fires a Getsuga Tenshu and the area explodes. When the dust clears, Ichigo's mask shatters. He thinks he's won, but Ulquiorra is still standing. He tells Ichigo that even using both hands, he couldn't fully stop the attack, but asks if that's all he's got. Ulquiorra fires a Sero that sends Ichigo flying. Ichigo grabs Nell and tries to escape, but Ulquiorra catches up instantly, striking him with his sword and inflicting a grievous wound. Ichigo is in bad shape. He asks if Ulquiorra is the strongest Espada, thinking the war might end if he wins. Ulquiorra reveals he is only number 4, meaning 3 others are even more powerful. With a single strike, he pierces Ichigo's chest. "You can't defeat me," he says. "And even if you could, there are 3 more stronger than I am. Just stay there and die quietly." He leaves Ichigo bleeding out, and we return to Renji, who is still fighting Sayalaporo. Growing bored of the fight, Sayalaporo summons dozens of Hollows as personal servants. Each Espada has a group like this. He sends them to kill Renji, including one massive giant. Meanwhile, 2 Arrancar's Aizen's personal servants burst into Orihime's room. Jealous of the nice room Aizen gave her, they mock her for being a lowly human and begin to attack her. After blowing a hole in the wall, one of them mockingly apologizes, saying she thought Orihime needed a door. When Orihime tells them to leave, they refuse, saying their friend wants to test his Sero on her. Suddenly, the wall crumbles and Grimmjow appears. He brutally takes down the 2 Arrancars, killing one instantly. He tells Orihime he's settling the debt for when she healed his arm, but that isn't the only reason he's there. Before leaving, Orihime insists on healing the 2 Arrancars. Grimmjow then takes her and departs. Back to Renji, who is being overwhelmed by Sayalaporo's servants. Suddenly, Yuryu arrives to back Renji up. Sayalaporo is thrilled to see a rare specimen like a Quincy, having wanted to experiment on one for 200 years. Yuryu manages to land an arrow in Sayalaporo's stomach from behind, but the arrow simply vanishes. Sayalaporo explains he anticipated Yuryu's arrival and designed the room to nullify Quincy attacks. Yuryu and Renji are forced to fight the servants in a battle that seems endless, until Renji finally reaches his limit. He ensnares himself and Sayalaporo together so neither can escape, then detonates his remaining spiritual energy in a massive suicide blast. The explosion leaves Renji in critical condition and heavily damages Sayalaporo as well. However, as the dust settles, the Espada notices he is standing inside a glowing pentagram of energy. This was a secondary trap meticulously set by Yuryu while Renji provided the distraction. Yuryu used 5 of his specialized silver tubes to cast a powerful Quincy incantation, triggering a massive secondary explosion within the star. Sayalaporo screams in agony, barely surviving the blast by a miracle of his own durability. In a horrific display of his powers, he grabs one of his own nearby servants, liquefies them into a concentrated sphere of energy, and consumes them to instantly heal all his injuries. He boasts that he is the only Espada with such a refined self-restoration ability. Tiring of the current skirmish, he casually walks away, telling them he needs to change into a fresh outfit since his current one was ruined. We cut back to Ichigo's motionless body where a wounded Nell is desperately trying to reach him. Suddenly, a familiar and aggressive presence arrives on the scene. Grimmjow appears with Orihime in tow and commands her to use her healing powers to bring Ichigo back from the brink of death. As she begins the process, she asks who could have done this to him. Grimmjow explains that it was likely Ulquiorra, noting his habit of piercing the chest of any opponent who manages to catch his personal interest. He insists that Ichigo is his rival to defeat, not Ulquiorra's. Meanwhile, back in Orihime's empty quarters, Ulquiorra arrives and finds a servant who tells him that Grimmjow kidnapped the girl and fled. Back at the battlefield, Ichigo finally opens his eyes, but Grimmjow impatiently tells Orihime to hurry up and finish the healing process immediately. He wants to fight Ichigo before Ulquiorra can interfere, but he's too late. Ulquiorra appears behind him and demands to know why he is healing a defeated enemy. He states he doesn't care about Grimmjow's petty rivalries, but he demands the return of the girl as Aizen specifically entrusted her care and custody to him. Grimmjow refuses to hand her over and launches a sudden attack. They trade high-speed blows until Grimmjow manages to grab Ulquiorra and jam a specialized stone, the Cadenagacion, into the hole in his chest. A dark spatial distortion surrounds Ulquiorra, causing him to vanish into another dimension as he is sealed away temporarily. Aizen gave these stones to the Espada to punish disobedient subordinates by trapping them in a pocket dimension forever. However, since Ulquiorra is also an Espada, the seal isn't permanent and will only hold him for a few hours. With his rival out of the way, Grimmjow turned his focus back to Ichigo, who has just finished being healed by Orihime. Ichigo activates his Bankai, and the two titans clash in a battle of epic proportions. Grimmjow points to the scar on his chest from their previous encounter, declaring that he cannot rest until he proves once and for all that he is the superior warrior. Their spiritual pressures collide, shaking the very air around them as the duel begins. The combat reaches a fever pitch as Grimmjow fires a massive barrage of Saros at Ichigo. Ichigo initially tries to dodge, but he realizes that the stray blasts are heading directly for Orihime. To protect her, he dons his hollow mask and takes the explosion head-on. Seeing this, Grimmjow is thrilled and finally draws his sword to release his true power. Ichigo shouts for Orihime to put up her defensive shield for her own safety. She complies, though she is visibly terrified seeing Ichigo in his monstrous hollow form for the first time. Grimmjow pounces on him with animalistic ferocity, striking Ichigo so hard that he is sent crashing through several massive stone pillars in the palace. He follows up with another heavy blow that slams Ichigo into the ground, but Ichigo flickers out of sight and reappears behind him to launch a Getsugai Tensho. The environment is literally shaking from the force of their strikes. Ichigo is now successfully parrying Grimmjow's attacks, showing that his control over his powers has significantly improved. He manages to maintain his mask for well over 12 seconds, pushing his speed and power to new heights and managing to slice across Grimmjow's chest. The other Espada sense the intensity of this fight and watch in disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere human could possess enough spiritual power to push an elite warrior like Grimmjow to his limits. Grimmjow launches a volley of destructive projectiles, and while Ichigo tries to deflect them, he realizes once again they are headed for Orihime. He steps in front of her, taking the full force of the explosions on his back to protect her. A single one of these shots has the power to level an entire building, and Ichigo just tanked several of them to the spine. This battle is an absolute masterpiece of endurance and skill, easily one of the greatest duels ever fought. As the fight drags on, Ichigo's mask begins to crack and crumble, but Grimmjow is also visibly losing steam. Seizing a final opening, Ichigo catches his opponent off guard and delivers a decisive horizontal slash with his Zanpakuto. Grimmjow falls to the ground, but in a final act of defiance, he grabs Ichigo's blade and refuses to admit defeat, even managing a desperate counterstab. At this moment, we get a flashback explaining the hierarchy of hollows, the weak Gillians, the formidable Adjuches, and the godlike Vasto Morta. It all starts with human souls consumed by rage and hunger. These spirits descend into Hueco Mundo and begin devouring one another in an endless cycle of violence. When hundreds of souls merge, they form a Menos Grande, typically a mindless giant. However, a rare few retain their individual consciousness and begin hunting their own kind to evolve further. By consuming other Minos, these intelligent hollows grow in power until they reach the Adjucha stage, which is the level Grimmjow once occupied. He was a predatory, panther-like hollow who lived for the thrill of the hunt, constantly seeking out stronger prey to ensure his own survival and continued evolution. He had to constantly consume others, or he would risk regressing back into a mindless Gillian. One day, a group of other Adjuchas challenged him, but he defeated them all single-handedly. When they asked for his name, he looked down upon them and declared that he was Grimmjow. They were so impressed by his overwhelming power that they asked him to be their leader. They shared a dream of reaching the ultimate level of Vasto Lordi, and they believed Grimmjow was the only one with the potential to get there. However, realizing the journey was too difficult for them, they made a shocking proposal. They asked Grimmjow to devour them so their souls could become part of him, giving him the strength to reach the Vasto Lordi stage on their behalf. Back in the present, we see that Grimmjow's released form embodies this panther heritage, as he lunges at Ichigo with razor-sharp claws and primal speed. Ichigo manages to shatter his claws with a well-timed strike, and moves with blinding speed to plunge his sword into Grimmjow's chest. This finally ends the battle, and Grimmjow collapses. Ichigo immediately turns his attention to rescuing Orihime, thinking the fight is finally over and they can make their escape. But a stubborn Grimmjow tries to stand up once more for one last desperate attack. Before he can even reach Ichigo, a massive blade suddenly cleaves through him. The newcomer is Neutra, who calls Grimmjow a failure and declares that Ichigo is now his personal prey. He immediately attacks Ichigo, and it's clear he is far more powerful than Grimmjow was. When Orihime tries to intervene, Neutra's subordinate roughly restrains her. Neutra introduces himself as the fifth Espada, making it clear this is a fight Ichigo cannot easily win in his exhausted state. Meanwhile, Renji and Yuryu are desperately trying to make their way to Ichigo to provide much-needed backup. However, Sailaporo Grands reappears in their path. It turns out he used his spatial manipulation to lead them in circles right back into his laboratory. This time, he is done playing games and decides to release his Zanpakuto, swallowing the blade to trigger a bizarre and grotesque transformation. Multiple wings burst from his back, and he begins raining down a mysterious black liquid from his body. If even a single drop of this fluid touches Renji or Yuryu, a perfect clone of them is instantly created. These clones possess all the same powers and combat abilities as the originals, making for a terrifyingly balanced battle. Sailaporo takes a seat, eager to watch them struggle against themselves. He informs them that he has deactivated the room's power suppression devices, allowing them to use their full strength, which also means their clones will be at maximum power. Yuryu and Renji are forced into a stalemate against their own identical mirrors. The number of clones begins to multiply as more of the black liquid falls on them. However, they soon realize the clones have no independent will. They simply mirror every move the original makes. Renji decides to test a theory and activates his Bankai, only to see dozens of clone snake swords appear instantly around him. The simultaneous Bankai activation causes a massive explosion that clears out many of the clones, but plenty still remain. Bored with this tactic, Sailaporo dispels all the copies and decides to show them a more personal type of torture. He summons 2 large hollow servants to distract them while he prepares his next move. He uses his wing-like appendages to wrap around Yuryu, momentarily capturing him. Though Yuryu escapes, Sailaporo produces a small voodoo doll that looks exactly like him. When the espada strikes the doll's head, Yuryu suffers the exact same impact, revealing a terrifying link between the doll and the Quincy's body. He begins to systematically damage the doll, but when he tries to tear it in half, Yuryu remains standing. Sailaporo realizes Uru is too resilient for simple surface damage, so he opens the doll to reveal representations of Uru's internal organs. He gleefully crushes the stomach part, causing Yuryu to collapse in internal agony. When Renji tries to jump in and help, Sailaporo captures him as well and produces a second doll for him. He laughs, telling them he can now torture them both at his leisure. Meanwhile, back with Ichigo, the situation with Meitre has become desperate as Ichigo is completely exhausted and unable to defend himself. Having used up all his reserves against Grimmjow, Ichigo is a sitting duck for Neutra's relentless strikes. Little Nell watches from the sidelines, paralyzed with fear as Neutra dominates the hero. Suddenly, Neutra notices Nell and approaches her with a cruel grin, asking if she is really Nell and expressing shock that she is still alive in this form. Ichigo looks at Neutra with pure suspicion, demanding to know how he could possibly know that name. He mocks Ichigo, questioning if he really has no idea who is standing right next to him. He reveals her true identity as Neliel to Oder Schwank, a former member of the Elite Espada. Nell frantically calls him a liar, insisting she has nothing to do with them, but Neutra sneers, asking if she has truly erased her entire past and why she's even here, accusing her of just exploiting Ichigo's group for her own ends. Neutra continues to grill her, asking what her ultimate goal was in following this group all this way. Nell tearfully explains that she was just having fun and was truly happy being by Ichigo's side, swearing she would never dream of deceiving him. Suddenly, Neutra launches an attack at her, but Ichigo steps in to block the blow, declaring his absolute trust in Nell. This defiance only enrages Neutra further, causing him to double down on his assault, turning the battle into a brutal and difficult struggle for survival. It becomes painfully clear that Neutra is totally dominating the fight, landing a massive strike that sends Ichigo flying through the air like a ragdoll. Turning his attention back to Nell, he taunts her, saying it's no wonder she forgot everything considering he was the one who literally split her skull open in the past. He doesn't let up, returning his focus to Ichigo and raining down a series of devastating blows that are so powerful they leave the young substitute's Soul Reaver reeling. Ichigo is left collapsed on the ground, completely immobilized and unable to fight back. Neutra seizes the opportunity, grabbing Ichigo's arms with the intent to snap them right then and there. Watching this horror unfold, Nell breaks down into hysterical tears, her screams reaching a fever pitch. Suddenly, a colossal explosion of energy erupts from the spot. Nearby, Pache, Dondachika, and Yuryu are all hit by a wave of massive Reiatsu that leaves them stunned, wondering where such power could be coming from. They realize with shock that this incredible spiritual pressure belongs to Nell, signifying that she has finally regained her lost memories. As the smoke clears, Nell is transformed back into her original adult form, a stunningly beautiful and powerful warrior. In an instant, she vanishes and reappears beside Ichigo, gently carrying him away to a safe location. She whispers her gratitude for everything he's done for her, telling him that it's okay to rest now because she's taking over the fight. Now fully restored, we learn that she was actually the former Third Espada. She charges toward Neutra with incredible speed to engage him head-on. Neutra tries to land a hit, but she effortlessly evades every single one of his strikes. In desperation, he fires a powerful Ceroblast from his mouth, but to his amazement, Nell absorbs the entire blast with ease. Without missing a beat, she prepares to turn his own power right back against him. She fires the absorbed energy back at him, causing a massive explosion that leaves Noitra with a serious injury. He coughs, admitting he had almost forgotten about her unique ability to swallow a Sero, amplify it, and then fire it back. However, he quickly regains his composure, warning her that his own strength has increased exponentially since the last time they crossed blades. As the tension mounts, we are taken back in time to witness the history between these two warriors. The flashback reveals that Nell had actually defeated Inoitra multiple times in the past, with every single encounter ending in her victory. Their personalities were complete opposites. Noitra lived for chaos and the thrill of war, obsessed with slaughtering any opponent he met. Nell, on the other hand, had no such bloodlust. The main reason Inoitra harbored such deep-seated hatred for her was simply because she was consistently stronger than him, which wounded his massive ego. One fateful day, while Nell was searching for her loyal subordinates, Pesce and Dandachaka, Noitra intercepted her. He had already brutally attacked her companions, even going as far as shattering their masks. His sick goal was to provoke Nell into a fight to the death so he could finally prove himself. Forced into the conflict, Nell fights back, and once again she proves her superiority on the battlefield through sheer strength and skill. She was on the verge of victory as always, but then Shealaporo intervened by creating a deceptive clone of Noitra. During the heat of the battle, the clone suddenly vanished, leaving Nell momentarily confused and distracted. The real Inoitra used that split second to strike from behind, slicing to her mask and causing her to fall unconscious. After her defeat, Shealaporo and Inoitra took her away, intending to finish her off for good. They threw her off the high walls of the Las Noches palace along with her two assistants. Because her mask was shattered, her spiritual energy leaked out, causing her to revert into the form of a small child and lose all her memories. When she eventually woke up and saw Pesce and Dandachaka, she had no idea who they were. Instead of telling her the painful truth, they simply claimed to be her friends and humble servants to protect her from her past. They chose to live in the desert outside the palace, believing it was impossible for her to ever return to her former life since her memories were gone. Now, snapping back to the present day, adult Nell draws her sword with a look of fierce determination. She prepares to unleash her true power and finish what was started all those years ago, standing tall as a warrior once more. She activates her Resurrection, transforming into a majestic centaur-like form, half human and half horse, wielding a massive lance. She hurls the weapon with incredible force at Noitra, piercing his body and pinning him firmly against a solid rock wall. She walks up to him, telling him that his past sins must finally be answered for. However, just as she prepares for the finishing blow, she suddenly reverts back to her child form at the worst possible moment. It turns out her body couldn't sustain that level of power because she hadn't used it in so long, and her energy gave out completely. Seeing his opening, Inoitra kicks the small Nell away with zero mercy. Ichigo desperately tries to intervene, but Noitra slams him face first into the dirt. He mocks Ichigo, telling him that his last hope just vanished, and that it is finally time for him to meet his end. Noitra calls over his subordinate Tesla and orders him to finish the job. Tesla draws his blade and releases his power, transforming into a massive, bull-like creature. He grabs the already weakened Ichigo and begins mercilessly slamming him into the ground, literally breaking his bones with every impact. After a brutal beating, Tesla prepares to deliver a final, lethal strike to Ichigo's broken body. But then something unexpected happens. At the very last second, Kenpachi Zaraki appears and casually blocks the attack. Meanwhile, we shift over to Renji and Yuryu, who are still trapped in a horrific battle with Sayalaporo. Sayel is using those creepy dolls of theirs to systematically destroy their internal organs, crushing their stomachs and snapping their tendons one by one. Seeing their friends in agony, Pesce and Dandachaka decide they can't just stand by and finally jump into the fray. Pesce spits out a slippery liquid that causes the dolls to slide right out of Sayalaporo's hands, allowing them to reclaim them. Then Dandachaka releases a strange worm-like creature from his mouth. The two of them combine their spiritual energies to fire a massive, concentrated Sero blast directly at Sayel. However, despite the incredible scale of the explosion, the pink-haired Espada emerges completely unscathed, much to their dismay. Sayalaporo starts to gloat, thinking he has finally secured his victory, when suddenly a chilling voice echoes from behind him. It's Mayuri Kuratsuchi, the captain of the 12th Division. Elsewhere, a badly injured Rukia is confronted by another Espada who is determined to take her life. But just as he moves in for the kill, Byakuya Kuchiki appears out of thin air, looking down at the enemy and coldly demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Moving to Chad's location, he is in terrible shape when an execution squad arrives to finish him off. Thankfully, Captain Unohana and her lieutenant, Asan, arrive just in time to intervene. Unohana calmly gives the executioners a choice: leave now and live, or stay and face her wrath. Wisely, the squad decides not to test the captain of the 4th Division and retreats immediately, leaving her to begin the difficult task of healing Chad's wounds. We find out that the Soul Society captains managed to enter Hugo Mundo thanks to the technical help of Kisuke Rahara. Back with Byakuya, he confronts the Espada who was targeting Rukia. He asks if this man is responsible for the state she's in, looking for an excuse to unleash his legendary power. The Espada denies being the one who originally beat her, but admits he was just about to finish the job himself. He introduces himself as Zamari Burox, the 7th Espada. Byakuya attempts a swift attack from behind, but Zamari matches his speed perfectly, reappearing behind Byakuya and creating a startlingly lifelike afterimage of himself. It becomes clear that Zamari's speed is on a completely different level. Zamari boasts that he is the fastest among all the Espada. Byakuya strikes down the first clone, then moves to the second, only for a third one to appear. Zamari taunts him, explaining that he can create multiple clones simultaneously through his superior speed. Byakuya releases a burst of spiritual energy to stab the third one, but then a fourth clone emerges, keeping Byakuya on the defensive as he tries to find the real body. Zamari finally draws his blade and releases his Resurrection, transforming his body into a bizarre shape covered in numerous eyes. He makes a subtle movement with his hands, and though Byakuya dodges away, Zamari asks why he's running when nothing happened. He then corrects himself, pointing out a strange mark that has suddenly appeared on Byakuya's leg, signaling that something has already begun. Zamari reveals that Byakuya's left leg now belongs to him, and he can control it at will. He makes a gesture, and Byakuya's leg moves against his own volition. Reacting with cold efficiency, Byakuya immediately uses his sword to sever the tendons in his own leg, rendering it useless but preventing Zamari from using it against him. Zamari applauds this resolve, but points out that he can just as easily seize control of someone else. Zamari sets his sights on the unconscious Rukia, forcing Byakuya to quickly move in front of her to shield her. In that moment, Zamari takes control of Byakuya's hand. Following his previous logic, Byakuya ruthlessly cuts the nerves in his own hand as well. Just then, Hanataro from the 4th Division arrives on the scene. Byakuya begins gathering his spiritual pressure and commands Hanataro to take Rukia and treat her immediately. We learn that every time Zamari takes control of a body part, one of the eyes in his body closes permanently. So far, he has only used 2, and he still has many left. Suddenly, he manages to place a mark on Rukia's head. This is disastrous, as Rukia's body is forced to draw its sword and launch a direct attack at Hanataro and Byakuya, despite her being unconscious. Rukia's body attacks Byakuya and Hanataro with mechanical precision. Zamari explains that while he usually controls single limbs, controlling the head allows him to dominate the entire nervous system. As Byakuya tries to defend himself without hurting Rukia, Zamari forces her to press her own blade against her throat, threatening to make her commit suicide right in front of him. Zamari orders Byakuya to drop his sword or he will force Rukia to end her life. In a brilliant move, Byakuya uses a high-level Kido spell to bind Rukia's movements, freezing her in place so she can't harm herself. Zamari tries to exert more control, but it's too late. Byakuya unleashes his Benkai, Senbonzakura Kageyoshi, filling the entire area with thousands of giant blades that rise from the ground. The blades scatter into millions of tiny razor-sharp cherry blossom petals. Zamari tries to use every single one of his remaining eyes to take control of the petals, but there are over 100 million of them, far too many for him to manage. The swarm of blades descends on him, shredding his body and causing a massive explosion that levels the surrounding area. Yet, remarkably, the Espada is still clinging to life. Zamari reveals even more eyes on his head and attempts one final desperate counterattack. However, Byakuya calmly deploys a spiritual barrier that blocks every single attempt. Zamari's frustration grows as he fails to land even a scratch. In the blink of an eye, Byakuya appears behind him and delivers a single, decisive strike that cleaves the Espada right down the middle. Zamari burns away into nothingness, his spiritual body disintegrating completely. Once the threat is gone, Hanataro and Isane begin the process of healing the injured, focusing their efforts on Rukia. We then switch scenes to Mayuri Kuratsuchi, who is currently facing off against Sayelaporo. Mayuri is the head of Soul Society's scientific division, making this a true clash of geniuses. With Mayuri representing Soul Society's science and Sayelaporo heading Kyuko Mundo's research, the two are almost perfectly matched in intellect. Mayuri asks Sayelaporo for his full name. When Sayel asks why, Mayuri explains with a creepy smile that he is a very organized person and wants to properly label the specimen table where he plans to dissect Sayel's body for experiments. Suddenly, Sayelaporo uses his ability to capture Mayuri and creates a voodoo doll that looks exactly like him. He begins his gruesome process, snapping the doll's lungs, crushing the liver and breaking the left leg. He even goes so far as to snap the doll's neck. However, Mayuri simply stands back up, looking completely unfazed, as if he hadn't felt a single thing. Mayuri laughs, telling Sayel that he was just pretending to feel pain and asks if that's really all he's got. As Sayel keeps trying to break more organs, Mayuri tells him he's bored of this little game. He asks Sayel if he really thought a scientist would walk into a battle without doing his homework. He points out Yuryu the Quincy and mentions how he had once placed observation devices on him back in the Soul Society. Yuryu is shocked to learn he's been bugged this whole time. Miuri explains that those spy devices allowed him to analyze all of Sayel-Apero's abilities during his earlier fight with the Quincy. He already knows every trick in Sayel's book, and has developed perfect countermeasures for all of them. Sayel stands there in disbelief, stuttering that it should be impossible to have analyzed him so quickly. Sayel argues that his fight with Yurio only happened an hour ago, but Mayuri just brushes it off, saying that's simply the difference in their levels. In a desperate move, Sayel grabs Nemu, Mayuri's lieutenant, and threatens to kill her unless Mayuri surrenders. Mayuri, being completely cold-hearted, tells him to go ahead and do it, showing absolutely zero concern for her life. Mayuri releases his Bankai, Konjiki Ashisogi Jizo, and a gargantuan, grotesque creature appears, spewing a deadly poison gas into the air. Sayel Aporo tries to use his medical skills to neutralize the toxin, but it's far too complex for him. The giant monster then lunges forward and swallows Sayel whole. Meanwhile, the poison starts affecting Reggie and Yuryu as well, prompting Mayuri to casually toss them an antidote. Suddenly, Nemu begins screaming in agonizing pain. To everyone's horror, Sayel Aporo literally bursts out from her mouth, explaining that when he grabbed her, he implanted himself into her body to ensure his rebirth. Mayuri watches this with genuine scientific curiosity, admitting he's never seen such a technique before. However, he quickly adds that Sayel made a fatal mistake in choosing Nemu as a host. Sayel suddenly feels a bizarre sensation. His vision of Mayuri slows down, and the captain's voice sounds like a deep, distorted groan. It's as if time has come to a near standstill. Mayuri explains that he had Nemu's body laced with a new experimental drug. This superhuman drug accelerates the brain's perception so much that the rest of the world appears to be moving at a snail's pace. In this state, a single second feels like an entire century to Sayel Apero. Mayuri slowly draws his sword and begins to pierce Sayel's heart. Because his senses are so heightened, Sayel is forced to experience the agonizing pain of the blade entering his chest for what feels like hundreds of years. Inside his mind, he is desperately pleading for the sweet release of death that just won't come fast enough. Sayel sits there mentally trapped, waiting for the sword to finally finish its journey through his heart and end his torture. Once it's over, Mayuri turns to the mangled Nemu and, with a few quick adjustments, fully restores her body, as if she were never hurt. He then orders her to dig into the ground, leading them to discover a hidden entrance to Sayel Apero's secret laboratory. The portal leads them directly into the heart of the research facility. Meanwhile, we cut back to Kenpachi Zaraki, who has just saved Ichigo from Tesla. Noitra yells for Tesla to run, but Kenpachi is too fast and cleaves the giant bull creature in half with a single swing. Kenpachi then roughly shoves Ichigo aside, telling him to stay out of the way because he wants this fight all to himself. Kenpachi and Noitra begin a savage exchange of blows, and they actually seem to be a perfect match for one another. The sheer force of their clashing swords causes the entire ground to tremble. Orihime rushes over to heal Ichigo, but he tells her to prioritize healing Kenpachi so he can keep fighting. Noitra manages to land a solid hit on Zaraki, but Kenpachi just grins, completely unfazed by the injury and pushing forward even harder. Noitra swings his massive scythe-like weapon, but Kenpachi simply grabs him by the face and slams him into the dirt. Noitra scrambles up and lunges again, but Kenpachi blocks the strike with his bare hand and thrusts his sword directly into Noitra's eye. To his surprise, Noitra doesn't die. Instead, the Espada laughs and plunges his own hand deep into Kenpachi's chest, taking him by surprise. We discover that Noitra's left eye socket is actually where his hollow hole is located, meaning there's no brain there to stab. The battle reaches a new level of intensity, with Kenpachi starting to gain a clear advantage. He manages to slice to Noitra's arm and even notches his massive weapon. After a long exchange of brutal strikes, it looks like Noitra is finally starting to feel the pressure. Noitra fires a powerful Sero as a last-ditch effort, but Kenpachi literally swats the energy beam away with his bare hand. This display of raw power leaves Noitra visibly shaken, frozen in a state of pure terror as he realizes the monster he is fighting. Kenpachi closes the distance and delivers a vertical slash that splits Noitra down the middle, yet somehow, the resilient Espada still refuses to fall. Noitra screams that he won't lose to someone like Kenpachi, gathering every bit of his spiritual energy. He releases his Resurrectum, Santa Teresa, growing 4 massive arms, each wielding a separate scythe. Kenpachi is absolutely delighted, laughing as he feels Noitra's Reiatsu skyrocket. He shouts that this is exactly the kind of life or death challenge he lives for, and the two clash once more in a whirlwind of steel. Noitra's manages to land a deep cut on Kenpachi's chest, but he pays for it by taking a hit himself. In the process, he successfully hacks off one of Noitra's 4 arms. Kenpachi declares his plan. He'll just keep cutting off limbs until there's nothing left. Noitra mocks him, revealing that his arms can regenerate instantly as he grows a new one to replace the lost limb, and the relentless fighting continues. As Kenpachi lunges forward, Noitra blocks with all 4 sides, but then 2 additional hidden arms suddenly sprout out and impale Kenpachi through the torso. It turns out Noitra actually has 6 arms in total, but he keeps 2 of them concealed to surprise his enemies. Despite being skewered and bleeding heavily, Kenpachi doesn't show a hint of pain. He just keeps on smiling. Kenpachi's laughter only grows louder with every wound he receives. Noitra stabs him repeatedly, but instead of weakening, Kenpachi's spiritual pressure just keeps rising higher and higher. However, even Kenpachi realizes that there's a limit to how much blood he can lose. He mutters to himself that if he takes another direct hit like that, he might actually die, so it's time to get serious. He decides to use Kendo, a technique he was once forced to learn from head Captain Yamamoto. By simply gripping his sword with both hands instead of one, his striking power increases exponentially. He raises his blade and releases a terrifying amount of energy, delivering a downward strike that completely shatters Noitra's defense and cleaves through his right shoulder of weapons. With 3 of Noitra's sides broken and his body badly damaged, Kenpachi tells him the fight is over. Noitra, driven by his warrior pride, screams that it won't end until one of them is dead. Kenpachi respects the sentiment and tells him to come at him with everything he has left. Noitra charges one last time, and Kenpachi delivers a final massive blow that cuts him clean in half, ending the 5th Espada's life. In a final flashback, we see the complicated history between Noitra and Nelli. They were just rivals. They were once partners who went on missions together to find Vasto Lord of Hollows for Aizen's army. Noitra would ruthlessly slaughter every hollow they encountered, which deeply annoyed Nell, who saw his senseless violence as beneath the dignity of a true warrior. One time, a hollow almost managed to kill Noitra, but Nell stepped in to save him. When he angrily asked why she would help someone who hated her so much, she simply replied that it was because he was weaker than her, a comment that stung more than any blade. Back in the present, as Noitra breathes his last, the final thing he sees is Nell. With his death, the brutal battle finally reaches its conclusion. The group prepares to rescue Orihime and head back to the Soul Society, having successfully taken down 4 of the Espada. Kenpachi calls out for Orihime to come and heal his wounds, but before she can reach him, the first Espada, Coyote Stark, suddenly appears. Both Ichigo and Kenpachi move to stop him, but Stark is so incredibly fast that he snatches Orihime up in an instant. Stark vanishes with Orihime, reappearing instantly in Aizen's throne room. Aizen looks at the shocked Orihime and tells her to cheer up and watch what's about to unfold. He declares that he is leaving to destroy her hometown, Karakura Town. Aizen then uses a powerful broadcast ability to speak directly to everyone inside the Lost Noche's palace, his voice echoing through the halls. He greets the Soul Reapers as old friends and mockingly congratulates them for defeating 4 of his Espada. As a reward, he reveals his true plan. He is heading to the world of the living right now. The heroes are baffled, wondering how he could proceed when Orihime hasn't even finished awakening the Hogyokyu yet. Aizen just smiles, preparing to reveal his final deception. Aizen tells them he no longer has any use for Orihime and that she is free to stay in his palace if they want to try and save her. He explains that while her powers are impressive, he has already found a different way to fully activate the Hogyoku. He reveals that he only kidnapped her to lure the captains into Mundo, effectively trapping them far away from the real battle. By forcing the Soul Society to send their top captains to Mundo, Aizen has left the human world much more vulnerable to attack. As he speaks, the Garganta portals connecting the realms begin to slam shut. Aizen has effectively sealed off every exit, leaving the Soul Reapers stranded in the desert of Mundo with no way to stop him from reaching Karakura Town. With 4 captains trapped, only a few are left to face Aizen's full might in the human world. Ichigo panics, desperately looking for a way out. But Kenpachi tells him to calm down. He explains that head Captain Yamamoto and Kisuke Urahara had already anticipated this move and took precautions. They have prepared a special version of Karakura Town to serve as the ultimate battlefield. The town Aizen is about to attack is actually a sophisticated fake, designed to withstand the immense spiritual pressure of a clash between Soul Reapers and Espada. The remaining 6 captains and their lieutenants are already stationed there, waiting for Aizen's arrival. We find out that Kisuke used his genius technology to physically swap the real town with a replica located in a secure area. The entire population of Karakura Town, along with every building, has been safely transported to the Soul Society, where they will remain in a deep sleep until the war is over. The location Aizen has just arrived at in the world of the living is a hollow shell, a perfect mirror image of the city but completely devoid of human life, ensuring no innocent casualties occur during the fighting. Aizen touches down in the fake Karakura Town, but he isn't alone. 3 massive Gargantus open behind him, and the top 3 Espada Stark, Baragon, and Halibel step out, accompanied by their loyal Frachion. Aizen immediately realizes that the city is a fake, but he doesn't seem bothered by the Soul Society's clever little switcheroo. Aizen tells the waiting Soul Reapers that he will simply kill them all here first, then head to the Soul Society to destroy the real town. Before the battle starts, he sends a telepathic message to Okiura back in Huko Mundo, placing Las Noches and the prisoners in his care. Okiura accepts the command with his usual cold stoicism, preparing to deal with any intruders. Ukiar prepares for Ichigo's arrival as the young Soul Reaper senses his spiritual pressure and rushes toward the palace. At this point, the story takes a massive leap back in time 101 years into the past of the Soul Society. We see a younger Aizen, who at the time was a lieutenant of the 5th Division, serving under a very different captain. Aizen enters the office of his captain, Shinji Hirako, to remind him of an urgent meeting they need to attend. This gathering is a formal ceremony to appoint a new captain to the Gotai 13. As they head out, Hiyori Saragaki suddenly appears and delivers a flying cake straight to Shinji's face, showing the chaotic and lively atmosphere of the Soul Society back then. Hiyori is identified as the lieutenant of the 12th Division. Soon the captain of the 7th Division arrives to round everyone up for the ceremony. Almost all the captains gather for the meeting, with the notable exception of the 11th Division captain, who is notorious for his rebellious nature and constant refusal to follow any orders from the higher-ups. This missing captain is the man Zaraki eventually fought and killed to take his title. Sunsuri Kiraku and his lieutenant Lisa arrive alongside Captain Yukitake. Yukitake asks about the status of the 12th Division captain, and Shinji explains that the whole reason for the meeting is that the previous captain is gone, and they are here to officially name her replacement. Shinji Hirako comments on how quickly the roster of captains has been changing lately, feeling a sense of unease. Shonsui agrees, noting that from the original Old Guard only 4 remain: Head Captain Yamamoto, himself, Yukitake, and Yunohana. As a sobering reminder of how much the Gotai 13 has transformed over the decades, Captain Unohana appears and clarifies that the 12th Division captain, Kiryu Hikifune, didn't die, but was actually promoted to the Royal Guard, also known as Squad Zero. This elite group is responsible for protecting the Soul King himself. Upon hearing this, Aizen is visibly intrigued. As the Royal Guard represents a level of power and secrecy he is deeply interested in. The captain of the 6th Division, who happens to be Byakuya's grandfather, walks by, followed by Yoruichi Shihuin, the captain of the 2nd Division. As everyone enters the hall, we jump back 2 days prior to see Yoruichi training with her protege, Kisuke Urahara. Kisuke shows off his incredible combat skills, even managing to keep up with the Flash Goddess herself. Impressed by his growth, Yoruichi informs Kisuke that she has personally nominated him to be the new captain of the 12th Division. She tells him his opinion on the matter doesn't really count, and that he must show up in 2 days for the official ceremony. Meanwhile, back at the 2nd Division headquarters, there's a young girl who isn't happy about this at all. Soifan, a dedicated member of the Stealth Force, harbors a deep dislike for Kisuke. She complains to Yoruichi that he is unworthy of being a captain and shouldn't even be in charge of the detention unit, which Kisuke currently manages. Driven by her suspicion and spite, she begins tailing him, hoping to find any scrap of evidence that he's unfit for duty. Soifan spies on him relentlessly, but all she finds is Kisuke being a genuinely nice guy playing games with kids and sharing meals with his friends. He doesn't do a single thing wrong. Eventually, the 2 days pass, and Head Captain Yamamoto officially approves Kisuke Urahara's appointment as the new captain of the 12th Division. Much to Soifan's chagrin, Kisuke attends his very first captain's meeting, which is also the first time Aizen gets a good look at him. Afterward, Kisuke goes to meet his new squad. Hiyori, the lieutenant, greets him with immediate hostility. She loudly questions how someone like him could possibly replace her former captain, and it's clear she has no intention of making his life easy. Hiyori's anger stems from her deep bond with Captain Hikifune, who is like a mother to her. Kikesuke tries to settle in, asking the squad members to help move his belongings. He spends his first few days just sitting in the office looking completely lost about his new responsibilities. Hiyori eventually storms in, frustrated by his lack of initiative and demanding to know if he plans to actually lead them. Hiyori shouts at him to give them an order, but Kisuke honestly admits he has no idea what he's doing. Fed up, she challenges him to a fight in front of the entire division to prove he's too weak to be their leader. Kisuke agrees to a hand-to-hand duel with no weapons. Hiyori charges at him with a fierce kick. After greeting Hiyori, Kisuke takes a blow to the face. He moves so fast that the rest of the team didn't even see what happened. He did it just to save Hiyori from being embarrassed. That night, Shinji visits Kisuke, noting that since they are both captains now, he can offer some advice. Shinji tells him he needs to build a system that works for everyone. As Shinji leaves, he suddenly stops and asks how much longer the person in the shadows plans to keep watching them. He reaches out into thin air and pulls back a concealment spell, revealing Aizen standing there. A surprised Aizen asks how Shinji knew he was there, and Shinji simply replies that he's always been aware of his lieutenant's movements. Shinji makes it clear he's keeping an eye on him. We also find out that Aizen has been lying to everyone, telling them his Zanpa Kuto has a water-based ability. Back with Kisuke, he decides to follow Shinji's advice and starts remodeling the 12th Division headquarters for a new project. Hiyori sees the construction and freaks out, accusing him of ruining the place. But Kisuke just tells her he has something special to show her. He takes Hiyori on a walk to the prison facility he used to run, known as the Maggot's Nest. He explains that since he was promoted 2 days ago, a new warden hasn't been appointed yet. He describes the prison as a very unique place, housing individuals who haven't actually committed any crimes but are considered dangerous to the Soul Society's stability. Kisuke asks her if she's ever wondered what happens to Soul Reapers who decide to quit the Gotai 13. Hiyori says she's heard rumors, but Kisuke reveals the dark truth. The stories are all lies. Those who choose to leave aren't just allowed to go, they are deemed potential threats and are locked away in the secret prison for the rest of their lives. He explains that once you join the 13 Court Guard squads, your only options are to serve until you die or end up in this cage. Inside the Maggot's Nest, weapons are strictly forbidden. Suddenly, a group of unruly prisoners tries to jump Kisuke, but he effortlessly takes them all down using only his bare hands. He then turns to Hiyori and tells her they haven't reached their destination yet. He leads her deeper into the facility to a high-security solitary cell. Inside is a single prisoner, Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Kisuke asks him if he has any interest in leaving, but Mayuri cynically replies that he's perfectly content living within these four walls. Kisuke counters by saying he needs Mayuri's unique talents and intellect for a grand project he has in mind. Kisuke reveals his plan to create a brand new organization called the Department of Research and Development. He tells Mayuri that he is the perfect candidate to be his second in command, and even promises that if anything happens to Kisuke, Mayuri will inherit the leadership. Mayuri finds the offer too intriguing to pass up and agrees to join him, finally leaving his cell behind. While this recruitment is happening, a young Byokushiki is busy training back at his family estate with Yoriichi, though he still hasn't managed to beat her even once. Meanwhile, at the 13th Division headquarters, Captain Yukitake is chatting with his lieutenant, Kain Shiba. Kain mentions a terrifyingly gifted child prodigy who is about to join the Gotai 13 and is already making waves. Kain predicts the prodigy will likely choose the 5th Division. At that exact moment, Aizen goes to meet this miracle child, a boy named Gin Ichimaru, who reportedly killed 5 seated officers in just a few minutes. As this meeting occurs, a darker mystery begins elsewhere. In a remote corner of the Soul Society, several souls start to mysteriously evaporate into thin air, their bodies vanishing without a trace. The discovery of empty uniforms left behind sent massive shockwaves throughout the entirety of the Soul Society, as everyone scrambled to find an explanation for the sudden vanishing. To get to the bottom of this eerie mystery, the 9th Division was officially deployed to investigate the site. This elite task force was led by the stoic Captain Kensei, alongside his energetic lieutenant Mishiro, and a promising new recruit who went by the name of Kaname Tosen. Accompanying the high-ranking officers were 4 other expendable members who didn't seem particularly useful for such a dangerous mission. Upon reaching the target location, they stumbled across 10 sets of Shinigami robes abandoned on the ground in a grim pile. This matched the exact number of scouts who had vanished without a trace 2 days prior, and not a single soul had heard from them since. Meanwhile, Kisuke finally realized his vision and established the specialized laboratory that Kuratsuchi had previously suggested. Once the laboratory was fully operational, they immediately began cranking out innovative inventions designed to provide critical support to the Soul Society's infrastructure. However, their productivity was interrupted by an urgent distress signal arriving from the 9th Division. Captain Kensei reached out to Kisuke directly, practically begging for his scientific assistance in the ongoing investigation regarding the missing Soul Reapers. Kisuke, being the dependable guy he is, told him he was more than happy to help. Kisuke didn't hesitate and dispatched Hiyori to the field to offer her expertise and support to the team. As the cold darkness of night settled in, Captain Kensei heard a suspicious noise outside his tent. When he went to check, he was horrified to find his entire squad slaughtered on the ground. Blood everywhere. Suddenly, the area went pitch black, and he completely lost all 5 of his senses as a cold blade was plunged directly through his chest. The news of this disaster reached the Soul Society instantly. Word traveled fast that the spiritual pressure signatures of Captain Kensei and his entire unit had vanished into thin air. This triggered an immediate emergency meeting of all the captains to discuss the grave situation. The problem grew even more dire because Hiyori had already reached the 9th Division's location to join them. But now everyone there was presumed dead. During the high-stakes meeting, Head Captain Yamamoto stood before the gathered leaders to address the crisis. Yamamoto emphasized that they were facing an unknown threat and that this was the most dangerous situation the Soul Society had ever encountered. He insisted they resolve it immediately and handpicked a specialized squad of 5 captains for the mission. Kasuki pleaded with the old man, begging to be included so he could personally rescue his lieutenant who was heading into the trap. But Yamamoto shut him down hard. He told Kasuki he was still far too green and inexperienced for such a high-stakes rescue operation. Instead of Kisuke, Yamamoto finalized the team with Rose of the 3rd Division, Shinji of the 5th, and Love of the 7th. He commanded these 3 veteran captains to head out and investigate exactly what had transpired with the 9th Division. To ensure they had a safety net, Yoruichi was placed on high alert, remaining ready to provide tactical support and backup at a moment's notice should things spiral even further out of control. Meanwhile, Captain Shonsui and Yukitake were assigned the critical task of guarding the Seritai itself to ensure the city's safety. But that wasn't all, as 2 of the greatest Kido masters were called in to bolster the mission's strength, Hachi and Tessai. Hachi was assigned to accompany the 3 captains into the field to provide magical support, while Tessai remained behind with Yoruichi to coordinate secondary backup and maintain defensive protocols. Despite the preparation, the ever-cautious Shunsui spoke up, telling Yamamoto that the current plan felt a bit light for such a mysterious enemy. He suggested they needed extra muscle and offered to send his own lieutenant, Lisa, along with the main squad. At that very moment, Hiyori was desperately fighting for her life against an incredibly powerful and mysterious opponent. Just as she was about to be finished off by her shadow foe, a familiar face appeared. Shinji Hirako arrived just in time to stop the killing blow, but he was stunned to see that their attacker was none other than Captain Kensei. However, he was wearing a terrifying hollow mask, leaving him confused as to whether it was really him or a hollow mimicking his form. Love arrived on the scene shortly after, but Kensei lunged at him with primal ferocity, wounding the captain with a single devastating strike before anyone could react. The captain surrounded Kensei as an all-out war erupted, but despite their numerical advantage, the masked Kensei was proven to be a nightmare to handle. Suddenly, Mashiro plummeted from the sky like a comet, slamming Rose with a single bone-crushing kick that sent him into the dirt. To their horror, she was also sporting a hollow mask, having undergone a terrifying transformation herself. She then shifted her aggression toward Shinji, who was barely able to deflect her frenzied, mindless attacks. Shinji was struggling to hold his ground, but just as Mashiro was about to overwhelm him, Hachi arrived on the scene. He instantly deployed his high-level Kido, pinning Mashiro to the ground under massive spiritual pillars. While she was neutralized, Love was still locked in a fierce struggle against the monstrous Kensei. Hachi tried to intervene again, weaving his spiritual energy into a binding spell to restrict Kensei's movements and end the chaos. Even with Hachi's magic, Kensei's raw, overwhelming strength was so immense that he actually shattered the Kido restraints with pure brute force. Back in the Seritai, Kisuke was attempting to sneak away to the scene of the crime, but Tessai intercepted him, demanding to know where he thought he was going. Kisuke admitted he had to go save his lieutenant before it was too late. Tessai, proving his loyalty, told him there was no way he'd let him go alone, and decided to join him on the rescue mission, while elsewhere Shunsui was doing his rounds checking on the city guards. During his patrol, he spotted Aizen acting very suspiciously, moving sensitive documents out of his office in the middle of the night. Switching back to the battlefield, the situation was deteriorating rapidly, as almost all the captains had sustained injuries. Hachi looked at his comrades and prepared to use a much more drastic measure to stop the hollified warriors. Hachi suggested using a forbidden Kido technique that might hurt them as well, but they told him to go for it if it meant capturing the rampaging targets. Love and Lisa launched a joint assault on Kensei, providing an opening for Hachi to finally pin him to the ground with a massive binding spell. However, just when they thought they had control, a strange white substance erupted from Hiyori's mouth, signaling that the nightmare was far from over. As the white fluid poured out, Hiyori viciously sliced through Shinji with her sword, a hollow mask beginning to form on her face as she transformed. The others tried to stop her, but total darkness suddenly enveloped the entire area, stripping everyone of their 5 senses. One by one, they were cut down by an unseen blade. It was revealed that Kaname Tosen was the attacker, utilizing the terrifying power of his Bankai to disable them. Shinji Hirako, struggling to breathe, asked Tosen why he would betray his own division and his comrades like this. But a chilling familiar voice rang out, explaining that Tosen hadn't betrayed anyone. He was simply being loyal to his true master. Sosuke Aizen then stepped out of the shadows accompanied by Genichi Maru. Shinji spat back that he had always suspected Aizen was behind the suspicious activity in the Soul Society, which is why he kept him close. Shinji claimed he kept Aizen as a lieutenant to keep an eye on him, but Aizen just smiled at the irony. He revealed that for an entire month, Shinji had been following an illusion created by his Zanpakuto, while the real Aizen was elsewhere. He mocked Shinji, saying that any other captain would have noticed the subtle differences in his behavior and reactions. But because Shinji was so distant, he never truly knew the man standing behind him. Aizen explained that Shinji's lack of interest in his subordinate made his plan perfect, and now that the trap had sprung, all of Shinji's friends were going to die. Shinji tried to draw his blade for a final stand, but white fluid began pouring out of his mouth and eyes. A hollow mask started covering half of his face, indicating that he too was falling victim to the horrific experiment that had taken the others. One by one, all the captains began undergoing a forced hollow transformation as Aizen looked on with clinical interest. He revealed that he had been experimenting on this process and discovered that intense anger actually accelerates the metamorphosis. When Shinji tried to lunge at Tosen in a fit of rage, he was easily repelled. The battle between the dying captains and the traitors continued, with Aizen holding all the cards. Shinji fought hard to keep his emotions in check, knowing that his anger was feeding the hollow within, but he was slowly losing control as the mask spread further across his face. Aizen told him he was finished and prepared to deliver the killing blow. Just then, a surprise attacker burst onto the scene and launched a strike at Aizen. It was Kisuke Urahara, finally arriving to intervene, causing Tosen to immediately draw his sword in defense of his master. Aizen calmly told Tosen to put his sword away as Kisuke confronted him. When Aizen claimed he was merely there to assist the wounded, Kisuke called out his blatant lies. He pointed out that these weren't simple injuries, but a systematic forced hollowification process. Kisuke correctly deduced that the disappearing souls in the state of these captains meant someone was playing God with hollow transformations, and he knew exactly who it was. Kisuke flatly accused Aizen of being the one behind this twisted science. Aizen, seemingly impressed, acknowledged Kisuke's sharp intellect and remarked that he was as clever as expected. He then signaled to Jin and Tosen that they should depart, as their data collection for the night was officially finished. However, Tesai wasn't about to let them walk away and launched a powerful Kido spell at them. But Aizen was ready with a counter. Aizen conjured a massive wall of energy that effortlessly blocked the attack, leaving everyone stunned that a mere lieutenant could deflect a spell from the Grand Kido Master. While they were distracted, the hollowification process continued to ravage the bodies of the fallen captains. Tesai turned to Kisuke, realizing he knew the science behind this, and asked if there was any way to save them. He proposed using a desperate measure to buy them some time. Tesai decided to use forbidden Kido techniques to stop time within their bodies and teleport them all to the 12th Division's headquarters for treatment. He knew that if the Soul Society found out he was using such taboo magic, he would face severe punishment, but he did it anyway to save his friends. In an instant, the entire group was transported back to the safety of the scientific laboratory to begin the emergency operations. Because time was frozen for the victims, the hollow transformation was halted, giving Kisuke until morning to find a cure. He admitted to Tesai that hollowification was actually a subject of his own research into expanding the limits of a Soul Reaper's power. During his experiments, he had created a unique and powerful substance called the Hojioku. He planned to use its reality-bending properties to try and reverse the damage Aizen had done. Kisuke focused his efforts on saving Shinji Hirako first, praying that the Hojioku would work. He worked tirelessly through the night until the first light of dawn, but ultimately, he failed to revert the transformation as the process had already become permanent. When he finally stepped outside to clear his head, he was immediately surrounded by armed guards who informed him he was under arrest and had to come with them immediately. Tesai was also taken into custody, and they were both brought before Central 46, the highest governing and judicial body in the Soul Society. The council members demanded to know Kisuke's whereabouts during the previous night. When he admitted he was in the forest, they accused him of being there to monitor his illegal hollowification experiments. Kisuke was shocked and demanded to know who had fed them such blatant lies about his research. The council insisted they had evidence that he went to the forest to witness the results of his unethical experiments on 8 high-ranking officials, including Shinji. Kisuke tried to explain that it was all a setup and that he was innocent, stating that Sosuke Aizen was the real mastermind behind the tragedy. He pleaded with them to see that he had only gone there to save the victims, not to harm them, But the judges weren't listening. Kisuke swore that Aizen was the one responsible for the entire catastrophe, but the council refused to believe him. They pointed out that Aizen had an airtight alibi, as over 120 witnesses confirmed seeing him in the Seritai throughout the entire night. Just as Kisuke was trying to argue against the illusion, a guard arrived with fresh evidence that would seal his fate and make his situation even more desperate. The guard reported that the holofied victims were found hidden inside Kisuke's own laboratory at the 12th Division, making him the prime suspect. The council then handed down its judgment. Tessai was found guilty of using forbidden Kido and sentenced to life imprisonment in the deep underground cells of level 6. Kisuke, on the other hand, was to be stripped of his rank and title, facing a harsh future for crimes he didn't commit. Kisuke was sentenced to permanent exile in the human world, but the worst news was for the 8 victims. They were sentenced to death because they were now classified as hollows. Just as the sentence was finalized, the doors to the chamber burst open. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared and took down all the guards in a matter of seconds. Everyone was shocked by the sudden intrusion as the rescue attempt officially began. It was revealed to be Yoruichi, who had neutralized every guard in the building to rescue Kisuke and Tessai. She spirited them away to a secure location where she had already hidden Shinji and the others. Kisuke immediately instructed Tessai to use his time manipulation Kido again while he set to work creating 10 specialized Jigai spiritual bodies designed for survival in the human world to house their souls. He made 8 for the Visard, 1 for himself, and 1 for Tessai, as they all prepared to escape to the human world. Their goal was to hide from the Soul Society, while they formulated a plan to dismantle Aizen's grand schemes from the shadows. Since that day, Yoruichi vanished from history, and Kisuke and the Visard suppressed their spiritual pressures, living as regular people among humans for over 100 years. Now that we've cleared up the past, let's head back to the present-day battle. Aizen has arrived in the human world with his elite Espada, finding a massive reception of 6 captains and 11 lieutenants waiting for him. Meanwhile, Shinji Hirako was rallying the Vizard, reminding them that Kisuke had saved their lives and it was finally time to return the favor by joining the fight against their true enemy. The Vizard moved out to provide much-needed backup for the captains as the tension in the air reached a breaking point. The combined spiritual pressure in the area was so overwhelming that ordinary hollows in the vicinity were literally disintegrating into nothingness. The Soul Reapers were mentally preparing for the clash, wondering how the battle would unfold, and how they should approach facing the Espada and their powerful subordinates. As everyone wondered if Aizen would simply watch from the sidelines, Head Captain Yamamoto suddenly stepped forward and ordered everyone to fall back. He drew a Zanpakuto, unleashing a colossal torrent of flames that terrified every single person on the battlefield, Espada and Soul Reaper alike. Yamamoto directed his Inferno toward Aizen, aiming to neutralize the mastermind before the rest of the war could even begin. The fire formed a massive, impenetrable ring that effectively trapped Aizen, Jin, and Tozen, preventing them from interfering in the upcoming combat. This left the top 3 Espada to lead the fight, each accompanied by their own loyal servants. Seeing the situation, the second Espada casually conjured a throne made entirely of human skulls and sat down, completely unfazed by the head captain's display of power. This Espada, known as Baragan, declared that since Aizen was currently unable to issue orders, he would be taking command of the battlefield. He asked if anyone had an objection, but the silence from the other Espada confirmed his leadership. Baragan then turned his attention to the captains, explaining that Aizen's ultimate goal was to reach the Soul Society and destroy Karakura Town to create the King's Key. Baragan pointed out the 4 massive pillars surrounding the replica town, realizing that destroying them would swap the real town back from the Soul Society. He didn't waste any time and commanded one of his servants to handle the destruction of the pillars. The servant whistled to signal his readiness, and the first phase of the assault began as they prepared to dismantle the barriers protecting the humans. With a signal from his weapon, 4 gargantuan portals opened near the pillars, and a Menos Grande emerged from each to start smashing the structures. Yamamoto remained calm, stating that they would never allow such a clumsy attack to succeed. Suddenly, Ikaku, Yumichika, Kira, and Hisagi appeared at their respective posts, ready to defend the towers against the invading giants with everything they had. The 4 Soul Reapers dispatched the Menos Grande in a matter of seconds, protecting the pillars with ease. Baragan was mildly impressed, remarking that they had 4 insects guarding the towers, but he had 4 dragons of his own to send against them. He called out to his elite subordinates and ordered them to swarm the pillars and wipe out the Soul Reapers before they could mount a proper defense. The order was given to destroy the pillars, and the first servant to engage was a very flamboyant individual who immediately clashed with Yumichika. Yumichika found it physically painful to even look at his opponent's bizarre appearance. However, the servant was surprisingly powerful, especially after he released his Zanpakuto and transformed into an even more questionable form. He began a relentless assault that pushed Yumichika to his limits. The servant pummeled Yumichika, successfully isolating him from the other Soul Reapers so they could fight one-on-one. He boasted that before Yumichika died, he would show him his ultimate technique called the White Rose. The area was suddenly plunged into darkness as poisonous flowers began to bloom everywhere, filling the air with a deadly toxin. Yumichika realized that they were now completely cut off from the outside world. The servant confirmed that their location was now shielded from sight and sound, meaning no one would notice if Yumichika's spiritual pressure suddenly vanished. However, Yumichika revealed his true Zanpakuto, which extended its branches and began to wrap around the servant. The Arrancar tried to break free, but it was a futile effort. He found himself completely immobilized as the terrifying power of Yumichika's secret weapon took hold. The servant's struggle was useless because the branches were covered in flowers that were actively draining his spiritual energy. As his power faded, the defeated servant asked Yumichika why he hadn't used this devastating technique from the very beginning. Yumichika calmly explained that it was only because the servant had guaranteed no one else could see them, allowing him to use his hidden ability without judgment. Yumichika told him that since he wanted to keep this power a secret, he decided to use it only because there were no witnesses left to survive. He coldly informed the servant that he was about to die, and as the technique reached its climax, the servant's life faded away. Before he expired, he asked if this was a Bankai, and Yumichika admitted it was his true power, explaining the unique restrictions of the 11th Division. Yumichika mentioned that since his division looks down on Kido-style abilities, he preferred to keep it hidden from his comrades. Meanwhile, Izuru Kira was facing off against another elite servant who began to taunt him. The servant mocked Kira for being the former lieutenant of Jin Ichimaru, cruelly suggesting that Jin had betrayed him because he was weak and unimportant to his former captain's grand plans. The taunts about Jin made Kira snap, and he launched a fierce attack that sliced away a piece of the servant's mask. He warned the Arrancar never to speak Jin's name again in his presence. In response, the servant released his true form, transforming into a massive eagle that rained down razor-sharp feathers. These feathers were so powerful they destroyed anything they touched, and Kira found himself pinned down by aerial attacks. Kira spun his blade to create a defensive gust, managing to distract the servant long enough to duck inside a nearby building for cover. However, the eagle servant launched a devastating volley of feathers that leveled the entire structure. The problem was that the feathers were nearly indestructible and regenerated instantly, forcing Kira to constantly scramble between ruins and pillars just to stay ahead of the bombardment. Seeing Kira's constant hiding, the servant decided to descend and finish him off personally. This was exactly what Kira wanted. He struck the servant's wing 4 times in rapid succession. Suddenly, the entire body of the Arrancar slammed into the ground, unable to lift itself. Kira explained that his sword Wabisuke doubles the weight of anything it strikes, meaning the servant's weight had been multiplied 16 times. Kira noted that after 4 hits, flying was now a physical impossibility for the servant. He then placed his curved blade around the Arrancar's neck and cleanly decapitated him. Switching focus to Shuhei Hisagi, he was confronted by a servant named Findaro who demanded to know his rank. When Hisagi identified himself as the lieutenant of the 9th Division, Findaro laughed and claimed that such a lowly rank would make for an easy kill. Findaro lunged at him, but Hisagi deflected the blow with ease. Hisagi remarked that Findaro's current strength was only on par with a 5th seed officer, which was disappointing. Findaro didn't take the insult well. He broke a piece of his own mask, which somehow boosted his spiritual pressure significantly. He claimed that with that piece gone, he had now reached the power level of a 4th seed officer. Findaro continued to break pieces of his mask, claiming his power was rising to the 3rd seat and finally to lieutenant level. He then launched a full-throttle assault on Hisagi, and the real battle began. He managed to slash Hisagi's shoulder, forcing the Soul Reaper into a purely defensive stance. Every time Hisagi tried to counterattack, the Arrancar was fast enough to evade or deflect the strike with arrogant ease. Findaro boasted that he could increase his power even further, though he didn't think it would be necessary to defeat Hisagi. When Hisagi tried to outmaneuver him from behind, the servant caught him and mocked his effort as pathetic. Findaro then released his Zanpakuto to its full extent, creating a massive surge of energy that pushed Hisagi to use his high-level Kido skills just to survive the onslaught. Hisagi conjured thousands of spiritual spears that pinned the servant to a wall, but Findaro countered with energy blades that sliced through the magic effortlessly. The pressure was so intense that Hisagi was left with no choice but to reveal the true form of his own weapon. He prepared to change the shape of his Zanpakuto, knowing that his standard blade wouldn't be enough to handle this opponent's released state. Hisagi released his Zanpakuto Kazushini, which took the form of dual sides connected by a long chain. His combat power exploded as he launched dozens of rapid attacks, and although the servant tried to dodge, the spinning scythes acted like a buzzsaw. Hisagi expertly manipulated the chain to strike from an unexpected angle. slicing into the servant's back while the blades continued their relentless rotation. The servant shattered the last of his mask, reaching a power level comparable to a captain, but even that wasn't enough to save him. Hisaji's superior skill allowed him to slice off the servant's arms before delivering a final, lethal blow by embedding the scythe directly into his skull. Elsewhere, Ikkaku was locked in a brutal struggle with the fourth servant, a massive giant whose sheer size turned their fight into a test of pure muscle. The ground shook with a sudden earthquake as the giant servant managed to overwhelm Ikkaku and smash one of the protective pillars. This failure caused the stabilization of the town to falter, and Karakura Town began to slowly shift back into the human world. However, Iba suddenly appeared on the scene and began setting up secondary stabilizers to temporarily halt the town's return and prevent a catastrophe. While Iba stabilized the area, Ikkaku struggled to his feet to continue the fight, but the giant servant grabbed him and shattered his spear against the ground. Just as the servant was about to finish him, a massive blow sent the giant flying into a wall. It was Captain Kamamura who had arrived just in time to intervene. Even though Kamamura is a large man, he still looks small compared to the gargantuan servant. The giant servant delivered a powerful strike that sent Kamamura skidding back, then proceeded to release his resurrection, which doubled his already massive size. He had become a mountain of muscle that no normal person could possibly hope to defeat in the direct clash. But Kamamura wasn't even slightly intimidated by the monster's scale, and prepared to meet his strength with something even more legendary. Kamamura managed to grab the giant's hands, flip him over his shoulder, and then unleashed his Bankai. A colossal armored warrior emerged, wielding a massive legendary blade that perfectly matched the size of the giant servant. When the servant tried to strike, the Bankai warrior blocked it with zero effort and delivered a counterblow so powerful that it made the entire world feel like it was falling apart. The impact of the sword strike shook the entire battlefield, and with a clean follow-through, Kamamura's Bankai split the giant in half. With all four servants defeated, Iba turned to Ikkaku and scolded him, knowing he was hiding a Bankai of his own. He told him that his foolish pride had nearly cost them the town, and reminded him that a Soul Reaper's primary duty is to follow orders and protect the world, not show off. Buragan was absolutely fuming when he saw all his elite subordinates defeated one by one. His remaining two servants apologized for the failure, and promised to wipe out the enemies immediately. At that moment, the rest of the captains made their move. Shonsui and Yukitake positioned themselves to take on the Primera Espada, Stark. Soifon and her lieutenant, Almeida, prepared to face Buragan's remaining servants, while the third Espada, Halibel, ordered her own three subordinates to join the fray. They quickly moved to surround Captain Hitsugaya and his lieutenant, Rangiku, setting the stage for a 3-on-2 battle. Meanwhile, back in the desolate halls of Las Noches and Hugo the psychological warfare against the prisoners was continuing. Okiura told Orihime that she was destined to live and die alone in this fortress, with no one to come to her rescue. At the same time, Ichigo is frantically searching for her when he was intercepted by an execution squad led by an Arrancar named Ganton Bane. The squad surrounded Ichigo from all sides, and their numbers seemed to grow by the second as they tried to overwhelm him. Just as the crowd was closing in, Renji burst onto the scene and blew the attackers away from Ichigo. Chad appeared right behind him, unleashing a massive blast of energy that wiped out half of the execution squad in a single shot. To finish the job, Rukia activated her icy abilities, freezing the remaining enemies in their tracks and creating a clear path for Ichigo to continue his search. Rukia and the others told Ichigo to keep moving and save Orihime while they handled the remaining forces. Ichigo finally reached the throne room and confronted Okiura. The Espada stated that he hadn't been ordered to kill the girl yet, so she would remain alive for now. But he had strict orders to defend the palace from any intruders, and that meant Ichigo had to die. Ichigo and Okiura clashed, beginning a fight that would shake the foundations of Las Noches. Switching back to the human world, Shunsui politely asked Stark to move the little girl accompanying him to a safer location before things got messy. Stark agreed it was a good idea, but countered with a different proposal, suggesting that they both just take it easy for a while. Stark suggested they just pretend to fight, since he wasn't really interested in the war or Aizen's grand plans. Shonsui admitted he felt the same way, but told Stark he couldn't slack off because Captain Yamamoto was watching and would definitely punish him. Meanwhile, Ryaku told Hitsugaya to leave the subordinates to her and go focus on the third Espada, trusting her own strength to handle the smaller fry. Hitsugaya asked if she was sure, and after a confident nod he moved to intercept Halibel. As the battle lines were drawn across the town, Reigiku released her Zanpakuto Hainiko, which dissolved into a cloud of deadly ash that covered the entire area. The servants soon realized they were in trouble as the ash began to slice into their skin from every possible direction. Rangiku's ability to manipulate the ash made her a dangerous opponent. forcing the three servants to combine their spiritual power into a massive Sero blast to blow the ash away and neutralize her advantage. At the same time, Almeida was struggling in his own fight, appearing completely outmatched and cowardly as he tried to figure out a way to deal with his aggressive opponent without getting hurt. Almeida wasn't much of a fighter, preferring food and money over combat, which left him in a tight spot. Soifan, however, was in her element, engaging another servant in a high-speed duel where her quickness was her greatest weapon. She managed to tag her opponent and then used Kido to pin him to a wall with 3 spiritual spears, setting him up for her finishing move. Soifan prepared her 2-hit kill technique, but the servant was desperate enough to destroy the wall he was pinned to and escape just in time. The fight between them escalated as the servant released his Zanpakuto, undergoing a complete transformation that boosted his speed and power. Meanwhile, Almeida was still running for his life, failing to land even a single effective blow on his pursuer. Almeida's opponent eventually got bored of the chase and released his power, transforming into a massive elephant-like creature that began a stampede. This sent Almeida into a full-blown panic. On Soifan's side, the servant's speed was continuing to ramp up, but despite his increased velocity, he still couldn't quite land a decisive blow on the nimble captain, who was baiting him into a trap. The servant pushed his power even further until his body was absolutely massive, that this growth made him a bigger target. Soifan seized the opportunity to strike him once in the front and once in the back, hitting the exact same spot over his heart. Her lethal ability triggered immediately, turning the servant into a pile of ash that vanished in the wind. Meanwhile, Almeida was still being chased around like a headless chicken. Almeida suddenly stopped running, disappeared from sight, and reappeared behind the elephant servant. He transformed his Zanpakuto into a massive spiked ball and brought it crashing down on the servant's head, ending the fight instantly. With their opponents gone, Soifan and Almeida headed toward Baragan, while Rangiku was still caught in a desperate struggle against the 3 subordinates who were double-teaming her. Rangiku was taking a serious beating, and every time she tried to create distance, the servants would drag her back into the center of the fray. Just when it looked like she might be overwhelmed, a sudden fireball struck one of her attackers. It was Hinamori, who had made a surprise appearance on the battlefield despite everyone thinking she was still too mentally unstable to participate in such a high-stakes combat situation. While Hinamori provided backup, Hitsugaya and Halibel were still locked in a fierce exchange of power. Over at the main event, Shonsui and Stark were still just casually observing the other fights until Shonsui finally decided to initiate a move. Stark went on the defensive, leading Shonsui to remark that he was going to have to get a little more serious. Shonsui noted that he might have to draw his second sword to even the odds, while Yukitake was still standing off against the young Lilinette. She asked him why he wasn't jumping in to help Shonsui, and he told her that a proper duel is always one-on-one. He also admitted that he had no desire to fight her because she was just a child, which only served to irritate the young Arrancar even more. Yukitake's refusal to fight her made Lilinette explode with rage, and she launched a frantic series of attacks that he effortlessly parried without ever trying to hurt her. She even blasted him with a massive Sero, but Ukitake simply deflected it with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Rangiku and Hinamori were working together to hold off the 3 subordinates, but the battle is about to take a terrifying turn. The 3 servants all released their Zanpakuto simultaneously, charging up a combined Sero that nearly vaporized the 2 Soul Reapers. Rangiku and Hinamori barely escaped the blast. Then, in a gruesome display, the 3 subordinates each sacrificed one of their arms, merging the limbs together to summon a colossal and terrifying creature known as Ion, whose raw power was unlike anything they had faced. Ion's spiritual pressure was so massive it sent a wave of fear through everyone on the battlefield. The monster lunged at Rangiku, wounding her severely, and when Hinamori tried to intervene, it swatted her away like a fly, shattering her bones. In just one move, the beast had incapacitated both of them. Hira rushed over to begin emergency healing on the 2 girls, while Hisagi jumped in to try and stop the rampaging beast. Hisagi wrapped his scythe's chains around the monster's neck and channeled lightning through them, but it didn't even flinch. He managed to slam the creature into the ground, but Aeon effortlessly snapped the chains and grabbed Hisagi, beginning to crush the life out of him. Hira wanted to help his comrade, but he knew that if he stopped the healing process, Rangiku and Hinamori would surely die right then and there. Aeon was on the verge of eating Hisagi when Iba launched a surprise attack from behind. However, an eye suddenly opened on the monster's back and fired a massive Sero that completely engulfed Iba. He managed to survive the blast, but he was left with life-threatening injuries. The monster then tossed Hisagi aside like trash and turned its terrifying gaze toward Kira, who was still desperately trying to save the wounded. Just as Ion was about to finish off Kira and his patients, a massive hole was suddenly blasted through its chest. It was head Captain Yamamoto, who had finally reached his limit and decided to intervene personally. He expressed his disappointment that the younger generation was so incompetent that the Supreme Commander had to step in, and he prepared to put an end to the beast once and for all. I declared that I would be the one to finish this monster once and for all. At that moment, the beast completely lost its sanity and began frantically beating its own open wound. It was practically bursting with pure rage, and with every second its spiritual power surged higher and higher. It actually managed to regenerate its injuries right before our eyes. It launched a devastating, bone-shattering blow at Yamamoto, but he blocked it effortlessly. Looking the creature in the eye, he called it a pathetic existence, then unsheathed his blade for a definitive counterattack. With a single swift motion, he sliced the monster right down the middle, splitting it into two halves. Remarkably, one half of the beast rose up again, attempting a desperate final attack, but Yamamoto responded by incinerating the entire area. The monster was vaporized into nothing but thin air, leaving the three servants frozen in absolute terror at the display. Realizing they were next, the trio combined their spiritual energies for a massive joint assault. But Yamamoto didn't even break a sweat. With one casual wave of fire, he turned them all into smoldering cinders. All three of them were reduced to charred remains and collapsed onto the battlefield. With the servants officially eliminated, the threat in that sector was neutralized. This total defeat sent Tia Halibel into a blind fury, causing her spiritual pressure to skyrocket as she prepared to show why she holds the rank of the third Espada. Meanwhile, Shunsui was keeping a close eye on the situation, turning his attention toward Stark, while the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy with impending violence. Shunsui looked over at Stark and made a guess, suggesting that Baragan was likely number 1, and Stark was number 2. Stark just looked back with a bit of a sigh and told him he was mistaken, revealing the shocking truth that he is actually the first Espada, while Baragan takes the second spot. It was a chilling revelation, and right then, the top 3 Espadas began to fully unleash their dormant powers, signaling that the real battle was only just beginning. Their epic clash against the captains was finally underway, but back in Huiko Mundo, the chaos was just as intense. Rukia was still locked in a fierce struggle against the execution squad, with Renji and Chad desperately trying to reach her side. However, they were constantly being swarmed by hollows appearing from every shadow. Deep inside the Palace of Las Noches, the battle between Ichigo and Okiura had reached a boiling point, with the two of them tearing the place apart as they traded blows. Okiura proved to be many times more powerful than Ichigo, putting him in a truly desperate situation. At the same time, Chad was busy tearing through endless waves of hollows. Even though the individual monsters weren't particularly strong, they were endless. As soon as he downed one, another would pop up to take its place. Renji was fighting right alongside him, both of them pushing as hard as they could to clear the path so they could finally go help Rukia. But then, a massive obstacle appeared right in front of them. Suddenly, they were face to face with a literal giant the sand monster known as Runuganga. As fans know, its only real weakness is water. But unfortunately, Rukia is the only one who can use water-based attacks, and she was busy. She was currently occupied in a deadly duel with Gavin Zillo, the leader of the execution squad. Rukia taunted him, asking what he planned to do now that she had wiped out his entire team, but he didn't seem particularly bothered by the loss. Gabagezalo gripped his Zanpakuto and released his hidden power, boasting that he could create thousands more soldiers to replace the ones he lost. His body began transforming into a tree-like structure, sprouting new limbs and entities right before her eyes. It turns out the execution squad was just an extension of him all along. Gavin Zillo himself is the entire army. He has the terrifying ability to manufacture new soldiers directly from his own body whenever he needs them. Every time Rukia cut down a soldier, a fresh one would instantly sprout to take its place. Meanwhile, the high-stakes duel between Ichigo and Okiura was still raging, but the tide was starting to shift just a little bit. Ichigo seemed to have gained a significant boost in strength compared to their last encounter. He was now actually dodging Okiura's strikes, and even managed to grab the Espada's hands. For the first time, he seemed to be holding his own in this nightmare scenario. Ichigo managed to land a hit, but Ucleara immediately began healing the wound. We learn that he possesses the fastest regenerative abilities among all the Espada. He ramped up his power and lunged at Ichigo, only to be stopped cold by a spiritual barrier. Orihime had stepped in to protect Ichigo with her defensive techniques. At the same moment, Renji and Chad were still locked in their own struggle, trying to figure out a way to take down the massive Runuganga. Renji was forced to activate his Bankai to deal with Runuganga, but despite shattering the giant, it just kept reforming from the sand. They realized that since it's a hollow, it must have a core mass hidden somewhere. If they could just smash that, it would stay down for good. Chad decided to take the lead, powering up his left arm and launching a heavy attack from below to distract the monster and create an opening for Renji to strike. While Chad kept the beast busy, Renji aimed for the mask and successfully pulverized it, finally causing the sand giant to crumble into a heap. As more hollows started to swarm in, Yuryu Ishida suddenly appeared and wiped them all out in an instant. He quickly asked Renji where Ichigo was, and they informed him that Ichigo was currently fighting deep inside Aizen's throne room. At that very moment, things were getting even more complicated back at the palace. Ulquiorra began moving toward Orihime, forcing Ichigo to wrap his Getsuga energy around his blade to increase his combat effectiveness. By fighting this way, he was finally able to put up a real fight against the Espada. However, out of nowhere, the girl who had previously attacked Orihime showed up behind her. Even though Orihime had healed this girl's wounds earlier, the girl showed no gratitude and grabbed her, using her as a hostage in the middle of the chaos. Ichigo tried to rush over and save Orihime, but the girl threatened to gouge out Orihime's eyes if he took another step. To make matters worse, Ulquiorra wasn't giving Ichigo even a second to breathe, keeping him pinned down with relentless attacks. The girl started tormenting Orihime, even tearing at her clothes, when suddenly Yami barged into the room. He loudly demanded that Ulquiorra let him take over the fight so he could crush the human boy himself. Ulquiorra shut him down immediately, telling him to go downstairs and deal with the Soul Reaper captains instead. Infuriated, Yami turned his aggression on Aizen's own female servants who were nearby. He sent one flying into a wall with a brutal punch and slammed the other into the floor before tossing her right off the side of the palace. He was just about to turn his violent attention toward Orihime next when he was interrupted at the last possible second. Just as Yami was about to strike Orihime, Yuryu arrived and buried an arrow deep into the giant's shoulder. Yuryu announced that he would be Yami's opponent and told him to follow him to a different location so they could fight properly. Yami, ever the hothead, followed him down, and Yuryu immediately launched another arrow at him. Yami managed to block it, and began retaliating with his massive strength, forcing Yuryu to stay mobile and alert. Yuryu was doing his best to weave through Yami's blows while looking for an opening. He noticed that his standard arrows weren't doing much damage to the giant's thick hide, so he switched to using his Saily Schneider for more cutting power. Even then, Yami was relentless, swiping at him and firing massive Sero blasts that Yuryu barely managed to avoid. It was a high-speed game of cat and mouse as Yuryu tried to stay alive while setting up a more complex trap. Finally, Yuryu managed to lure Yami into a preset trap, forming a glowing 5-pointed star on the ground and detonating it with a powerful spell. However, to Yuryu's frustration, even that massive explosion wasn't enough to put Yami down for good. As Yami lunged forward again, he stepped right onto some landmines that Yuryu had strategically placed before the fight even started. The sequence of explosions finally proved to be too much for Yami's footing. Yami plummeted through a massive hole in the palace floor, falling for a long time before finally hitting the bottom. Yuryu then rushed back to Ichigo and asked if he needed a hand, but Ichigo told him to stay back and protect Orihime. Ichigo knew he had to go all out, so he summoned his hollow mask and launched a ferocious attack on Ulquiorra. The sheer force of his charge was so great that he actually managed to crack a piece off of Ulquiorra's blade. Ichigo managed to knock Ulquiorra clear out of the throne room. Ulquiorra retaliated with a Sero, but Ichigo blocked it with surprising ease, showing just how much his hollow powers had boosted him. Ulquiorra then flew straight up, breaking through the artificial sky of Las Noches and heading toward the roof of the palace. Ichigo didn't hesitate for a second. He chased after him, and soon the two of them were standing atop the massive dome of the fortress. Ulquiorra explained that he moved the fight here because the top 4 Espadas are strictly forbidden from releasing their full power inside Las Noches, as doing so could destroy the entire palace. He drew his sword and finally released his Resurrection Murcielago. The artificial sky grew even darker and more ominous than before, and Ulquiorra's form began to change. Massive black wings sprouted from his back, giving him the appearance of a terrifying demon of the night. Now fully transformed into a winged demon, Ulquiorra moved with blinding speed, appearing in front of Ichigo in the blink of an eye. If Ichigo hadn't reacted with a split-second movement, his head would have been taken right off. Ulquiorra didn't let up for a moment, hurling a spiritual spear at him. Ichigo tried to dodge, but the spear caught him in the shoulder, drawing blood. Before he could recover, Ulquiorra was already on him again, engaging in a brutal close-quarters struggle. Ichigo was struggling just to keep up with the Espada's insane speed. He launched a Getsuga Tensho at point-blank range, but Ulquiorra didn't even flinch. He blocked it with his bare hands. Ulquiorra mocked him, saying that the Getsuga Tensho was similar to a Sero but only about a quarter as strong. He decided it was time to show Ichigo what a real Sero looked like, charging up a terrifying amount of energy that made the air tremble. Ulquiorra unleashed a massive Sero Azcaraz that completely leveled the surrounding area and shattered Ichigo's hollow mask into dust. The impact of the blast was so massive that everyone inside the palace could feel the ground shaking. Realizing the danger Ichigo was in, Orihime begged Yuryu to take her to the roof so they could help him. Yuru agreed, and together they began their ascent toward the top of the dome, while the battle continued to intensify. We cut back to Ichigo, who was in terrible shape. His mask was gone, his Bankai was failing, and he was nearly out of energy. Ulquiorra stood over him, coldly stating that no matter how hard he tried, a human's power could never truly match a hollow's. He claimed Ichigo's mask was just a cheap imitation of their natural strength. Ulquiorra grabbed him, but even then, Ichigo defiantly told him that he knew he was weaker, but he still intended to win the fight. Ulquiorra was unimpressed by Ichigo's resolve, and decided to reveal his ultimate secret. He began to emit an absolutely insane amount of spiritual pressure, transforming into a second resurrection state Segunda Etapa. This form was so secret that no one in Las Noches, not even Aizen himself, had ever seen it. Ulquiorra remarked that if his master knew about this level of power, his ranking among the Espada would be significantly higher. Despite the overwhelming aura coming from Ulquiorra, Ichigo refused to back down, gripping his sword with a hand that wouldn't stop shaking. In less than a second, Ulquiorra pounced on him, grabbing Ichigo by the head and slamming him violently into a wall. Ichigo desperately tried to summon his hollow mask again to bridge the gap, but the power difference between them was now so vast that it didn't seem to make any difference at all. Ulquiorra simply reached out and crushed the mask into pieces, as if it were made of thin glass. Just as Yuryu and Orihime reached the roof, they were met with a horrifying sight. Ulquiorra was holding Ichigo by the throat, slowly crushing the life out of him. Then, with a cold efficiency, he released a point-blank blast of energy right through Ichigo's chest, literally blowing a hole where his heart should be. Ichigo went limp and collapsed to the floor, seemingly dead. Orihime tried to rush to his side, but Ulquiorra blocked her path, telling her that even her miraculous healing powers couldn't save him from this. Yuryu tried to sneak up from behind and launch a surprise attack, but Ulquiorra effortlessly deflected the arrow with one of his wings. Yuryu kept firing arrow after arrow, but Ulquiorra's wings acted like an impenetrable shield, batting away every projectile and blade that Yuryu threw at him without the Espada even needing to move. Yuryu's attacks were doing absolutely nothing to the Espada. Just as he was about to unleash his full power, Ulquiorra vanished and reappeared right next to him, mockingly asking if that was the hand he used for his arrows before severely injuring him. Meanwhile, Orihime had managed to reach Ichigo and was trying to use her Soten Kishun, but his injuries were so severe that her healing light wasn't having any effect at all. Yuryu dragged himself back to her, his own body badly broken from a confrontation. Despite his injuries, Yuryu tried to attack Ulquiorra once more, only to be hit with a powerful blow that sent him flying. Ulquiorra then used his tail to lash out at him repeatedly, keeping him pinned down. At that moment, deep within his own mind, Ichigo felt something stirring. Everything around him was dark, but he could hear the screams and cries of his friends who were suffering and dying for him. That desperate need to protect them triggered a terrifying transformation. A hollow mask began to form on Ichigo's face, but this was unlike anything we had seen before. He transformed into his most powerful and primal state, the Vasto Lord form. His new appearance was truly demonic and terrifying, leaving Ulquiorra completely stunned. The Espada couldn't believe his eyes, asking how Ichigo was still alive and what kind of monster he had actually become. Ichigo didn't answer with words, only with a primal, bone-chilling aura. Ichigo summoned his sword back to his hand, and the sheer force of his presence sent Orihime flying back. He let out a roar that literally shook the entire palace to its foundations. Ulquiorra tried to blast him with a massive Sero, but Ichigo fired his own Sero from his horns, neutralizing the attack instantly. In the blink of an eye, Ichigo vanished and reappeared behind Ulquiorra, blasting another Sero that completely disintegrated the Espada's arm. Ulquiorra, however, managed to grow it back immediately. Moving faster than the speed of light, Ichigo appeared behind Ulquiorra again, grabbed him by the face, and slammed him into a wall with incredible violence. It was now crystal clear that Ichigo was far superior in strength. With a single savage strike, he slashed across Ulquiorra's chest. He then pinned the Espada to the ground by stepping on his face and began charging a massive Sero between his horns, intending to end the fight once and for all with a point-blank execution. The resulting Sero explosion was so massive that the entire area was engulfed in light, leaving Ulquiorra with only half of his body remaining. Ichigo was about to fire another one to completely erase him from existence, but Yuru stepped in and stopped him, telling him that the fight was over and he had already won. However, Ichigo was so consumed by his hollow instincts that he had lost all control. He turned around and stabbed Yuri with his sword without hesitation. With his mind completely gone, Ichigo began moving toward Ryu to finish him off, but a dying Ulquiorra managed to summon enough strength to strike from behind and cut off one of Ichigo's horns. This caused the hollow mask to shatter and the transformation to reverse. Ichigo collapsed to the ground, reverting to his human form, while an incredible surge of spiritual energy gathered in his body, miraculously closing the massive hole in his chest and healing his fatal wound. Okiura watched in disbelief as Ichigo regenerated, noting that the boy now possessed high-speed regeneration similar to his own. When Ichigo finally woke up, he had absolutely no memory of what had just happened. He looked at Yuryu and realized he was the one who had wounded his friend, which filled him with guilt. He then looked over at Okiura and saw the Espada's horrific state. Despite being near death, Okiura pulled Ichigo's sword out of Yuryu and handed it back to him. Okiura insisted that they finish their battle properly, but as he tried to prepare an attack, his body began to crumble into dust. He had pushed himself far beyond his limits, and the damage Ichigo dealt was irreversible. He was literally evaporating into the air. He told Ichigo to just kill him and end it with his own hands, but Ichigo refused. He told the Espada that he didn't want to win a fight under those conditions, especially since he wasn't even conscious for the victory. Ichigo stubbornly refused to strike a dying man, saying that a victory like that meant nothing to him. Ultimately, Okiura's body completely disintegrated into gray ash, which drifted away in the wind. Shifting our focus back to another part of the palace, Rukia was still locked in combat with Govinzello. Renji and Chad finally arrived to back her up, and Rukia quickly told them she had a plan. She activated her Bankai to freeze the battlefield and the surrounding soldiers. While the enemy soldiers were frozen, Chad used his powerful arms to smash through them, clearing a path for Renji to strike at Govinzello. A few soldiers managed to break free and grab Renji's sword, stalling his momentum, but it turned out this was all part of Rukia's clever strategy. She used her Zanpakuto to freeze Govinzello's root-like extensions to the ground, pinning him in place so he couldn't maneuver or defend himself effectively. Rukia then moved in and completely froze Govinzello's head, but just then, Yami unexpectedly burst onto the scene. He was disgusted by Govinzello's failure and killed him himself as a result of his weakness. Yami was in a blind rage, shouting for Yuryu and demanding to know where he was. Renji just looked at him and started taunting him, pointing out that since Yami was only number 10, he must be the weakest member of the Espada. Renji continued to mock him, saying that all his stronger comrades were already dead. This pushed Yami over the edge, and he unsheathed his sword to release his true form. His body began to grow to an gargantuan size, and to everyone's absolute shock, the 1 in the 10 tattooed on his body simply faded away, leaving only a 0. Yami explained that the Espada aren't actually ranked 1 to 10, but rather 0 to 9, and as number 0, he is actually the strongest of them all. He boasted that he was the apex of their power. Renji tried to strike him, but his blade couldn't even pierce Yami's thick skin. Rukia tried to trap him with a massive pillar of ice, but the giant just shrugged it off as if it were nothing. Chad even landed a heavy punch directly to Yami's face, but it didn't seem to cause him any pain or even slow him down for a second. Their combined efforts were proving useless. Even when the three of them coordinated their attacks into a single strike, Yami didn't show even a scratch. Meanwhile, back in the human world above Karakura Town, Halle Bell began to unleash her terrifying power. She managed to knock Hitsugaya away before he could even activate his Bankai. She unsheathed her sword, and her physical form began to change, taking on a much more aquatic and armored appearance as she prepared to flood the battlefield. It was revealed that Halle Bell specializes in powerful water-based techniques. With one master surge, she seemingly sliced Hitsugaya clean in half. She then turned her gaze toward Yamamoto, telling him he was next and that she would avenge her fallen comrades. However, she was stunned when Hitsugaya suddenly appeared behind her, completely unharmed. He explained that the version of him she had just destroyed was actually an intricate decoy made of ice. While that duel raged on, Kamomura was stationed below, acting as a shield for the injured lieutenants while they received medical treatment. The high-altitude battlefield was now divided into 3 major skirmishes: Halle Bell versus Hitsugaya, Shonsui against the formidable Stark, and Soifon paired with Omeida against Baragan. Baragan finally decided to get serious, drawing his weapon and preparing to show the Soul Reapers the true meaning of fear. Baragan offered Soifon a bit of philosophical insight, explaining that each member of the Espada represents a specific aspect of death. He noted that Stark embodies loneliness, while Okiura represents nihilism, and Neutra stands for despair. He went down the list, mentioning that Grimja represents destruction, Zomari stands for intoxication, and Sayelapura represents madness. It was a chilling reminder of the dark nature of the foes they were facing. He continued his explanation, saying Arrancar represents greed, Yami stands for rage, and Halle Bell herself represents sacrifice. Meanwhile, the clash between Hitsugaya and Halle Bell had turned into a stalemate of elemental manipulation. Every time Hitsugaya tried to freeze her with ice, she would instantly melt it into water, and whenever she attacked with torrential waves, he would freeze them solid. They were perfectly matched, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Halibel eventually gathered a massive amount of spiritual energy for a Suro that Hitsugaya barely managed to dodge in time. Both fighters realized they needed to go all out to break the deadlock. Hitsugaya finally decided to use a high-level ice technique, summoning massive pillars of ice that trap Halibel and began to freeze her entire body solid. For a moment, it looked like he had her, but she wasn't done yet. With an explosion of power, Halibel completely shattered the ice surrounding her and mocked Hitsugaya, asking if that was really all he could do. She then launched an enormous crushing wave of water toward him. Hitsugaya realized that if he dodged, the wave would hit the injured Soul Reapers below, so he stood his ground and tried to freeze the entire ocean-like attack with every ounce of his remaining spiritual energy. The effort drained Hitsugaya completely, and he collapsed to his knees, panting heavily. Halibel told him that his desire to protect his friends was his greatest weakness and the reason for his defeat. Hitsugaya looked up at her and defiantly said that his friends were actually the source of his strength. Just then, the sky began to turn pitch black as dark clouds swirled overhead, signaling that Hitsugaya was preparing his most ultimate move. Hitsugaya unleashed his final, most powerful technique, causing the moisture in the air to rain down as ice crystals. Every drop that touched Halibel's body instantly turned into a layer of frost, and slowly but surely she was encased in a massive, beautiful tower of ice. With Halibel temporarily dealt with, the focus shifted back to the battle between Baragan and Soy Fawn. Soy Fawn launched a series of high-speed attacks, but she was in for a rude awakening. Every time Soy Fawn tried to get close to Baragan, she felt her movements becoming sluggish and slow. She tried again, but the result was always the same, leaving her frustrated and confused about what kind of power he was using. She wondered if he was manipulating gravity or space around him. Baragan just chuckled and asked if she was truly curious about the nature of his ability, before finally deciding to reveal the terrifying truth. Baragan revealed that he represents the concept of senescence, the aging process, which he claimed is the most absolute and powerful ability among the Espada. In a flash, he appeared behind Soy Fawn and barely touched her, warning that another touch would turn her bones to dust. When Soy Fawn looked at her arm, she was horrified to see that the bones had literally decayed and shattered inside her flesh. Baragan loomed over her and told her to prepare for her inevitable end. Just as Baragan was about to finish her off, Almeida intervened by hurling his heavy spiked ball at the Espada. Baragan deflected it easily, but he gave Soy Fawn a moment to breathe. The two Soul Reapers decided to coordinate their efforts, with Almeida acting as a distraction by attacking from the front and then circling around. Meanwhile, Soy Fawn tried to find an opening to strike from a low angle while Baragan was busy with her lieutenant. Baragan saw right through their strategy and seemingly sliced Soy Fawn in half, though it turned out to be an afterimage. Almeida tried to follow up with an attack, but Baragan nearly caught him, sending the terrified lieutenant running for his life. Baragan then focused back on Soy Fawn, grabbing her arm and causing it to wither and decay instantly through his aging power. In extreme pain, Soy Fawn managed to pull away and put some distance between them. Baragan slowly pursued her like an inevitable force of nature. Just as he was closing in for the kill, Almeida found a bit of courage and stepped in to defend his captain. Growing tired of their games, Baragan decided to end the confrontation immediately. He releases Zanpakuto Arrancar and transformed into a terrifying skeletal figure draped in black robes, the true king of Huko Mundo. In this form, everything around Baragan began to rot and crumble as time accelerated toward destruction. He unleashed a wave of dark energy called Respira that caught Soy Fawn's already injured arm. The flesh began to melt away, exposing the bone as the rot spread toward her body. Realizing she was doomed if it reached her torso, she screamed at Almeida to amputate her arm immediately. With a trembling hand, Almeida did as he was told to save her life. Soy Fawn told the terrified Almeida to keep Baragan occupied while she retreated to prepare a final plan. Meanwhile, we check back in on Shunsui, who is now wielding both of his swords in his duel against Stark. The fight was remarkably balanced as both men seemed reluctant to reveal their true strength. Stark casually suggested that Shunsui show him his Bankai, seemingly more interested in testing his opponent's limits than actually killing him. Shunsui countered by telling Stark he should show off his Sero first. Stark obliged, firing a barrage of energy blasts that Shunsui danced through with grace. However, it was clear that Stark's heart wasn't fully in the fight. He kept glancing over at his subordinate, Lilinette, who was currently engaged in her own battle against Tsukitake. His concern for her was distracting him from the captain standing right in front of him. Yukitake was mostly just playing around with Lilinette, refusing to actually hurt her. Shunsui realized this and taunted Stark, saying that if the Espada didn't take their fight seriously, he would have to step in and hurt the girl. This threat finally sparked a fire in Stark, who suddenly blurred with incredible speed. He appeared right beneath Shunsui, and launched a massive Sero that the captain barely managed to evade. Shunsui's clothes were a bit singed, but he was otherwise fine. He remarked that he now understood the deep bond between Stark and Lilynette, noting that it was more like family than master and servant. Stark sighed and admitted that he had finally decided to take the battle seriously, but before they continued, he wanted to ask Shunsui a very specific question about another captain on the field. Stark asked if Shunsui's Bankai was as formidable as Hitsugaya's. Shunsui replied that Hitsugaya is a true prodigy of the Soul Society, and predicted that in 100 years, the boy would likely surpass him in power. Stark took this to mean that Shunsui is currently the stronger of the two. With a calm demeanor, Stark sheathed his sword and called Lilynette over, explaining that it was time for them to reveal their true nature. Stark revealed the shocking truth. He and Lilynette are actually two halves of the same soul. While other Arrancar sealed their power into swords, Stark's power was sealed within Lilynette herself. He grabbed her hand and released his Resurrection, Los Lobos, causing his appearance to change drastically. Meanwhile, Aizen and his close circle remained calmly inside the circle of fire, seemingly unbothered by the chaos unfolding outside. Jin asked if they were ever going to join the fray, but Tosin told him to be patient, as the fire would eventually burn itself out. Back with Omeda, he was frantically smashing buildings in a desperate attempt to slow down Baragan, though it wasn't doing much. However, this was exactly the distraction Soifon needed. She had finally prepared her Bankai, Jakuhu Raikoben, which transformed her weapon into a massive golden missile launcher. Soifon actually hates her Bankai because it's too flashy and slow for an assassin, which is why she rarely uses it. She braced herself and aimed the giant missile directly at Baragan. With a thunderous roar, she fired the projectile, and it scored a direct hit on the Espada King. A massive explosion rocked the area, completely obscuring Baragan in a thick cloud of smoke and debris. While the smoke cleared around Baragan, we returned to Stark, who now held Lilynette in the form of two powerful pistols. As Shunsui moved to attack, Stark began firing a relentless barrage of Sero blasts from both guns. The frequency and volume of the attacks were staggering, forcing Shunsui to stay on the move as he desperately tried to find a way to close the distance without getting vaporized. Stark was slowly beginning to predict Shunsui's evasion patterns as the fight dragged on. Shunsui remarked that a simple Sero wouldn't be enough to take him down, but Stark just smiled and agreed, saying that one wasn't enough, but maybe 1,000 would do the trick. He unleashed a move called Sero Metroletta, firing hundreds of blasts at once, saturating the entire area and leaving Shunsui with nowhere to hide. Just as Shunsui was about to be overwhelmed, the Sero blasts suddenly vanished and were redirected right back at Stark. Yukitake had stepped in, using his own unique Zanpakuto to intervene in the fight. Stark was surprised and tried to fire again, but Yukitake repeated the feat, reflecting the energy blast back at the Espada as if he were playing a game of catch. We learn that Yukitake's Zanpakuto, Sojo no Kotowari, consists of two blades linked by a chain. One absorbs the energy while the other fires it back. While Stark was occupied with this new threat, Shunsui tried to land a surprise hit from behind. However, a Gargantua suddenly opened in the sky, and Wonderwise Bargella stepped out, followed by a truly gargantuan hollow creature that loomed over the entire battlefield. With terrifying speed, Wonderwise appeared behind Yukitake and plunged his hand right through the captain's chest. Shunsui tried to rush to his friend's aid, but Stark caught him with a point-blank Sero, sending both captains crashing to the ground. Wonderwise then let out a piercing shriek that shattered the ice tower holding Halibel, freeing her instantly. He screamed again, and the resulting shockwave cleared the smoke from Soifon's attack. The massive hollow creature blew a powerful breath that extinguished Yamamoto's wall of fire, freeing Aizen and his subordinates. It seemed like all the Soul Reaper's hard work had been undone in a matter of seconds. But just as the villains were savoring their freedom, a new group of voices echoed across the battlefield. They announced their arrival, telling Aizen it was finally time for him to pay for the crimes he committed against them long ago. The Wizard had finally arrived on the scene. Shinji Hirako stepped forward, noting how long it had been since they last saw the Soul Reapers. In a surprising move, Lisa Yadamaru kicked Shunsui right in the face, sending him skidding across the ground. We find out she was his former subordinate and friend. Yamamoto looked at Shinji and asked if they were here to join forces with the Soul Society to defeat Aizen. Shinji made it very clear that they weren't allies of the Gotai 13, but rather allies of Ichigo Kurosaki. Just then, Wonderwise started screaming again, and the giant hollow behind him began vomiting out hundreds of Gillians and Minas Grande into the city. Seeing the massive horde, the Wizard didn't hesitate. They prepared for combat, ready to clear the field of these intruders before turning their attention to Aizen. The Vizward donned their hollow masks and tore into the Menos horde with terrifying efficiency, slaughtering them one by one. Shinji taunted Aizen, asking what he thought of their improved powers before launching a direct assault. However, Tosen stepped in to defend his master, parrying Shinji's blade. As Tosen prepared to counter, he was interrupted by another captain who had been waiting for the chance to settle an old score. Komamura blocked Tosen's strike and told Shinji to go after Aizen while he dealt with his former friend. Shohei Hisaki also joined the fight, insisting that he be part of the team that takes down Tosen. Meanwhile, Halibel tried to finish off the exhausted Hitsugaya, but Lisa and Hiyori jumped in to intercept her. The two Visor girls teamed up with the young captain, creating a 3-on-1 scenario to bring down the third Espada. Even with 3 opponents, Halibel was holding her own with surprising ease. Over with Soy Fan, she was in a dire situation. Her Bankai hadn't finished Baragan, and she was physically incapable of continuing on her own. Seeing her struggle, Hachigen Ishoda decided to step in and offer his mastery of Kido to assist her. Meanwhile, the other Visored had already cleared out the rest of the Mainos in record time. With the minor hollows gone, only the massive multi-eyed beast remained. Mashiro Kuna excitedly declared that she would be the one to take it down, and she delivered a devastating kick that literally blew the giant creature apart. This sent Wonderwise into a fit of rage. He immediately retaliated by firing multiple Seros at her, but Mashiro was too quick, dodging his attacks and slamming him into the ground with her superior agility. Start now found himself facing 2 new opponents, Love and Rose, after having successfully neutralized Shunzui and Yukitake. Elsewhere, Hachi tried to strike up a friendly conversation with Soy Fan, mentioning how long it had been since they last met, but she coldly brushed him off. She still viewed the Visord as outlaws and didn't want to engage in pleasantries while in the middle of a life-or-death battle. Baragan interrupted them, declaring that they would all rot before his absolute power. Hachi responded by creating a complex Kido barrier around the Espada. He figured that since Baragan's Respira rots physical matter, pure spiritual energy, like Kido, might be immune to the effect. However, Baragan just laughed, claiming that even Kido is subject to the laws of time and aging, and he began to rot the barrier itself. Baragan's power began eating through the Kido walls, forcing Hachi to constantly cast new barriers to replace the ones being destroyed. It became a frantic battle of attrition, with Hachi desperately trying to keep the Espada King contained while he formulated a more permanent solution. Every layer of protection Hachi built was withered away in seconds, but he refused to give up, buying as much time as he possibly could. Hachi called out to Soy Fan, telling her he had a plan that required her Bankai's firepower. As Baragan shattered the latest barrier, Hachi quickly wove an intricate cage of Kido around him, leaving only a tiny opening. Soy Fan, despite her injury, had already positioned herself and was ready to fire. She aimed her massive missile directly at the small gap Hachi had left in the cage, ready to deliver a concentrated blast. The missile soared through the opening and exploded inside the confined space of the Kido cage, trapping the full force of the blast against Baragan's body. The fireball raged within the barrier, dealing massive damage to the Espada. Yet incredibly, Baragan survived. He used his Respira to rot the Kido cage from the inside out and stepped through the smoke, though his skeletal body was now cracked and half shattered from the explosion. Fueled by absolute hatred, Baragan swore he would make them suffer. Hachi put on his hollow mask to boost his Kido power and continued to throw up barrier after barrier to block the encroaching Respira. During the struggle, Baragan's power managed to clip Hachi's arm, causing it to start rotting. In a brilliant and desperate move, Hachi used a teleportation Kido to manifest a glowing white energy around Baragan's remaining internal structure. It turned out Hachi had teleported his own decaying arm directly inside Baragan's body. Since Baragan's power rots everything it touches, placing the decay inside him meant he was being destroyed by his own absolute ability from the inside out. As his body began to crumble, he screamed that he was the one true king of Hugo Mundo. We then see a flashback to his past, long before Aizen's arrival, when he ruled the desert with an iron fist. In the old days, Baragan sat upon a throne made of bone, with thousands of hollows bowing before him. He spent his days bored, wondering what true kings were supposed to do with their time. His peaceful, if monotonous reign was shattered when a hollow was suddenly sliced in two right in front of him. Standing there radiating an aura of calm menace was Sasuke Aizen along with Jin and Tosen, marking the beginning of the end for the old king's era. In that tense moment, one of the hollows made the mistake of trying to attack Tosen, but Baragan silenced him instantly. Baragan looked at the intruders and remarked that they had arrived at the perfect time, as he was looking for a way to entertain himself. He then introduced himself with immense pride, declaring that he is Baragan, the undisputed king of Huiko Mundo, and that they were currently standing within his grand palace. Tosen, however, was skeptical, questioning how a place with no roof and no walls could possibly be called a palace. Just then, Sasuke Aizen decided to take control by activating the unique ability of his Zanpakuto. Through the power of absolute complete hypnosis, he effortlessly brought everyone present under his total dominance. Aizen then addressed Baragon directly, claiming he could reshape the entire world and fulfill every desire the king had. But only on one condition: Baragon must swear his loyalty as a subordinate. In return, Aizen promised to bestow upon him a level of power that was vastly superior to anything he currently possessed. Baragon rages that he is the king of Hyuko Mundo and will never serve Aizen. He attacks Aizen, Jin, and Tosen, but suddenly his crown splits in two. Aizen reveals he was all an illusion. Baragon then watches in horror as his own hollow army begins to attack him. Jin and Tosen position their blades right in front of him, and from that humiliating moment onward, Baragon was forced to become Aizen's subordinate against his will. Although he had to obey every order, a burning desire for revenge took root deep within his soul. He hated the fact that a once mighty king had been reduced to a mere follower and dreamed of reclaiming his throne. Returning to the present time, we witness the final moments of his life as he begins to pass away. With his last ounce of strength, he threw his weapon directly at Sasuke Aizen in a final attempt to kill him. But his body disintegrated into ash before the axe could ever reach its target. Stark watched this and realized with a heavy heart that Baragon was gone, feeling a sense of worthlessness that no one seemed to care about the death of a king. However, there was no time for reflection, as Love and Rose immediately launched a coordinated assault on Stark, who was forced to defend himself. Stark fended them off using his pistols while Love questioned the whereabouts of their wizard masks. Love then dramatically donned his mask, followed by Rose, and they intensified their attack to keep Stark occupied. While Rose kept Stark busy, Love swung his massive axe repeatedly, generating an enormous amount of spiritual fire. He then unleashed the full force of this blazing inferno directly onto Stark's head in a devastating downward strike. As the fire consumed the area, Liliet spoke to Stark through his pistols, asking if he was alright. He admitted that he certainly wasn't, acknowledging that these opponents were exceptionally powerful. Liliet suggested that they should finally stop holding back and use their full strength, and Stark agreed completely. In a flash of spiritual energy, the dual pistols vanished, and Stark began to ascend high into the sky. High above the battlefield, Stark stood surrounded by a massive army of spiritual wolves. These wolves relentlessly hunted down Love and Rose, who desperately tried to destroy them. However, for every wolf they took down, another would immediately manifest to take its place. The real danger was revealed when a wolf made contact. They would explode with terrifying force. One wolf managed to latch onto Love and detonate, leaving him struggling to escape the resulting blast. The relentless wolves attacked once more, detonating in a series of explosions that neither Love nor Rose could withstand. They were slammed into the ground, their visored masks shattered and their spiritual energy nearly depleted. As Stark descended to deliver the finishing blow, he was suddenly blindsided as a blade pierced right through his chest. Shonsui Kyoraku emerged from the shadows beneath Stark, revealing a deadly new strategy. It is revealed that this is a part of his specialized abilities, specifically the Shadow Demon game, which he was hesitant to use because of its double-edged nature. Junsui pressed his advantage, but the spiritual wolves quickly surrounded him to halt his progress. Shonsui then posed a chilling question to Stark. He had heard that the girl's soul was split to create these wolves, and he wondered if killing the wolves would end her life or simply harm Stark himself. This calculated provocation forced Stark to launch another attack, but Shunsui was prepared and managed to strike Stark's shadow, resulting in a real injury to his leg. At that exact moment, the remaining wolves converged on Shunsui's shadow and triggered a massive explosion. The force of the blast was so great that it consumed most of the wolf army, leaving the battlefield covered in smoke and debris. Shunsui suddenly emerged from the chaos to strike again, and when the remaining wolves tried to intervene, he efficiently wiped them out. With all the wolves gone, Liliet's life finally faded away. Shunsui then explained that he had fully deciphered the mechanics of Stark's ability. He admitted that the previous attack could have been fatal, but he now realized that the damage is concentrated solely on whatever the wolf touches before it detonates. A flashback reveals a somber history where Stark wandered Hyuko Mundo in absolute isolation. He was never able to maintain any friendships because his spiritual pressure was so overwhelming that anyone who came near him would simply die. Driven by a desperate need for companionship, he found a way to split his very soul into two halves. The larger primary part retained the name Stark, while the other portion became his constant companion. The second half was named Liliet, and together they lived so that they would never have to experience loneliness again. Their lives changed when Sasuke Aizen appeared before them with an offer to join his ranks in exchange for even greater power. They agreed to follow him, not because they hungered for strength, but simply as a means to escape their eternal solitude forever. We then transition back to the present conflict. We learn the specific rules of Shunsui's deadly game. If someone attacks while calling out a specific color, the damage increases based on how much of that color they are wearing themselves. If an attacker strikes a color they aren't wearing, the damage is minimal. Both combatants must play by these rules, and Shunsui can choose a color to attack. Stark decides to take the initiative and chooses the color white for his next move. Stark commits to the color white and launches an attack while Shunsui counters by choosing black. However, Shunsui struggled to find an opening since Stark wasn't wearing much black. As they clashed, Shunsui cleverly tossed his outer kimono to obstruct Stark's vision and moved to a lower position. By discarding his robe, he was no longer wearing the color white, and he then aimed a precise strike at a very specific target. Shunsui targeted the black hollow hole in Stark's chest, and the rules of the game amplified the damage to a lethal degree, splitting Stark into two. As Stark's body began to crumble into ash and fade away, the scene shifts to Halibel. She was currently being pressured by Lisa and Hiyori, both of whom were using their visored masks, while Hitsugaya supported them with his own powerful icy abilities. They were assaulting Halibel from every possible angle, yet she still managed to hold her own against them. However, Sasuke Aizen intervened, coldly stating that she was going to die anyway now that her fellow Espada had fallen. Without a hint of mercy, he struck her down, cutting her across the torso. We then travel back into the past to discover that Halibel was once a powerful Vasto lord in the desert of Hukomundo. Back then, she had a habit of killing male hollows while sparing the females, eventually rescuing 3 girls who became her loyal companions. Together they formed a formidable team that eliminated any rival that stood in their path. This continued until one day, when Baragon summoned her to his presence. He offered her the chance to join his massive army as a subordinate, but Halibel was not interested in serving him. Halibel showed her defiance by striking one of Baragon's men before fleeing the area with her followers. However, upon returning to her hideout, they were ambushed by a terrifying hollow whose mask was partially broken. This creature possessed overwhelming strength, which prompted Halibel to order her subordinates to run for their lives while she attempted to handle the monster on her own. The powerful hollow eventually overwhelmed her, leaving her incapacitated and unable to move. Just as it was about to deliver the final blow, her 3 loyal followers returned to intervene, declaring their intention to protect her just as she had protected them. Unfortunately, the monster easily defeated all 3 of them. Witnessing their defeat filled Halibel with a blind rage, causing her to attack the hollow again, though her strike still had no effect. Just before the hollow could finish her off, Sosuke Aizen appeared and killed the beast instantly. He then extended an invitation for her to join him, promising to grant her incredible power. Returning to the present, Halibel managed to endure Aizen's initial strike and launched herself at him with every bit of her remaining strength. She struck him with a powerful blow, but it was quickly revealed that she had only hit a deceptive illusion. Aizen suddenly appeared behind her and plunged his sword into her back, coldly informing her that her life was now over. Halibel collapsed silently to the ground as Aizen declared to everyone present that he was finally ready for the true battle to begin. Upon hearing this, all the remaining Soul Society captains, their lieutenants, and the visored warriors began to prepare themselves for a final stand. Hiyori was the first to charge in for an attack, but before she could get close, Genichimaro extended his blade from a distance of 100 meters and impaled her through the torso. As Hiyori fell, Mishiro was elsewhere, relentlessly pummeling Wonderwise, who seemed impossible to kill. Kensei warned her to stay calm, noting that pushing herself too hard might cause her visored mask to shatter prematurely. Mishiro confidently told him not to worry, claiming she could maintain her mask for an entire day, but as she went in for another strike, the mask suddenly broke apart. Wonderwise took advantage of this opening and landed a devastating blow that knocked her out of the fight. With Mishiro being the second casualty, Kensei's anger reached its boiling point, and he gripped his Zanpakuto firmly while preparing to unleash his Bankai. Shifting our focus to Hukomundo, Rukia, Renji, and the others were still locked in a desperate struggle against the massive Yami. Their only advantage was their superior speed, which they used to try and disorient the giant. Renji attempted a direct assault, but Yami countered with a powerful strike that sent him flying. He then did the same to Chad, knocking him away effortlessly before reaching out to grab Rukia in his massive hand. Yami threw Rukia away with terrifying strength, but Ichigo Kurosaki appeared just in time to catch her and save her. He immediately launched a Gotugo Tensho that actually managed to damage the giant. Ichigo then donned his hollow mask and unleashed an even more powerful Gotugo that pinned Yami to the ground. However, Yami quickly recovered and unleashed a flurry of dozens of strikes, which Ichigo struggled to defend against. As Ichigo tried to reform his mask, it shattered instantly because his spiritual energy was completely drained, allowing Yami to grab him. However, out of nowhere, Yami's leg was sliced clean off, forcing him to release Ichigo. Kenpachi, Zaraki, and Byakuya Kuchiki then appeared on the scene, telling Ichigo that they would handle Yami while he focused on returning to the human world to stop Aizen. Mayuri Kurotsuchi then arrived with his assistant, who was pulling a cart filled with experimental equipment salvaged from Sayalaporo's lab. Mayuri used the technology to find a way to stabilize a gateway back to the world of the living. Captain Unohana then approached Ichigo, informing him that she would accompany him on this mission. Mayuri successfully opened the Garganta portal that would transport them back to the human world. Ichigo and Unohana stepped into the gateway, leaving the battle in Rico Mundo behind. Meanwhile, Kenpachi was engaged in a brutal fight with Yami, managing to slice off 2 of the giant's fingers. He attempted to go for the head, but Yami's skin proved to be exceptionally thick. It's revealed that Mayuri is simply waiting for the battle to end so he can claim Yami's massive corpse for his twisted scientific experiments. As Ichigo and Unohana traveled through the interdimensional tunnel, Unohana asked him if he had ever faced Sosuke Aizen before. Ichigo recalled their encounter at the execution grounds, noting how overwhelmingly strong Aizen was. Unohana replied that it was actually a good thing he hadn't seen the release of Aizen Zanpakuto yet. She explained that this makes him the most capable person to defeat Aizen, and began to describe the dangers of his hypnosis. She warned him that everyone else, the Visored, the Soul Reapers, and even the Arrancars were already under the influence of Aizen's complete hypnosis. She emphasized that Ichigo is their only hope because his power rivals Aizen's, provided he avoids looking at the blade when it is released. Ichigo then pointed to his tattered Shinigami robes, explaining that the state of his clothing is actually a direct reflection of his remaining spiritual energy. He clarified that if he were at full strength, his robes would be completely intact, which deeply shocked Unohana. She realized that even at half power, his spiritual pressure was already at the level of a high-ranking captain. Realizing his potential, she promised to restore his energy to its peak, as she was now certain that he was the only one capable of actually defeating Aizen in a fair fight. While Ichigo was being healed, Kamamura and Hisagi were locked in a confrontation with Kaname Tosen. Kamamura viewed Tosen as a traitor to the pact they made to reform the world together. A world where Tosen's innocent friend had been killed without reason. It was clear that both Kamamura and Hisagi were fighting with everything they had, hoping to bring their former comrade back to his senses before it was too late. Although Kamamura and Hisagi initially seemed to have the advantage, Tosen shocked them by donning a hollow mask, revealing that Aizen had transformed him into something similar to a Visored. With incredible speed, he struck Hisagi and took him out of the fight instantly. When Kamamura tried to counterattack, Tosen blocked it effortlessly, demonstrating a massive and terrifying gap in their spiritual power. Tosen delivered a kick so powerful, it shattered Kamamura's armor and broke several of his bones. Kamamura asked him if he was truly satisfied with becoming a monster, and what the difference between him and a hollow was now. Tosen replied that concepts like good and evil were irrelevant in a world that was entirely corrupt. Suddenly, a chain wrapped around Tosen, pinning him firmly to the ground. Hisagi was the one who threw the chains, explaining that he managed to survive the last strike because he had been trained by Tosen himself. He pleaded with Tosen to wake up and return to the man he once was, but Tosen responded by stabbing Hisagi and tossing him aside like trash. Seeing his lieutenant being treated so poorly, Kamamura drew his Zanpakuto and solemnly released his Bankai, calling upon his massive armored giant. Meanwhile, Shinji Hirako was engaging Sasuke Aizen using the disorienting power of his Zanpakuto to create an inverted world. This ability reverses the opponent's sense of direction, making up look like down and left look like right. But the battlefield is never as it seems when dealing with the Master of Illusions. It was revealed that Shinji himself had been trapped in Aizen's hypnotic web, allowing Aizen to strike him down easily. Back at the other fight, Kamamura unleashed a massive sword strike that shattered the earth beneath Tosen, but Tosen evaded it with ease. Every time Kamamura tried to land a blow, Tosen's supernatural speed proved too much to handle, and he began to target Kamamura's giant guardian. Because Kamamura is linked to his Bankai, any damage to the giant was reflected on his own body. Despite the pain, Kamamura managed to land a hit that crushed Tosen's arms, but Tosen used high-speed regeneration to heal instantly. We learn that Tosen's motivation was revenge for his fallen friend, and a desire to fix the corrupt world, but seeing no path to true justice, he chose to join Aizen to tear everything down. Tosen then fully released his Resurrection, transforming into a terrifying, monstrous insect-like hollow. In this state, he finally gained the ability to see with physical eyes for the first time. He looked down at Kamamura and insulted him, calling his appearance hideous and claiming that the sight of his old friend was not at all what he had expected it to be. Kamamura expressed deep sorrow over the monster Tosen had become. Tosen then launched a brutal attack, his new power allowing him to physically compete with the massive Bankai. Every time Kamamura managed to land a wound, Tosen's regeneration fixed it immediately. Kamamura pleaded that he didn't want to kill him, but Tosen continued his assault, mocking Kamamura for being blind to the truth of the world. Tosen claimed that Kamamura knew nothing of his inner struggles, and the two clashed once again. Kamamura managed to bring his giant sword down, pinning Tosen to the ground, but Tosen's strength was now immense. He broke free and sent Kamamura flying before unleashing a massive Sero blast aimed directly at him. Kamamura barely managed to evade the blast as the battle reached its climax. Kamamura tried to follow up with another strike, but Tosen blocked the giant blade, causing it to shatter. Tosen then unleashed a barrage of spiritual energy that began to tear Kamamura's Bankai apart, declaring that the battle was over and Kamamura was finished. However, just as he was about to win, Hisagi appeared from behind and plunged his Zanpakuto directly through Tosen's head. Hisagi told the monster that the Tosen they once knew was already dead and that this current creature was a complete stranger. Tosen's power immediately began to fade as he reverted to a more human-like form. He reached out to Hisagi, asking to see his face one last time before he passed away. But before they could share a final moment, Tosen's body violently exploded from within. The explosion was a gruesome side effect of the holification process, leaving Kamamura devastated. He vowed to get revenge on Aizen for Tosen's fate, but suddenly, the sky itself seemed to crack open behind Aizen. Ichigo Kurosaki emerged and immediately launched a massive Getsuga Tenso at Aizen, though Aizen deflected the powerful attack with almost no effort at all. Ichigo's top priority was to avoid seeing the release of Aizen's Shikai to stay immune to his hypnosis. Komamura told Ichigo to hang back, asserting that it was the duty of the captains to take Aizen down and promising that they would prevent him from ever releasing his sword's power in front of Ichigo. With that, the captains moved in to surround their enemy. Hitsugaya launched a frontal assault, while Shunsui attempted to flank Aizen from the side. Aizen quickly erected his spiritual barrier to protect himself, but Hitsugaya continued to press the attack with a flurry of strikes. Aizen effortlessly dodged every one of them, taunting Hitsugaya about how deep his hatred must be, specifically mentioning that it was all because of what happened to Momo Hinamori. Aizen mocked him for his past failure to protect Hinamori, who was like a sister to Hitsugaya. Shinsui tried to intervene and told Hitsugaya not to let Aizen's provocations get under his skin. However, Hitsugaya's rage was too great. He drew his blade and unleashed his Bankai, declaring that his hatred for Aizen was indeed real, and that he had come specifically to kill him. Hitsugaya attacked with his full power while Kamamura and Love joined in to create a pincer maneuver, hoping to trap Aizen. Despite their coordinated effort, Aizen remained untouched. Rose then used his whip-like weapon to entangle Aizen's Zanpakuto, trying to disarm him, or at least restrict his movements while the others closed in for the kill. As Kamamura brought his massive blade down, Aizen shattered it into two pieces instantly. He then appeared above Kamamura and slashed him across the torso with a single, brutal strike. When Rose tried to intervene, Aizen sliced through his weapon and his body as well. Using the momentum, Aizen then redirected his focus to Love, cutting him down and sending him crashing to the ground in total silence. Lisa was the third one to fall after Aizen split her weapon in half and delivered a deep wound. Suddenly, Soifon stepped forward, declaring that she wasn't like the others and wouldn't be so easily defeated. She used her Shumpo to create dozens of afro-images of herself surrounding Aizen. As Aizen prepared to strike her down, a sudden wave of ice trapped his sword, momentarily freezing him in place. Soifon seized the opportunity to strike Aizen twice in the same spot, attempting to activate her death in 2 bites technique. Aizen acknowledged the impressiveness of her skill but told her it was useless against him, as his spiritual pressure was so high it negated her ability. However, he was caught off guard when a blade suddenly protruded from his back, as Shunsui had successfully attacked from the shadows. Hitsugaya followed up with a charge while Shinji used his inverted world to confuse Aizen's senses. Although Aizen thought the attack was coming from the left, it struck him from the right, allowing Hitsugaya to plunge his sword directly into Aizen's heart. For a brief moment, they all believed they had finally won, but their victory was shattered when Ichigo screamed out in terror, asking them what they were doing. The entire battlefield was frozen in shock, as it was revealed that everything they had just done was a total illusion. The person Hitsugaya had actually stabbed through the heart was Momo Hinamori. Aizen then went on the offensive, ruthlessly attacking all the lieutenants and captains, while Shinji demanded to know when the hypnosis had been activated. In her dying breath, Hinamori looked at Hitsugaya and asked him why he had done this to her. Hitsugaya completely lost his mind from the grief and rage, charging blindly at Aizen with everything he had. Shunsui tried to hold him back and stop the suicide mission, but it was too late. Aizen effortlessly sliced Hitsugaya into 2 pieces before he could reach him. When Soifon tried to make her move, Aizen was just as efficient, cutting her down as if she were nothing more than a minor annoyance. Shun's attempted to strike, but Aizen dodged and slashed him across the back. Shinji was the next to fall, his directional illusions proving useless as Aizen systematically defeated him too. In a matter of seconds, almost every captain, lieutenant, and vice-erd had been incapacitated. As Ichigo prepared to jump into the fray, a massive wall of fire erupted in front of him, signaling the arrival of a new combatant. Captain Commander Yamamoto, the last line of defense, finally decided to take the field after his comrades had all fallen. Aizen boldly claimed he would end Yamamoto's life, but the old man laughed at the idea. Yamamoto struck at Aizen, but it turned out to be another illusion, and Aizen appeared behind him to plunge his sword into the commander's back. However, Yamamoto grabbed Aizen's arm, telling that while he might control the five senses, he couldn't hide his spiritual energy. Yamamoto declared that he could feel the pulse of Aizen's blade within his own body. Suddenly, massive pillars of flame erupted across the entire city as Yamamoto activated his devastating Enetsu Jigoku. He told Aizen that this was the end for both of them, as they were about to be consumed by the absolute inferno he had created. Sacrificing himself to ensure Aizen's total destruction, Yamamoto ordered Ichigo to retreat immediately, explaining that since he wasn't a member of the Gotai 13, his life was not to be sacrificed here. Aizen questioned why the commander was so willing to throw away the lives of his own subordinates. Yamamoto replied that every Soul Reaper who came to this city arrived with a full knowledge of the consequences, and was prepared to die for the cause. Suddenly, Wonderwise appeared behind Yamamoto. The commander attacked with his sword, but Wonderwise surprisingly caught the blade and knocked Yamamoto back with a single punch. Aizen then admitted that Ryujin Jaka was the most powerful Zanpakuto he had ever encountered. Acknowledging that in a direct head-to-head confrontation, Yamamoto's raw power would likely exceed his own. Because of that power gap, Aizen explained that he had modified the Arrancar Wonderwise for one single purpose: to seal the flames of Yamamoto's sword. As if on cue, all the massive fires that had engulfed the city were suddenly extinguished, sucked into Wonderwise's body. We learned that this absolute sealing ability was the only reason Wonderwise was created. To gain this flame-sealing power, Wonderwise had to sacrifice his ability to speak in all of his memories. Aizen mocked Yamamoto, claiming that without his sword's fire, the commander was no longer a threat, and that Wonderwise alone could kill him. Wonderwise charged in for the kill, but Yamamoto countered with a powerful bare-handed punch that sent the creature flying backward. Yamamoto roared at Aizen, asking if he truly thought he became the head captain solely because of a sword's ability. He claimed he could crush a brat like Wonderwise with his bare hands. Wonderwise regenerated dozens of arms and unleashed a barrage of punches, eventually managing to restrain the old man. But Yamamoto's physical strength remained far beyond human comprehension. Yamamoto broke free by ripping off Wonderwise's arms and then delivered a concentrated strike that completely shattered the Arrancar's body, ending his existence forever. He then turned his gaze toward Aizen, telling him he was next. Aizen, however, remained calm and reminded Yamamoto that Wonderwise had absorbed all of the commander's intense spiritual flames into his own body before dying. Wonderwise's corpse began to swell, turning into a massive thermal bomb that threatened to incinerate the entire city and everyone in it. Yamamoto threw himself onto the body to suppress the blast, absorbing the majority of the explosion with his own flesh to save the world. The force of the detonation was so immense that it finally brought the mighty Commander General to his knees. Aizen approached the fallen commander, noting that his death would symbolize the complete collapse of the Soul Society. However, Yamamoto grabbed Aizen's leg with a final burst of energy, calling him a mere child, before activating a powerful Forbidden Keto spell that caused a massive explosion of fire. Aizen narrowly escaped the blast, only to find Ichigo Kurosaki descending upon him from above. Ichigo landed a Gotsuga Tensho that managed to slice into Aizen's shoulder. Aizen simply discarded his torn clothing and watched as his wounds healed instantly, revealing that the Hogyoku was now actively regenerating his body. Aizen then looked at Ichigo and revealed the terrifying truth. Every single event in Ichigo's life had proceeded exactly according to his grand design. Aizen claimed that he had orchestrated Ichigo's meeting with Rukia, his introduction to Soul Reaper powers through Renji, and his entire journey through the Soul Society. He explained that battles with Kenpachi, Grimmjow, and Ulquiorra were all carefully staged tests to foster Ichigo's growth. To Aizen, Ichigo was nothing more than a precious subject for his long-term spiritual experiments. He questioned if Ichigo ever wondered why he could see spirits from birth, or why his strength spiked so perfectly after every life or death encounter. He pointed out how convenient it was that he always faced the exact right opponent to push his limits. Ichigo called him a liar, refusing to believe that Aizen had been watching and manipulating his life since before he even became a substitute Soul Reaper. Aizen doubled down, claiming he had known Ichigo from the very moment of his birth, and that he was a unique being composed of two different halves. Before he could reveal the second half of Ichigo's nature, Isshin Kurosaki suddenly intervened and launched an attack. He quickly grabbed his son and moved him to a safe distance away from the battlefield to give them a moment to regroup. Isshin told Ichigo that now wasn't the time for questions and promised to explain everything later. Meanwhile, Jin Ichimaru appeared before Aizen, who noted that Jin had been watching from the sidelines for a long time. Jin replied that there was no need for him to step in since Aizen was handling everyone so easily on his own. Suddenly, Ichigo returned to the fight, ready to face the traitors once more. Ichigo engaged Jin while Isshin took on Aizen directly, surprisingly sending the villain flying with just a flick of his finger. It was clear that Ichigo's father possessed incredible power that could actually rival Aizen's current state. During their clash, Jin remarked to Ichigo that this was their second time crossing blades since their first meeting at the gates of the Serai Tai, noting how much things had changed. Jin pointed out that Ichigo looks much different than he did during their first encounter. He then asked Ichigo if he knew just how far his sword could extend. When Ichigo said he didn't, Gin explained that even in its basic state it could reach the length of 100 swords. He then teased that this was nothing compared to the true terror of his Bankai, which he was about to reveal. Jin officially released his Bankai Kamishini no Yari, claiming it could extend up to 13 kilometers in an instant. The blade shot forward with incredible speed, slicing through everything in its path, and Ichigo barely managed to parry the lightning-fast strike. The most dangerous part was how quickly the blade retracted back to its normal size, a movement so fast that Ichigo could barely track it with his eyes. The two are locked in a one-on-one duel where Jin used the extension of his blade to land several grazing hits on Ichigo. Meanwhile, Rangaku finally regained consciousness after being healed, and the battle between Isshin and Aizen continued to rage nearby. Isshin taunted Aizen, asking if his mediocre level of performance was really all the great mastermind was capable of doing. Aizen admitted that he had reached the natural limits of his Soul Reaper's power, but he explained that it didn't matter because the Hogyoku was now a permanent part of his physical being. He told Isshin that it was time he understood the true nature of the Hogyoku, explaining that its purpose wasn't simply to break the boundaries between Soul Reapers and Hollows as others had mistakenly believed. Aizen revealed that the Hogyoku's real power is to manifest the innermost desires of those around it. He claimed that Kisuke Urahara actually desired the hollification of Soul Reapers, and the Hogyoku simply granted that wish. Its power is not limited to its owner but affects the entire world, as seen when it granted Rukia's deep-seated desire to lose her powers and give them to someone else. Aizen explained that Rukia's guilt over Kain Shiba's death made her want to surrender her strength, and the Hogyoku complied. Similarly, Chad and Orihime felt powerless and desperately wanted to help Ichigo, so the Hogyoki manifested their unique abilities while it was still within Rukia's body during their time together. It was essentially acting as a universal wish-granting machine for everyone involved. As Aizen spoke, the battle between Gin and Ichigo continued until Ichigo moved to assist his father against Aizen. Aizen then declared that the time for his final evolution had arrived as the Hogyoku began to fully merge with his soul. Suddenly, a spiritual blast from a distance blew a hole in Aizen's shoulder, and Kisuke Urahara finally made his grand entrance onto the battlefield. The Hogyoku instantly repaired Aizen's shoulder, and he appeared in front of Urahara to stab him, only to find he had struck a portable Gigai. Urahara then used a series of advanced Kido spells to bind Aizen's movements and launch a counterattack. Aizen easily bypassed the spells, appearing behind Urahara and striking him down, seemingly ending the threat posed by the former captain. Urahara revealed that he had intentionally let Aizen strike him to place a special Kido seal on his wrists. This seal blocked Aizen's spiritual pressure from exiting his body, causing his own massive energy to build up until he exploded from the inside like a bomb. Ichigo asked if Aizen was finally dead, but Urahara warned him that a being with the Hogyoku wouldn't be defeated that easily. Aizen emerged from the smoke in a new, white-shrouded form, looking even more divine and dangerous. Urahara and Isshin attempted to restrain him together while Yorichi suddenly burst from the ground to deliver a devastating physical strike that slammed Aizen into the earth. She followed up with a relentless barrage of hits, but even her legendary strength seemed to do no lasting damage to Aizen's evolved body. Aizen unleashed a massive shockwave that blew back all three of his attackers simultaneously. While Ichigo stood frozen in awe, Jin urged him to stay focused and even invited him to sit back and watch the spectacle. Jin remarked that even though he had served Aizen for a very long time, this was the first time he had ever seen the man possess such an unbelievable level of raw power. Jin predicted that Aizen would systematically eliminate the three warriors one by one, calling it a show that shouldn't be missed. When Ichigo questioned what Aizen actually meant to Jin, it sparked a flash of irritation in the fox-eyed man. Jin drew his blade and attacked Ichigo again, forcing the boy to summon his hollow mask for protection. Meanwhile, Rangiku was desperately trying to reach the scene to find Gin. Rangiku's only goal was to speak with Jin one last time to understand his true intentions. Back at the main fight, Aizen continued to toy with the trio, telling Urahara that he was the only being in the Soul Society whose intellect surpassed his own. Urahara didn't respond with words, instead using a clever Kido distraction that allowed Jiruchi to descend from above and land another dozen heavy blows on Aizen. Urahara managed to bind Aizen from behind with Kido, giving Isshin the opening to launch a point-blank Ichigo Tenso that actually cracked Aizen's new shell. The attack left a visible void in Aizen's head, but the strange, swirling darkness inside the crack left everyone confused. At that very moment, Jin looked at Ichigo and mockingly told him that with his current level of power, he stood no chance. It felt completely impossible for anyone to stand against the overwhelming pressure of Aizen, and right as they were speaking, a massive explosion rocked the entire area. Ichigo could clearly sense that Aizen had already decimated the trio of warriors with ease. As Aizen turned to Jin and questioned what he was doing, Jin casually remarked that he was simply testing Ichigo's potential, but the boy turned out to be tragically weak. Aizen then ordered him to stop wasting time and open a gateway. Aizen declared that they didn't need to head back to Karakura Town directly, because they could reach it themselves through the Soul Society. At that exact moment, his physical body began to crack and crumble away, a terrifying sign that he was evolving into his final ultimate form. Without giving it another thought, Sasuke Aizen strode toward the Soul Society, abandoning a defeated Ichigo in the dirt. Meanwhile, Isshin looked on and began to speak. Isshin yelled at Ichigo, demanding to know what he was doing and urging him to open a portal quickly so they could pursue Aizen. Ichigo despondently asked why they should bother, arguing that Aizen was far stronger and that victory was an absolute impossibility. Isshin snapped back, claiming he possessed a secret method to achieve victory. He gave Ichigo a choice: either step up and join him, or stay behind and weep like a helpless child if that's what he preferred. Isshin warned Ichigo to remember that Aizen was headed for Karakura Town to slaughter everyone he loved, including his own little sisters. During that tense moment, Aizen entered the Dangai Tunnel, where the Kotesu, the massive cleaning tree that prevents unauthorized entry, appeared to stop him. Aizen didn't even break a sweat. With a single powerful strike, he completely obliterated the cleaner and continued walking toward the end of the tunnel. As Aizen moved closer to Karakura, Ichigo and Isshin finally entered the tunnel themselves. Isshin noted that being inside the Dangai was actually a huge advantage for them because time is severely distorted there. He explained that a single hour spent inside this void is equivalent to 2,000 hours in the real world, providing him with the perfect opportunity to undergo intense training before it's too late. Before they continued to the Soul Society, Isshin decided it was time to teach Ichigo the ultimate technique, the final Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo projected himself into his inner world to begin the grueling training process. He found his subconscious completely submerged under a vast ocean of water, yet he was strangely able to breathe beneath the surface. Just as he was adjusting, a mysterious and unfamiliar person appeared before him. Ichigo demanded to know where Zangetsu had gone, but the strange figure replied that he was now the one in control and told Ichigo he could call him Tensei Zangetsu. On the outside, Isshin reflected to himself that Ichigo was currently locked in a mental battle with his own Zanpakuto, a trial that was eerily similar to the one he had faced in his own past. The reason for this conflict is that the Zanpakuto spirit is fundamentally opposed to teaching the final Getsuga Tensho. Returning to the internal struggle, Ichigo told the figure that he wasn't there for a fight but desperately needed to master the final technique. However, Tensei Zangetsu remained stubborn and coldly told Ichigo that he had absolutely no intention of teaching it to him. Ichigo pleaded that the technique was necessary to save his friends, but Zangetsu scoffed, claiming that Ichigo's friends were irrelevant and that his only concern was self-preservation. He told Ichigo to look at the state of their inner world. What used to be a skyline filled with hopeful skyscrapers was now a ruined landscape completely drowned by the rising waters of despair. Zangetsu blamed Ichigo for the destruction, saying it was his loss of hope in defeating his enemies that flooded this world. To purge that despair, Zangetsu suddenly stabbed Ichigo through the stomach. From that wound, a pale white entity emerged, the terrifying and powerful hollow form, often called the First Lord, that Ichigo had transformed into during his previous battles. The white entity greeted Ichigo by saying it had been a long time since they last met, and as he removed his mask, it was confirmed to be White Ichigo. Shifting scenes, Sasuke Aizen finally reached the town and encountered a lone human. As soon as Aizen began to approach the man, the sheer weight of his spiritual presence became apparent. The poor human instantly disintegrated into ash simply because Aizen's power was so overwhelming. Meanwhile, Ichigo's friends in the city began to wake up one after another, confused by the chaos. They were only able to wake up because their spiritual pressure was significantly higher than ordinary people, allowing them to resist the spell that had put the rest of the town to sleep. Suddenly, they found themselves face to face with Sasuke Aizen. As he began to close the distance, Rankaku Matsumoto suddenly appeared at the final second to intervene. Back in the mental realm, Ichigo was shocked to see his white double, demanding to know how he could still be alive after their last encounter and why he looked the way he did. Zangetsu asked Ichigo if he was really surprised to see this form, reminding him that this was the very power he used to defeat Ulquiorra. Ichigo asked if defeating this white version would finally grant him the final Gachigotuka Tensho. Zangetsu corrected him, stating that to earn the technique, Ichigo would have to defeat both of them at the same time. Tensa Zangetsu and the White Double merged into a single being of massive, terrifying power and immediately launched an attack on Ichigo. Ichigo found himself completely unable to match the entity in terms of speed or raw strength. Back in the real world, Aizen mocked Rengoku for trying to protect the city, while Gin apologized to Aizen, explaining that she was an old friend of his. Jin told Aizen he would take care of her, and Aizen nonchalantly replied that he could take his time talking to her. Jin moved Ranchiku to a distant spot and asked why she would show up in such a dangerous state. She replied that she came specifically for him. Finally having the chance to confront him about why he chose to work for Aizen and betray the Soul Society. Instead of answering, Jin drew his sword and suddenly attacked her. Meanwhile, Aizen was hunting down Ichigo's friends, intending to murder them so that Ichigo's rage would cause his power to surge, which would then allow Aizen to evolve further by killing him. The group tried desperately to escape Aizen's reach, but their efforts seemed hopeless until Jin suddenly returned. Aizen asked what happened with Renkiku, and Gin coldly stated that he had killed her. Aizen admitted he could no longer sense her spiritual pressure but expressed surprise, as he had always assumed Gin loved her. Jin simply reminded Aizen of their first meeting, where he compared himself to a snake cold-blooded and devoid of human emotions. Jin asked Aizen what his next move was, and Aizen replied that he would slaughter Ichigo's friends and hang them on the city gates before beginning the creation of the Okin. Jin then reached out and touched Aizen's Zanpakuto, declaring that he would be the one to deal with the children, masking his true intentions behind a facade of loyalty. In a sudden twist, Jin struck Aizen directly through the heart. We discover that the only secret to defeating Aizen's absolute hypnosis is to be touching his Zanpakuto. If one can maintain contact with the blade, the illusions have no effect. Jin was the only person in the entire Soul Society who had figured out this critical detail, and he had been planning for this moment for decades. Jin had only worked with Aizen to find a way to kill him once and for all. Aizen tried to claim that he knew Jin would eventually try to kill him, and that it was all part of his plan, but Jin shut him down, saying Aizen knew nothing. He pointed to a missing chip in his blade, revealing that he had been lying to everyone about the true nature of his powers. Jin explained that the common belief about his Benkei, that it was just about extreme length, was a total lie. In reality, his sword turns into a deadly dust for a split second before expanding. He mockingly asked where that missing shard of his blade might be, revealing that it was currently lodged directly inside Aizen's heart, ready to dissolve him from the inside out. The shard within Aizen began to expand, carving a massive hole right through his chest. Seeing his chance, Gin reached in and ripped the Hogyoku out of Aizen's body before fleeing at top speed. As he ran, Gin thought to himself that he had finally escaped Aizen's shadow and successfully taken revenge for the atrocities committed long ago. Suddenly, Aizen let out a piercing scream as his wound began to heal miraculously even without the Hogyoku. A surge of terrifying power erupted from him that everyone in the city could feel, and his appearance shifted into something even more monstrous. In an instant, he appeared before Jin and slashed him across the chest. At that moment, Renkiku woke up and felt Jin's spiritual energy beginning to fade away. Jin tried to protect the Hogyoku, but Aizen ruthlessly severed his arm and stabbed him through the heart. Renkiku reached his side just before he drew his final breath. He apologized to her, regretting that he couldn't fulfill his long-standing promise to return what was stolen from her. Jin then passed away in front of a devastated and weeping Renkiku. As Renkiku broke down in tears, a flashback revealed the dark origins of the Hogyoku, which is created by harvesting the souls of humans and Shinigami. Long ago, Aizen was attempting to create his own Hogyoku before he eventually stole the one made by Kisuke Urahara. He had been using a group of Soul Reapers to hunt down targets and steal their souls for his experiments. One of the victims of these experiments was Renkiku herself. She was attacked by Aizen's subordinates, who stole a significant portion of her soul. A young Jin witnessed the entire event and immediately deduced that Aizen was the mastermind behind it. He vowed to Renkiku that he would join the Shinigami ranks, and wouldn't return until he had reclaimed what was hers, and taken revenge on Aizen. Back in the present, Aizen was on the verge of killing Ichigo's friends when Ichigo finally made his grand entrance. He arrived carrying his father, who had exhausted all of his spiritual energy within the Dangai tunnel to help Ichigo train. Ichigo stepped forward and calmly suggested to Aizen that they take their fight to a different location. Aizen mocks Ichigo, saying he was a disappointment and that he couldn't feel even a flicker of spiritual pressure coming from him. But before he could finish his taunt, Ichigo grabbed Aizen by the face and physically dragged him far away from the city and any human presence. Aizen was left reeling, wondering how such a thing was possible. Aizen was stunned that Ichigo could even lay a hand on him, eventually deducing that Ichigo must have traded all of his spiritual energy for raw physical power. He insisted, however, that Ichigo was still nowhere near his level, as the Hoyoku granted him infinite strength. Aizen then vanished and reappeared behind Ichigo to launch a surprise attack. Ichigo blocked the strike with zero effort, even as the landscape around them was obliterated by the sheer force of their clash. They engaged in a high-speed, savage battle, with Aizen visibly enjoying the chance to test his limits. Despite Aizen's ferocity, Ichigo continued to deflect his massive attacks with just one hand. Ichigo looked at him and asked if he was starting to feel afraid of his power. Aizen retorted that Ichigo's power was only temporary while his own was eternal. Ki decided to finish the fight using Kido, conjuring the most powerful spell imaginable to trap Ichigo in a massive black void. To Aizen's absolute horror, Ichigo shattered the powerful Kido with a casual wave of his hand. Ichigo then told Aizen that he still didn't understand the gap between them. Ichigo bluntly informed Aizen that his power had evolved far beyond Aizen's current level before stepping forward and delivering a deep slash. This enraged Aizen, who screamed that a mere human shouldn't be able to touch him. Suddenly, a third eye opened on Aizen's forehead, triggering another transformation and a massive explosion. He declared that the Hojoku had chosen him and would never allow a human to win. Aizen unleashed a massive amount of energy that leveled everything in sight and severely burned Ichigo's left arm. He grabbed Ichigo and demanded to know how he had managed to transcend the powers of both Hollows and Shinigami, though he maintained that Ichigo still hadn't reached his godly level. However, Ichigo responded with a crushing blow that sent Aizen flying back. Ichigo announced that it was time to reveal his ultimate ability, the final Getsuga Tensho. A dark, immense energy began to radiate from him, covering the entire battlefield. We learned that during his training with Tensei Zangetsu, Ichigo realized that to truly master this technique, he had to fully accept the blade and the sacrifice it required. The technique is known as the final Getsuga Tensho because using it results in the total loss of all Shinigami powers forever. Tensei Zangetsu had fought so hard to prevent Ichigo from learning it because he wanted to protect both himself and Ichigo's future as a warrior. He knew that if he taught him the move, it would mean their final separation as the Zanpakuto vanished. Accepting this fate meant they would never see each other again. Back on the battlefield, Ichigo transformed into a being of pure, shadowy energy. Aizen was in complete denial, screaming that it was impossible for a human to reach such a state. Ichigo formed a blade out of sheer spiritual power and prepared to deliver his final, decisive blow. With one silent, powerful strike, Ichigo cleaved Aizen in two. As the attack concluded, the dark energy began to fade from Ichigo's body. To his shock, Aizen's wounds began to knit back together once again. Aizen mocked him, saying the Hojioku still desired him as a host, and noted that his own Zanpakuto is disappearing because he was finally merging with its power. Aizen believed his fusion with his blade signaled Ichigo's doom, but suddenly, glowing spikes of Kido erupted from his chest. Kisuke Urahara appeared and announced that his trap had finally worked. He explained that he had secretly planted this specific seal inside Aizen during the previous fight, waiting for his spiritual pressure to drop enough for it to activate. Aizen's monstrous body began to break down, and he reverted back to his original Shinigami form as the Hoyoku decided to abandon him as a failure. Suddenly, several massive spiritual spears pierced his body, pinning him firmly to the ground as the sealing process began to take full effect, locking his powers away for good. As the seal closed in, Aizen furiously asked Urahara why someone as brilliant as him would submit to being controlled by the Soul King. Urahara replied that the Soul King is the essential linchpin of the entire Soul Society's existence, and that without that foundational anchor, their entire world and all the Soul Reapers within it would simply collapse. Aizen tried to break free, arguing that the strong should be the ones to shape and change the world, but his words were cut short as the seal locked him away forever. Across the battlefield, every Soul Reaper felt Aizen's oppressive energy vanish, signaling a hard-won victory. Meanwhile, in Hukomundo, the battle finally ended as the massive Yami was also defeated. Ichigo asked Urahara where Aizen had gone, and Urahara explained that he was being transported back to the Soul Society to face judgment by the Central 46. As his friends and allies rushed over to check on him and celebrate their survival, the total exhaustion of the battle finally overcame Ichigo, and he collapsed right in front of them. We moved to the chambers of Central 46, where the judges pronounced their sentence on the former captain of the 5th Division, Sosuke Aizen. For his grand betrayal and crimes, they sentenced him to be imprisoned in the 8th level of the Great Central Underground Prison for a term of 18,300 years. Aizen mockingly told the judges that they would never truly be able to control him, which provoked them into immediately extending his sentence to a staggering 20,000 years. During this time, Captain Unohana and her medical squad were busy treating the wounded. Remarkably, the Soul Society didn't lose many members in the final conflict. The only significant loss among the captains was Gai Nichimaru. Ichigo finally woke up 10 days after the battle with all his physical injuries healed. He was told that while his powers were still present for now, they would steadily decline every single day until they completely vanished, leaving him as a normal human once more. Fast forward 17 months later, and Ichigo has completely lost his Shinigami abilities, to the point where he can no longer see the spirits that haunt the world. Conversely, his sister Karen's spiritual awareness has been growing stronger. Ichigo now spends most of his time living a normal high school life with his friends, adjusting to a world without battles. Since he lost his powers, his substitute Shinigami badge hasn't made a sound. However, Yuryu and Orihime still have their abilities, and they frequently ditch school to hunt down hollows while Ichigo watches from the sidelines with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, Sato has been missing from school for over 2 weeks, and nobody seems to know where he's gone. One day, Ichigo spotted a thief running away with a stolen bag, chased him down, and effortlessly knocked him to the ground to retrieve the item. It's also noted that Orihime has changed her look and matured quite a bit. To pass the time, Ichigo has taken up a part-time job at an odd job shop that even handles pest control for customers. Unexpectedly, the man whose bag Ichigo had recovered walked into the shop and asked him for a special favor, to conduct a full investigation into a man named Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo was baffled and told the man he must be crazy because the person in the photo was his own father. The man didn't seem surprised by this revelation at all. The mysterious man then asked Ichigo if he truly knew anything about his family's history or his father's secret past. He suggested that if Ichigo wanted to find the truth, he should keep an eye on Urahara's shop to see who was making secret visits there. Meanwhile, inside Urahara's shop, some interesting developments were taking place. Urahara was doing business with Karen, who had been making secret trips to the shop without telling anyone. Urahara asked her about Ichigo, and she noted that while he had lost his spiritual powers, he was still physically strong. She mentioned that she wanted to increase her own spiritual strength so that she could be the one to protect him for once. At that very moment, Ichigo arrived at the shop and saw his sister leaving, which deepened his suspicions. The mysterious stranger then appeared behind Ichigo and whispered that betrayal often comes from those closest to you, suggesting that since he lost his power, everyone now viewed him as worthless and disposable. When Ichigo asked for his name, the man introduced himself as Ginjo and handed him a business card, telling him to call if he ever needed help. Later, as Yuryu was heading home, he spotted someone jumping across electrical wires and decided to investigate. The figure moved with incredible speed and suddenly turned around to launch a brutal attack on Yuryu. Yuryu didn't even have time to ready his weapon before he was struck down. Elsewhere, Ichigo's other friends were nearly crushed by a falling iron pillar, but were saved at the very last second. Distraught, Ichigo went to the river and threw away his Shinigami badge, only to receive a phone call shortly after informing him that Yuryu had been attacked and hospitalized. Ichigo rushed to the hospital to check on Yuryu, but Yuryu stubbornly told him to stay out of it. Yuryu's father told Ichigo to head home while he escorted Orihime. Once Ichigo left, Yuryu's father revealed to Orihime that the thing that attacked his son wasn't a hollow at all, and he didn't want Ichigo to know the details yet. Yuryu's father admitted he didn't know exactly what kind of entity attacked Yuryu, but noted its power felt very similar to what Orihime and Sato possess. The next morning, Ichigo spent hours searching the city for his missing friends, scouring every corner until he finally found them at a construction site. He found his friends unconscious at the construction zone, but he also encountered the same bag thief from before. The thief claimed someone had paid him to be there, prompting Ichigo to punch him so hard he flew back. Suddenly, the mysterious figure who had wounded Uryu appeared behind Ichigo for a brief moment. The shadowy attacker vanished almost immediately, seemingly sensing the arrival of Uriel's father. Yukin arrived and told Ichigo that he would handle the situation and take the others to the hospital. When Ichigo demanded to know the truth of what was happening, Ryukin bluntly told him he was too weak to be of any help. Ryukin's harsh words left Ichigo feeling utterly powerless and dejected. Unable to bear his own weakness any longer, Ichigo finally decided to use the card Ginjo gave him. He called the number and arranged a meeting, eventually telling Ginjo that his friends had been targeted and that he desperately needed help. Ginjo told Ichigo to follow him if he wanted answers, leading him to a high-end cafeteria where several wealthy-looking individuals were gathered. Ginjo revealed that their group's main goal was actually to help Ichigo regain his lost Shinigami powers, a claim that Ichigo found incredibly hard to believe. Ichigo argued that his powers were gone forever, but Ginjo told him to stay calm and promised to explain everything. He ordered 2 orange juices and began describing their unique nature as humans were not quite ordinary, using the drink as a simple starting point for his demonstration. Ginjo began to manipulate the orange juice effortlessly, explaining that their power is called Full Bring. He told Ichigo that souls don't just exist in living beings but in every object in the world. As Fullbringers, they have the special ability to manipulate those souls to change the properties of physical matter. After moving the liquid with his mind, Jinjo explained that they could even transform personal items into powerful weapons. He demonstrated this by turning his own necklace into a massive sword. Just as he was finishing his explanation, the door opened and another member of the group walked in, accompanied by Sato. Ichigo was shocked to see Sato there and demanded to know what was going on. Jinjo told him to relax and went on to explain the nature of hollows, stating that the hole in their chest represents the void left by the heart, and the pain of not being saved by a Shinigami. He then posed a question about where that heart actually goes. He explained that the heart becomes the hollow's mask. Jinjo revealed that every Fullbringer's mother was attacked by a hollow before they were born, causing some of that hollow's energy to remain in the mother and pass to the child. Because of this, their powers are fundamentally similar to hollow powers, which is why they actually despise having them. Jinjo reminded Ichigo that he also used to possess and hate his hollow side. He explained that their group's ultimate goal is to rid themselves of these powers once and for all. They gathered all these Fullbringers together in hopes of finding someone who could take their powers from them, and they believe Ichigo is that person. Since Ichigo possesses both Shinigami and hollow potential, if they restore his powers, they can transfer their Fullbringer abilities to him and finally be free. Ichigo questioned how they could be so certain, and Jinjo replied that Ichigo wasn't actually the first individual to host both types of power simultaneously. Jinjo mentioned that there were others before him who had helped members of their group lose their powers. When Ichigo asked who was behind the attacks on his friends, he didn't get a straight answer, so he left the meeting frustrated. Meanwhile, the man who attacked Yuryu was shown trapping a human soul and turning it into a hollow. The next day, Sato approached Ichigo and admitted that since they had always fought together, seeing Ichigo lose his powers made it hard for them to even talk. He expressed his certainty that Ichigo desperately wanted his abilities back, which is exactly why Sato decided to join the Fullbringers in the first place. Ichigo brushed off the conversation and continued heading home, but on his way, the man who attacked Yuru walked right past him. Ichigo tried to confront him, but the man vanished instantly. Ichigo began a frantic chase through the streets until he suddenly ran into his sister. Just as he reached his sister, a creature descended from above and snatched her up. A hollow began a relentless attack on them, and because Ichigo had lost his sight of the spirit world, he was fighting a losing battle. Fortunately, Jinjo appeared at the last moment to save the girl and prepare for combat. Jinjo transformed his necklace into a sword and sliced the hollow in half with a single blow. After witnessing this, Ichigo went back to the group and declared he was finally ready to get his powers back. Jinjo returned the Shinigami badge that Ichigo had thrown into the river, and they began the first step of his training. The first phase of training involved a girl named Rukia, who possesses an ability called Doll House. She can shrink and transport anything she finds cute into a miniature house. Since she found Ichigo attractive, her power activated and she sucked him into the dollhouse to begin his exercise. Inside the house, Ichigo finds a giant teddy bear. His mission is to defeat it, but it's clear he's currently too weak and can only run away. We then discover that the teddy bear is actually a man whom Rukia kidnapped and forced into the plush. She warns him that if he doesn't kill Ichigo within 15 minutes, she'll turn him into a monster. All the while, Ichigo is trying to figure out how to pull the soul out of objects just like a Fullbringer. After 15 minutes, the bear doubles in size and becomes terrifying. We learn that a man named Guriko set these rules, including a condition that nothing can leave the dollhouse after 30 minutes. Ichigo has two choices: defeat the bear and escape, or die with it after 30 minutes. Chad tries to help, explaining how he bonded with the pride of his own skin to manifest his power. He suggests Ichigo do the same with his Shinigami badge. As memories of his time as a Shinigami flash before him, Ichigo successfully activates his power. A ring of energy forms around the badge, but he's still unsure how to use it as a weapon. He tries using it as a sword, which doesn't work, until he discovers he can fire it like a bow. He hits the beast in the face, returning the man to normal and escaping the dollhouse. Suddenly, Rukia's voice calls out Ichigo's name from the badge, but then it fades. Meanwhile, Orihime is heading home when a man appears, saying he's been ordered to attack her, the same man who attacked Yuryu. The man who attacked Yuryu, Tsukishima, appears before Orihime. In an instant, he transforms a bookmark into a sword and strikes her. Ichigo and Chad sense her spiritual pressure and rush to her home. They find Orihime, who is unharmed but confused. She's certain she was cut, but there's no wound. Despite her insistence that she's fine, Ichigo isn't convinced. He goes to Ginjo, certain that Orihime was attacked by the same person who got Yuryu. Ginjo explains that the man is Tsukishima, a former member of their group. His ability is called Book of the End. He was actually their former leader and the one who came up with the idea of transferring their powers to a Shinigami. But once they found a substitute Shinigami and transferred their powers, Tsukishima snapped and killed everyone involved. Ginjo shows Ichigo his badge. It belonged to the Shinigami. Tsukishima killed. Ginjo warns that Tsukishima is attacking his friends to keep Ichigo away from him. When Ichigo returns home, he spots his father whispering with Hisuke. They quickly leave when they sense him. Ichigo is left wondering why Kisuke is acting so suspiciously and if he means him harm. Meanwhile, Chad asks Orihime what really happened, and she describes the attack, admitting she's felt strange ever since. Orihime starts feeling a massive sense of unease, sensing that Tsukishima is somehow much closer to her heart than he should be. At that very moment, it's revealed that Tsukishima is plotting an ambush against either Chad or Ichigo. Meanwhile, Ichigo is pushing forward with his intense training regime, but this time he's stepping into a literal bird cage. Once inside, he realizes that the creepy teddy bear from before is still waiting for him. Not only is the bear still there, but a bird has joined the mix as well, and the goal for this session is to take down both of them simultaneously. The training kicks off with the two creatures coordinating their attacks against Ichigo with surprising teamwork. After about 15 minutes of sparring, their unique abilities activate, causing them both to swell into massive giants, with the bird growing so large it's practically unrecognizable. The bird was actually capable of blocking Ichigo's strikes with ease, which forced Ichigo to think on his feet. He decides to channel all of his spiritual energy into his substitute badge, aiming to unleash a blast similar to his trademark Gutsuga Tensho. The plan works perfectly as he fires off a much more potent attack that wipes out both opponents at once. Victorious, Ichigo turns to Jingo and confidently demands to move on to the next phase of his training. Ready for the next level, Rukia produces a mysterious box for Ichigo to enter. However, once he's inside, he finds himself facing a completely different kind of opponent. Out steps a woman named Jackie, another Fullbring user who specializes in manipulating water. In the blink of an eye, she gathers her strength and leaps right onto Ichigo's back, catching him off guard as he barely manages to scramble away from her. After dodging her attack, Ichigo admits he never knew Fullbring could be used to create a literal combat suit. Jackie smirks, telling him the suit is just the beginning, and that he hasn't seen anything yet. She begins parrying every single one of Ichigo's strikes using only her legs, as the suit has drastically amplified her physical power. Poor Ichigo is left with no choice but to keep tossing out energy circles that she shatters with zero effort. Since Ichigo is over-relying on his badge, the power within it begins to spike and spiral out of control. A thick, dark energy starts to envelop his entire body, and he finds himself unable to suppress it. Meanwhile, in a different location, Chad is sitting down with Jingo, mentioning that he has something important to ask. He starts opening up about the strange things he's been noticing lately. Chad describes the bizarre situation involving Orihime, noting that her memories seem to be shifting, which he's certain is the work of Tsukishima's powers. Gingo explains that Tsukishima's ability is called Book of the End, which allows him to transform a simple bookmark into a formidable sword. However, Jingo claims it's just a regular blade with no extra perks. A skeptical Chad then asks how that could possibly explain what's happening to Orihime's mind. Gingo suggests that Chad should check in with Hiryu to see if his memories are still intact. If they are, it might mean someone other than Tsukishima attacked Orihime. But before they can dive deeper into that theory, the sound of a door being sliced open echoes through the room, as Tsukishima himself makes an entrance. Simultaneously, Rukia's training box is cleaved into and Jackie stumbles out, clearly wounded from the internal struggle. While Jackie emerges injured, Ichigo stands as the victor, though he is now completely swathed in that ominous black energy. Having gained partial control over his Fullbring, he lunges at Tsukishima in a flash. At the exact same time, Chad joins the fray, unleashing an attack so powerful it practically levels the entire room. Ichigo doesn't let up for a second, keeping the pressure on their intruder with relentless strikes. Ichigo showed absolutely no mercy, and while his raw power was clearly off the charts, it was also dangerously unstable. Tsukishima, on the other hand, was skillfully using his own Fullbring to dance around Ichigo's attacks. He was tapping into the very soul of the ground beneath him to boost his movement speed to incredible levels, allowing him to evade even the most frantic lunges from the orange-haired substitute. Eventually, Ichigo manages to land a hit because he learns to pull from the Earth Soul himself, even figuring out how to manifest his Fullbring while midair. Despite this breakthrough, there's still a massive power gap between him and Tsukishima. To make matters worse, his erratic energy starts to fail him, and just as he begins to lose his grip on the power entirely, he finds himself in a very vulnerable position. Just as Tsukishima prepares to deliver a finishing blow, Jingo steps in, knocking Ichigo to the floor and telling him to stay out of the way. Gingo and Tsukishima then lock horns in a brutal confrontation where they seem almost perfectly matched in strength. Gingo channels his energy into his massive blade, and brings it down with such force that the entire environment is literally split in half. Tsukishima manages to dodge the devastating strike and even lands a counter hit on Jingo, which prompts Ichigo to jump back into the fight. As the battle drags on, Ichigo's power surges higher and higher to the point where he actually manages to burn Tsukishima's hands. Suddenly, Ichigo is pulled into a strange black substance as a new face, Yuki, arrives on the scene. Yuki is another Fullbringer, and his specific ability revolves around electronic games and digital spaces. Tsukishima tries to put a stop to him, but Jingo and Chad immediately intervene to back Yuki up. With the whole group starting to converge on him, Tsukishima realizes he's outnumbered and finds himself with no choice but to retreat for the time being. After the escape, Chad suddenly cries out in agony, clutching a sharp pain in his shoulder. The group decides to move to a backup hideout since their main headquarters was trashed during the fight. It turns out these locations belong to Yuki, who is actually the wealthy benefactor of the group, covering all the expenses for the Fullbring users out of his own pocket. Gingo points out that Tsukishima is clearly hunting Ichigo, and the only safe way to finish his training now is through Yuki's unique power. Yuki can actually transport Ichigo inside a digital game world to train, a place where Tsukishima could never hope to follow. Ichigo, ever the warrior, simply reminds them that he already took down Jackie and asks who his next opponent is going to be. Gingo steps up and declares that he will be Ichigo's next sparring partner. They both enter the game world, where Yuki has total control. He can spawn anything from snacks and drinks to a full-blown cheering crowd, making the whole thing feel like a high-stakes match of Street Fighter. It's a surreal training environment, but it's exactly what Ichigo needs right now. Yuki sets the rules, giving both fighters 6 life points, with the game ending as soon as someone hits 0. As the battle gets underway, the power gap becomes painfully obvious when Jingo manages to slice Ichigo's sword right in half. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Chad goes to find Orihime and brings her along so she can tend to Ichigo's mounting injuries. Orihime is brought in specifically so Ichigo can keep training for longer stretches without collapsing. She enters the digital space and begins healing his wounds. While this is happening, a very secretive meeting is taking place at Kisuke Urahara's shop involving Ichigo's father and Rukia Kuchiki. It's clear they are working on something major that directly concerns Ichigo's future. Outside, Chad is standing alone when Tsukishima suddenly ambushes him from behind, slashing his shoulder just like he did to Orihime. Just as it happened with her, Chad's mind starts to warp, and he begins to view Tsukishima as a long-time trusted friend. Back in the training simulation, Jingo is losing his patience and starts pressuring Orihime about the pace of the healing. Gingo snaps at Orihime, asking if she's finished yet, but she tells him she needs a bit more time. He refuses to wait and launches an attack, forcing Orihime to deploy her defensive shield. Gingo scoffs, thinking a shield won't stop him, but the barrier actually absorbs his energy and blasts it right back at him. Finally, she finishes patching Ichigo up, allowing him to get back into the fight. Ichigo dives back into the clash, attempting to switch up his combat style, but he's still struggling to get a handle on his new Fullbring abilities. Suddenly, Jingo manages to blind him during the exchange. Orihime tries to rush in and help, but Yuki quickly uses his game powers to trap her in a digital prison. Ichigo is left completely in the dark, unable to see what's coming next. Ichigo tries to rely on his hearing to track Jingo's footsteps, but Jingo easily manages to plunge his sword into Ichigo's shoulder. However, with every hit he takes, Ichigo starts to sense the surrounding Ryatsu more clearly. Using this newfound awareness, he pushes through the pain and launches a full-force counterattack, finally managing to land a solid blow on Jingo. Jingo praises him, saying that he successfully unlocked the true depth of his inner power. Now that the raw strength is out, they can move on to actually refining how to use it. From that point forward, Jingo puts Ichigo through a series of incredibly grueling exercises designed to help him master and control this power. All of this intense training is still happening entirely within the digital game world. While Ichigo is effectively hidden from the world inside the game, Chad and Orihime are doing their best to cover for his absence at school. Rukia is following them closely, acting as a secret bodyguard in case Tsukishima shows his face. Unfortunately, Tsukishima manages to sneak up behind her. She tries to get away, but he's too fast and pierces her with his blade. After dealing with Rukia, Tsukishima moves on to Orihime and Chad. Both of them unleash their powers to defend themselves and launch a combined attack. Orihime actually manages to wound him in the shoulder, and the fight carries on. However, as the battle progresses, Chad starts to feel a deep internal conflict, questioning why he's trying to kill someone he suddenly remembers as a dear friend. Orihime begins to experience the same thing as her memories are rewritten. Her past with her brother is being replaced by images of Tsukishima. For Chad, Tsukishima's taken the place of Ichigo in his most important memories. The mental strain of these conflicting realities causes both of them to suffer a total breakdown, and they eventually lose consciousness from the trauma. Yuryu is finally discharged from the hospital and immediately goes looking for his friends. When he gets to school, he notices a strange spiritual pressure lingering around the students. He heads over to Ichigo's house but finds him missing. only to sense a bizarre reiatsu emanating from Ichigo's sister. All the while, Ichigo is still deep in his training, unaware of the chaos outside. Ichigo has finally managed to manifest a complete Fullbring suit, and he's starting to look more and more like a Soul Reaper again. He's reached a point where he can actually draw out the Fullbring powers from the other members, which is exactly what they wanted from him. Despite the progress, Jinko tells him he needs to go home and rest, as he's been at it for 3 straight days. Gingo plans to start the power transfer the next day, excitedly telling the group that they'll finally be free of their abilities. However, he's met with an eerie silence. The other members coldly state that they now follow Tsukishima. It turns out that Tsukishima has already paid them a visit and completely rewritten their memories while Ichigo was busy training. When Ichigo finally gets home, his sister happily tells him that their cousin has returned from his travels. He walks in to find Tsukishima sitting there, casually greeting him as a relative. A furious Ichigo grabs him, demanding to know what he's doing there. Just then, the doorbell rings, and a bunch of Ichigo's school friends walk in ready to celebrate. They've all arrived to throw a birthday party for Tsukishima. Tsukishima even taunts Ichigo by saying he'll call Orihime and Chad to join the festivities. Ichigo snaps and punches him, sending him crashing through a window. His friends are horrified, asking if he's lost his mind and why he's attacking a man they've supposedly been friends with since kindergarten. Completely bewildered and overwhelmed, Ichigo bolts out of the house. He runs into his boss, Ikumi, who sees how distressed he is and invites him in for a cup of tea to calm down. He goes with her, but just as he's starting to settle, there's a knock at the door. Ikumi tells him his friend has arrived to see him. Of course, it's Tsukishima again, prompting Ichigo to flee once more. This time he encounters Jingo, who informs him that everyone else has fallen under Tsukishima's spell. Gingo concludes that Tsukishima's power involves memory manipulation, which explains why everyone now sees him as a dear friend. It seems Jingo and Ichigo are the only two left unaffected. As they discuss their next move, Yuki suddenly appears and triggers an explosion nearby. He claims to have captured some of their friends and threatens to harm them if Jingo and Ichigo don't follow him. They end up at Yuki's massive mansion, where Ichigo is greeted by the surreal sight of his family and friends, all gathered to celebrate Tsukishima's birthday. Ichigo rushes towards Tsukishima, convinced that killing him is the only way to break the spell and save his friends. He faces off against Tsukishima, who is surrounded by the other Fullbringers. Ichigo activates his own Fullbring, showing off a terrifying increase in power as the battle begins. When the other Fullbringers try to jump in and help Tsukishima, Jingo moves to block them. Gingo keeps the others at bay, allowing Ichigo to finally land a wounding blow on Tsukishima. But then, Chad and Orihime step in to protect their friend. Orihime starts healing Tsukishima's wounds while Chad demands to know why Ichigo is attacking him. Chad claims it was Tsukishima who went to the Soul Society with them, fought the captains, and ultimately saved Rukia. Chad even insists that Tsukishima was the one who defeated Ulquiorra. Meanwhile, Jingo is occupied fighting the rest of the Fullbringers, including Tsuchishima's assistant. Ichigo finds himself in a heartbreaking 3-on-1 battle against his own best friends who are just trying to protect Tsukishima. Because he can't bring himself to truly hurt them, he tries to find a way to escape the confrontation. As Ichigo tries to maneuver away, Jingo is still locked in combat with the others. We learn that Tsukishima's assistant has a gambling-themed ability. If he rolls a 777, his next attack becomes devastatingly powerful. Despite Ichigo's attempts to pull back, Tsukishima stays hot on his heels, ensuring the battle continues across the mansion grounds. Every time Ichigo gets the upper hand, Chad and Orihime jump in to shield Tsukishima. At one point, Tsukishima tries to strike Ichigo from behind, but Jingo leaps in and takes the hit instead. Just then, Yurio arrives on the scene, drawing his spirit bow. A devastated Ichigo asks if Tsukishima has managed to brainwash him too. Yurio shouts that Ichigo has it all wrong. The person who actually attacked him back then is the man standing right behind him, Jingo. Yuryu fires an arrow at Jingo, who manages to block it, but then Jingo turns and delivers a massive, debilitating blow to Ichigo. Suddenly, Tsukishima appears behind Yuryu and strikes him down as well. With Yuryu unconscious on the floor, a shocked Ichigo tries to convince himself that Jingo must be under Tsukishima's control. Gingo laughs it off, revealing that he and Tsukishima have been partners all along. Their entire goal from the start was to cultivate Ichigo's Fullbring just so they could steal it. To drive the point home, he stabs Ichigo with a brutal, piercing strike. It turns out the whole training was just a setup to prepare Ichigo as a donor. Jingo successfully drains every last bit of Ichigo's Fullbring energy, leaving him powerless once again. Ichigo is completely heartbroken, lamenting that just as he finally regained some form of strength, it was ripped away from him, leaving him back at square one. Desperate and weak, Ichigo begs Jingo to return his power, but instead, a sword suddenly pierces him right through the chest. When he looks back, he sees Urahara and his father standing there, but the one holding the sword is actually Rukia. The strike isn't meant to kill him, though. It's designed to transfer Soul Reaper powers back into his body. The blade Rukia used was a special creation of Urahara's, meant to reignite Ichigo's dormant Soul Reaper abilities. Just then, a massive portal opens in the sky, and out step Renji, Kenpachi, Byakuya, Captain Hitsugaya, and Ikaku. It's revealed that every one of these powerful warriors contributed a portion of their own spiritual pressure to the sword to help Ichigo. With his powers fully restored and boosted by the captain's energy, Ichigo immediately goes on the offensive against Jingo. He gathers his strength and unleashes a devastating Gachuga Tenshiro that literally shears the entire mansion in two. Jingo realizes he's in over his head and tries to flee, but Ichigo isn't about to let him get away. Ichigo catches up to Jingo and forces him back into the fight. We learn that it wasn't just the 5 captains who gave Ichigo power. Over 10 other high-ranking Soul Reapers contributed as well. Urahara had taken the sword to the Soul Society and asked everyone to donate their spiritual energy to help the man who had saved them so many times. Giving power to a human is technically against Soul Society law, but an exception was made because Ichigo was the hero who defeated Sasuke Aizen. Around the same time, it's revealed that Jingo was actually the very first person to ever receive a substitute Soul Reaper badge, though he disappeared from the Soul Society's radar shortly after receiving it. Jingo has now successfully merged his original powers with the Fullbring energy he stole from Ichigo. Chan and Orihime arrive to witness the battle, and while they're happy to see Rukia and the others, they are still mentally confused. They start questioning why the Soul Reapers are helping Ichigo attack their friend Tsukishima. The mental conflict becomes so intense that they start having a nervous breakdown, so Urahara steps in and knocks them both out for their own safety. He then gathers all of Ichigo's other friends and moves them to a secure location. Meanwhile, the rest of the Fullbringers arrive to back up Jingo and claim their share of the spoils. The Fullbring members demand their cut of Ichigo's power as per their original agreement, and Jingo begins distributing the stolen energy among them. As everyone's power evolves, the battlefield fragments into several one-on-one duels. Yuki uses his Game Master abilities to create separate digital rooms for each individual fight. The first match features Kenpachi Zaraki against Kiriko. Kiriko activates his Fullbring and grows to a massive size, but Kenpachi simply slices him in two with a single, effortless swing. Elsewhere, Rukia finds herself facing off against Rukia, who has summoned a small army of stuffed dolls to attack her. Rukia manages to use her ability to trap Rukia inside a tiny weak stuffed animal, leaving Rukia unable to wield her sword. However, Rukia manages to hold her own using Kido spells. In a desperate move to avoid being defeated, Rukia uses her power to effectively hide herself by jumping inside Rukia's body. Simultaneously, Renji is dealing with Jackie. Despite her incredible speed, Renji finishes the fight with just one strike. Yuki tries to slow down Captain Hitsugaya with a variety of digital traps, but the captain effortlessly freezes Yuki and all of his gear solid. Meanwhile, Ikaku is locked in a scrap with Tsukishima's assistant. Ikaku and the assistant trade blows for a while, but Ikaku's superior combat experience eventually gives him the win. The most intense fight is between Byakuya and Tsukishima. Byakuya releases his Shikai, scattering his blade into hundreds of tiny petals, but Tsukishima skillfully dodges them and manages to get behind Byakuya. Tsukishima lands a hit, forcing Byakuya to activate his Bankai, unleashing millions of lethal blades. Even so, Tsukishima continues to evade and lands another strike, confidently declaring that he's already won and that Byakuya's power is now useless against him since he's learned its past. In a shocking twist, Byakuya uses his own blades to create a point-blank explosion that takes Tsukishima out. As the game rooms dissolve, Byakuya finds an unconscious Rukia, but Rukia is nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, the main event between Ichigo and Jingo is still raging, with Jingo deciding to drop a massive truth bomb on Ichigo. Ginko reveals that the substitute Soul Reaper badge Ichigo has been carrying is a total lie. While he was told it was for receiving missions, its true purpose in the Soul Society is quite different. He explains that only 2 people have ever been given this badge himself, and Ichigo, and it's actually a device meant for monitoring and suppression. The badge was designed to track Ichigo's movements and even suppress his Reiatsu whenever the Soul Society felt like it. This explains why the dark energy leaked out of the badge during his Fullbring training. It had been storing a portion of his energy for years. Gingo claims that Yukitake was the mastermind behind this entire surveillance scheme. Gingo tells Ichigo that all the captains and lieutenants were in on the secret and were essentially deceiving him the whole time. However, Ichigo surprises Jingo by revealing that he had already suspected as much. He admits he figured they were keeping tabs on him, but decided to trust them regardless. Seeing that Ichigo will be swayed by his words, Jingo decides it's time to end things and unleashes the full extent of his power. They clash in a final high-speed battle, where Ichigo gradually gains the upper hand. He lands strike after strike on Jingo until he finally delivers a decisive, fatal blow. Just as Jingo falls, Tsukishima suddenly reappears from the shadows to launch a sneak attack on Ichigo. In a split second, Rukia ejects herself from Rukia's body and takes the hit for Ichigo. It's revealed through a flashback that Jingo was the one who found Tsukishima and taught him how to live and fight, which is why he was so loyal to him. With the deaths of Giriko and Jingo, the battle officially comes to a close, though the rest of the Fullbringers manage to survive. Rukia takes the injured Rukia back to the Soul Society to ensure her wounds are properly treated. Later on, Ichigo himself travels to the Soul Society for an audience with Captain Commander Yamamoto. While there, Ichigo notices that the Vizirids have been reinstated into the Gotai 13, with former captains and lieutenants returning to their old posts. Ichigo makes a special request to Yamamoto. He wants to bring Gungo's body back to the human world. He argues that since Jingo was a human, he deserves a proper human burial. Yamamoto surprisingly grants the request, and Ichigo carries Gingo's remains back home to bury him peacefully. This leaves Ichigo as the sole bearer of the title Substitute Soul Reaper. And that, my friends, brings us to the very end of the first massive saga. Make sure to stay tuned for the next season's adventures. Get ready for the second season, which marks the explosive beginning of the epic 1000-Year Blood War arc.